I'm here with Abe Dinkus right now, the one and only Abe Dinkus, you know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, first I'm going to join Confluence's panel. They're talking about Andrew Wilson versus Circa R, and then I will be opening my own after I'm done there. So bear with me while I get it connected. Here we go. Sorry for the no cam today, just holding off on camera tonight. Okay, let me see. Let me test my sound as well. Well, I can test it there, I suppose. Hello. Okay.
Time happens for like a lot of time. Anyone know what quote I'm talking about?
Hey, Dinkus,
where it's like
salute.
in a big period of time, nothing happens. In a small period of time, everything happens.
Good.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good.
How's it going, Abe?
Oh, not too bad. About yourself?
I'm eternally sussed by you, Abe, because of that guy who tried to, like, you know, because he had a freaking I told you this, you know, he had a freaking video of you.
It's terrible. Doesn't even make sense.
So I was like, and his name was Abe Dinkus, so I was like, almost let him up. But the little bitch, you know what he fucking did? He left he had just clipped your stream. So it said your little, like, in the same way that it shows, you know, like our names here, where it shows like Abe Dinkus in the corner. It had that. And I'm like, well, and I caught it the last minute. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Why, if Abe's joining, it wouldn't show his StreamYard name in the thing. It's like, wait, that's a screen capture. All these people are retarded. Oh, the big hundo. He's only, this is a specific request. He's only allowed to talk for 30 seconds every 5 minutes from here on out.
Okay.
Fascism.
That is
you owe me again, Confluence.
Sheesh.
Wow,
spicy.
thank you, Alex. Thank you, K2. God damn.
Trench.
Confluence is going to be card-coded in no time.
Okay.
We just need Trench to, you know, be more...
Let's help him buy a second monitor.
Oh!
Nice. There's your second monitor, dude.
And in a very quick span of time, this is possibly my most profitable stream.
What's epic?
K2 with 100.
The last time I started a bidding war, it was specifically shots fired at the commies. Like,
that is crazy. And I actually do already have a second monitor. I did buy that. I haven't set it up yet. But it's finally arrived. This is for the car fund. We are focused on the car now. Yeah.
Focused on the car. You know what the best part is, though? I'm actually going to go to bed now. So
I thought you were buying a scooter.
I already have a scooter. I'm trying to upgrade from Scootfluence to Carfluence.
Oh, we played this game before.
He's tried to have an enclosure when he tries.
Scootfluence for the rest of my life, as far as I'm concerned, because that is a funny ass name, Scootfluence.
Scootfluence. That's a good one.
Like
that's one of the best.
Like why did I tell everyone this? It sounds like a dog. That's so like far. You know, when you see a dog doing the thing. That actually is very close to what the scooter that I own. I don't use it because it's winter. Okay, I just technically own it. Okay,
sure.
I technically own it.
Are we going to continue milking the cow that is this video?
We should.
Yeah,
Great
dude.
question.
Dude, we're just
I'm gonna be
playing the
milking
tip
a
with the
cow that
grip.
is this video for the next like 3 days, okay? Because you know it's gonna
Oops,
take
no
a
more
hot
thoughts
minute
given.
to get through it.
Grift on, brother. Grift on.
I wanna just so
Welcome,
you know,
K2.
Confluence. Did you know that it's
Shalom.
Cat's birthday?
What's up, K2?
That it's what
What's
day?
up?
Shalom.
It's Cat's birthday.
Oh yeah,
I
true.
did. I wished her happy birthday. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Cat.
Is Emmett
Good to see
British?
you, young Christian.
No, he's not British.
Yes, that's
Emmett.
Oh
He's
my gosh.
Czechoslovakian.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
from
He's
Czechoslovakia.
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 It's the other side of the empire.
It's
Oh, hold on, guys. Confluence, don't spend that all in one place. You're fucking drunk.
It's going into the car fund, okay? It's going into the car fund.
it's
Someone's with
Southwest East.
Xanax.
Jesus
The
Christ,
problem is,
K2. If
all
I
the
knew,
cars are
if I
so
knew,
expensive now. It's fucking crazy. At least in Canada.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're like
K2.
in America. They're
Yeesh.
insane.
I
I
need to
would've-
find ways of
K2.
killing people.
I'm in a
I would have
joint
said to
trench.
beat him, but I wasn't sure if he'd follow up.
You
Sure.
left
Thanks
the
for
day
doing
that Circa was in here last. We tore him to pieces, and he stayed for more of it, which was hilarious to me. So I flipped over the game board table and fucking started a bidding war.
It's funny because this whole debate here that I witnessed between Andrew and Circa, it's funny because it's reminiscent of a debate that I had with Emmett, not live, and I think I could have argued this a little bit better.
You argue it a lot better.
I mean, it's,
Yeah,
it's,
these guys, I'm sure you
It's
did,
because
yeah.
of ethos and logos. You get to the point. You
It's-
you
Better than
give the
Andrew, or
article data.
better than you could have like Steelman Zerka or Zerka's point.
yes,
Better.
yes,
Yes.
There
But-
you go.
But it is
You
about
Shove your
steel
ethos
manning
up
at
your
the end of the
logos,
day.
okay?
but I
No,
don't
but it's about
agree.
steel manning.
I don't agree with his side, but I could devil's advocate it really well.
I enjoy.
That's that empathy that you don't agree with, that we don't agree about.
That's
There
right.
is no
The
empathy.
thing that doesn't
It's
exist.
I know.
fake
Nobody's
hate,
I
talked
get it.
about empathy.
I get
I don't know why you're
No,
so on
that's
empathy.
being Abe's thing.
Oh
Like
my
we're on
God.
the same side, but we can disagree.
Empathy is
No,
fake
we
and gay.
can't disagree. We cannot disagree on facts, okay? We can disagree on
like
opinion.
like
but
Confluence.
not
What?
facts.
Wait, what's a
I
fact?
can never understand why people say empathy doesn't exist. I
It's
just
fake
can't.
and gay.
Every time he
Because
said the
it's
word
fake and
empathy, he
Like
has
it's
not
funny
meant the
to
actual word
say it's
empathy.
fake and gay.
It is
but
fake and gay.
It is.
It's
It
just
is
fake
not.
and
I get
fake
that.
and
I
gay.
get
It is
that
not
point.
something that
Wait,
exists.
did you miss
It
my
actually
debate?
does exist.
The
Did you
best
miss my
argument
debate?
this had against me is he said, "Hey, you're using the second dictionary definition." and
No,
not
no. Wait, did you miss
one."
my debate on this?
Yeah, who'd you debate on
Oh,
this?
Teriak.
I see Teriak, but I don't know. I don't know his competency. I just see him on like Speakeasy sometimes, but
What was your argument?
not enough.
Teriak is a bad wild card. It's he's
You'd have
really
to
good,
watch.
but you just don't know when he's
Like,
fucking with you or
what's
not.
the argument you were
That's the
making?
fucking
I
fun
don't want to
part.
watch a fucking 2-hour video to see what, like, to understand like 2 seconds of arguments.
Because okay, so basically the conception of empathy itself is a falsehood from its origin. They utilized a word from a long time ago, like ancient Rome, Greece, these things,
Germany.
and then they switched up the meaning a tad bit, and then it was introduced to America in 1908 as a new thing called empathy, not empathia. And what they did is they created something where you can share in the emotional state of objects, not people, objects, art, in fact.
That's the
And
German
then
version.
and then they continued from there to the fact that you could share in the actual emotional response internally of another human being. And it's been pushed ever since, and it's shape-shifted over time to be this new thing that's a virtue. It's literally used to say, I'm virtuous. It's not used to say that it means
Are you
something.
talking about sympathy or empathy?
It's
So here,
empathy.
I can-
Sympathy.
can I-
I argued that as well. I argued that sympathy is a reality
Those
and
are two
empathy is
different
a falsehood.
things.
Yes, empathy is a falsehood. Sympathy
I
is a
get Abe's
truth.
point 100%.
Okay, but I feel like this. I feel like okay.
Hold on,
because-
But I
hold on.
disagree.
So hold on. The difference. Do you know what the difference is between empathy and sympathy?
Yes, I do.
What?
And this is argued in that debate. It's the understanding part. But the problem
Well, no,
with
it's
that
just-
is
there's
there's
no
a
concern.
shared. No, concern is in the definition of sympathy.
Yes, I know. I'm saying with empathy, there's no concern. You can just understand someone else's experience. That's all.
I don't believe that to be the case.
So for sympathy to exist, you have to go
we're at different paradigms. We're at different paradigms. I understand Abe. Like Abe, we can unpack that shit later. No need for blue on blue ceasefire.
I want to ask Abe a question because, like, Abe, I don't know if you just disagree. Like, you could go on two paths. But I guess if I are. Well, you don't know what I'm about to say, Trench.
I know, but
you don't know what I'm about to say if you think about it, Trench.
If you think about it.
You don't know what I'm about to ask Abe if you really think about it. You don't know what I'm going to ask him.
Like, why can't we use Mussolini's
definition? Trench, I just paid for you. You're making me look bad.
If you think about
it. Sorry,
This is what you If my 30 seconds every 5 minutes stuck, he'd be done already.
Oh my god!
Just saying. What the way Abe defined it, I understand. This was kind of what Emmett was trying to run on me, and I get it. That, like, yes, we can't actually enter into someone's experience, and so in that sense, it is fake and or gay. But my definition, and it's not just my definition. I showed this in modern dictionaries as well. If we care about that at all, I'm not saying we should, but my definition was that empathy is you're doing your best to imagine what it is like to be in someone else's shoes and experience their emotions. So that imagine is carrying a lot of weight. You don't actually know. You can't actually go into their experience. You're just doing your best to imagine what it's like.
And, here's the issue. Wait.
I know you studied psychology, and I know in psychology, especially in the existential tradition with like Jaspers and the humanistic tradition with Rogers, there's a big emphasis on patient understanding, where you try to understand the client through putting yourself in the client's shoes, so to speak, right?
So you can cry with him.
Here's the issue, though. Here's the issue.
Are you gonna cry with him like a gay guy? Are you gonna be the crying guy?
This got.
I want to hear Abe.
There's manifold issues with this. First of all, you don't have the perceptual framework that they have. You only have your own perceptual framework. Then you also don't have this.
That's why it's imagining.
Right. So here's the issue: you cannot share in the emotional response of another human being if you do not have the same framework they do, the same experience they do. So there is no actual physical way to exhibit empathy. There's only an imagined or perceived version.
That's not true.
Yes, it is true. It is absolutely true. Even if you use,
that's not true at all.
If you use psychology as your framework, there is no possible way you could actually state that you can exhibit empathy as the way it's written. You cannot. You cannot share in the emotions.
First of all, not as it's written. Like, this is what Emmett, I think, fell into.
What definition are you using?
Emmett and Abe agree.
In my definition, right, which again, Emmett's main critique was that I'm not using the first definition, I'm using the second or third one or whatever, but words have multiple meanings.
You use whatever definition you want, and then you change them between them.
Is that what you're talking about? Because I'm simply referring to mirror neurons.
I got to dunk on Emmett for a second. Emmett, I said, do you think you could imagine what it's like to ride an elephant? And you said no. You said because I've never ridden an elephant, I can't imagine, and I have it on stream. I have it. Which is a fucking crazy.
Listen to my words. Listen to my words. I can't imagine fucking. I can imagine riding a fucking elephant. Can you?
Are you saying you can? Or are you saying you can't?
I cannot. Can you imagine it?
You can ride them at the Renaissance Festival.
Yes, I can imagine.
Okay.
It's like $3.
Now,
in the 90s.
Is that thing that you're imagining the same as riding a fucking elephant?
No, that's why it's imagining riding an elephant. So, if you think about it, right? If you think about it, that's perfect. Riding an elephant. Wait. Exactly the same.
This is perfect. So are you gonna tell the people that ride an elephant that have done it how to do it because you can imagine it?
Pay for it myself.
No, we're not telling people how they should feel.
Perfect. Amazing. No, we're gonna move there. So why the fuck would I need empathy for anything?
Because I can imagine riding an elephant, and though
that's not empathy.
I cannot.
And then I can imagine. And then I can imagine, like,
Trench, fuck off for a second. Ask the question. Fuck off a second. Fuck off, everybody.
How stupid a question is that?
Why the fuck do I need for anything?
And I brought this up last time. I brought it up again because Mel was on.
And I can imagine.
I'm gonna ask you like 10 times.
I'm trying to have a thing with Emmett. Okay, not in a gay way, just like in a conversation.
Oh, you were talking about a gay way. for sure.
The thing, so with like Mel, it's like I think, and this is why I don't like how conservatives often deal with this. Well, just let me finish.
Answer
my point,
the fucking question. Don't care about the meta.
That's that libertarian Game Boy.
I'm not having. Are you fucking retarded? You asked me what the utility. You asked me what the utility is.
If you're not gonna tell,
okay, you don't want me to answer. You don't want me to answer. You asked me what the utility is and having empathy.
I'm gonna ask the question again because you're. I'm gonna go again because apparently you don't understand the question. Okay, the question was, and this is the line of questioning. If you can imagine how to ride a fucking elephant, but you're not gonna tell people who actually ride an elephant based on your
imagination
how to do it.
question.
Shut the fuck up for a second. Okay, if you're not gonna do anything about it based on your imagination, why the fuck can you tell me anything or can you get any prescriptions in accordance of your imagination of how things feel?
Okay, so it's completely not the question you just asked.
It is the question.
You asked me a question,
for?
and then when I'm starting to answer, you interrupt me to repeat your question, but you actually answer. You actually ask a completely different question, like a not even a related question.
It's still the same question.
No, it's not. This is
you said, what is the point of having empathy?
And what it means.
Why do I need to feel what you fucking feel?
Okay, that's the question. But now, will you let me answer the question?
Will you do it, or you're gonna go into meta?
I'm not going into. I don't know what I don't know what you think meta means. I'm not going to meta at all. I'm
about
giving
the
an
conversation
example.
of the conversation.
I know. I'm not doing that at all. I'm not doing that at all. I mean, I don't know if you cut me off too soon, but I'm not doing that at all. Okay, so the utility would be this is an example of the utility. That's why I brought up Mel, is that with trans people, to just have sympathy, I think would just be to see that they are suffering in some way. To have empathy would be to actually try to imagine, you don't know, but imagine what it would be like to look at yourself in the mirror and hate yourself, even though I don't have that. You don't have that.
Fine.
There's utility. Just let me finish. Just let me land the plane. There's utility in imagining what would that be like, and so that is the point of doing that, because that can lead to greater compassion for people and a greater understanding.
There you go. Greater compassion. Why is that a prescription?
Hold on.
It's not.
It's
what
not
do you mean? Why is it a
imagination.
prescription?
Yeah. Oh, do you have greater compassion for people?
This is not compassion. This is not compassion. That's a different thing.
That's what he came for at the end.
I said it can lead to greater compassion and greater understanding.
Oh, do you have greater compassion?
It depends how you define compassion. I would say yes, but it depends what you mean by that, I guess.
It depends. Trans people are actually females, or else they're gonna delete themselves.
No, I'm not saying that's compassion. I'm not saying that's compassion.
Gosh, this has just gone off the rails.
Greater compassion or not?
Okay. I need to go. So can I please say something quick?
Okay, go ahead, Alex.
Okay. So empathy is not necessarily about some immediate utility you have with it. Okay.
Still there.
Hold on, I'm talking.
This is my closing. Shut up. We studied this. We've seen in MRI scans people's mirror neurons activate to represent the emotion that someone else is experiencing because they've experienced something similar.
You can never.
Just let him finish. Let him finish.
Just let him finish and we can hit it.
Yeah. We also know, and I'm sure some of you have experienced this, when you see someone else get hit in the nuts, you suddenly have that sensation of pain yourself.
Blah blah blah. That's
blah blah blah.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
This is part of a psychological mechanism that helps us to understand each other and cooperate. Without it, we have a lot of problems that don't exist because it exists.
It doesn't do any of that, though.
Yes, it actually does.
That's sympathize.
Sure, whatever. You define whatever the fuck you want to define your way, Mr.
We only called
My
it
feelings
for
define everything.
fucking years. Why are you sipping for that hoe?
I'm not simping for anyone. Why are you
who's the hoe? And
what's happening?
Hey, Abe, check your chat.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, simps all up and down your ass.
Thank you, K2. Thank you so much.
50 years of simping.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
Thank you so much, K2.
But linguistic.
K2 is a legend.
Any quick remarks before I
Thank you
drop?
so much, K2.
And that's what the left does. They manipulate the linguistics. Now,
Other than from
simp
Trench,
don't mean shit
'cause
anymore.
he
Actually,
doesn't know what
I'm
he's
an
saying.
asshole for even saying don't simp
Okay.
for them hoes.
Here's the
Once
issue,
again,
though.
if you're talking about the sympathetic system, you're talking about sympathy.
No, I'm talking
No, that's not sympathy.
Oh
Shut
my
up,
gosh.
It
Trench
has nothing to
argues.
do with. It has absolutely nothing to do with empathy because you're talking
No,
about the
no, that's
sympathetic
not
system in the
sympathy.
brain,
Sympathy
Hold on.
which is
requires
using the
concern for someone
sympathetic
else.
nervous
This
Wait.
is
that you're
not
trying to
concern.
figure. They try to
This
figure
is
it out what
not
the other person
concern.
is
This is
feeling, but
generating
it's not trying to
internal
get you into
state.
their
Hold on,
framework.
guys. Gentlemen.
It's not trying to put you into
Simulate
the
Alex.
fucking
someone
framework.
else's.
It doesn't simulate them. Okay,
Yes,
it's
it
trying
does.
to
It does simulate them.
comprehend,
That's
but
the
it
whole
doesn't
point.
mean that you're simulating their framework. Okay, that's
It's
empathy.
not the
Empathy is
framework.
about
Who
the
the fuck's
framework.
talking about
It is
framework?
about the
Actually, it's
framework.
right there.
You
It-
No,
don't.
it's not. Your life
How
is
is it
about
not?
fucking.
can-
Oh my
How
god.
about,
If
how
you-
about you have some fucking empathy for me, you
How-
dumbass?
how do
okay, the
you-
whole point of empathy is
I have
wait,
no empathy for
I'm
you.
not done.
You're
I know
too
you
stupid to have
don't.
empathy for
I
right
know,
now.
I know you don't. I know you
This is
You're
don't.
being
Thank you.
retarded.
God.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
talking
You
about
don't
something
need
that's
anything.
completely
You see how
immaterial
you
to
don't
this.
need empathy?
You're
You
jumping.
see?
You're jumping
Thank
to the
you.
fucking
Thank you for
like
proving my
level.
point. Thank you
I'm
for
talking
proving
about
my
something
point,
that's
Alexander.
baseline
Thank
and
you.
simple.
Thank you. Thank
Is
you.
this
Thank you for proving my
dopamine?
point.
Because
This
you don't
is
like the fact that it's just a part of the human experience.
Because the
Dopamaxing
only
adjacent.
reason,
I-
because the only
And if
reason why
empathy
they,
doesn't
because
exist, then we
empathy,
don't have
the only
sociopaths,
reason why
right?
empathy is used
I-
is
There is no
to
such thing
do
as
it
a
as a
sociopath
cudgel over
because
your
empathy
head.
doesn't
So
exist.
these
Sociopath has
fuckers-
nothing to do
these
with
lefty
empathy.
fuckers-
Wait,
these
wait, wait,
lefty
wait, wait,
fuckers-
wait.
So
Terminology
these lefty
would you use
fuckers
for
can
that
go
for
on
that
and
system?
try to
Confluence.
shame you into bullshit.
Yeah.
Confluence, you can't
The
let
only
this
know
happen.
reason they want to
cooking, but
do
I
it is
can't
because
tell
they're
Confluence,
trying to
control
do it
your
because they're
panel.
doing it.
You
Okay?
know better than these throwing around these pseudo.
Hold on. To be fair, Abe,
Bro
nobody
got
has
out 3
eviscerated.
words.
Nobody has eviscerated.
French.
Hold on. Nobody's
Stay
been the
tuned.
greatest
Thanks
critic
for-
of
thanks for letting
this
everybody
guy
of
talk.
you
Good job,
and of
dude.
Mo. Nobody's been a greater critic of empathy and
I
it being
wanted to
fake and
give the
gay
dopamine
than
hit.
Emmett.
I know
Emmett
that.
has been 100%.
You've given us basically the inability to talk at all.
I know, but
That's
like,
pretty true.
don't shoot Emmett down
That's
when
a pretty
he's
good
actually
dopamine
cooking
hit for me.
because he fucking was nailing shit and
He
was
wasn't
being
cooking
fucking real.
anything. He's
The
making
only-
I know.
He cooked
I
me.
said this
You
before.
said
I was
you
getting
have
a
empathy for
dopamine
me.
hit.
level
You know
meta
a bunch of
analyses
shit into
on
the pot and it
utility
makes
You know-
nonsense that
empathy.
heals you for like
When
half
you
a
you
won't
fucking
even
heart.
admit that it's a
If
real
that's
Do you
cooking,
know?
that's
Do you know what?
cooking.
Look,
Okay, you know why you don't have any empathy for me because you don't care. You don't give a
Chaos
fuck.
fluence.
Okay,
Correct, I don't give a fuck
The
about
only
you,
reason
that's right.
why empathy is used is because you want people to use
No,
them as an emotional
no, it's not,
cudgel
because I
against
don't
them.
see you.
Since you don't
If I
give
saw
a
you
shit,
or knew
since you don't
anything
give a,
other than the
since you
fact that you
don't give
keep pushing
any
fucking
fucks
God
about
into
me,
every
since
little
you don't
thing
give
you
any
talk
fucks
about,
about me because
then
it doesn't
maybe I'll
because
be
it
able to have
doesn't
some empathy
progress your
for you, but
ideas
I don't actually know
politically.
anything about you other than
Since it doesn't
Czechoslovakia
doesn't help your ideas politically because it doesn't help you politically.
I don't
That's
give a-
the
I
only
don't-
reason
I
you
don't
don't
give a
give a
shit
fuck
about
about me.
politics. You
There
think I
you
can't
go.
have empathy for
Exactly.
anyone?
No, you do.
just lied.
You
No,
do
he
care.
lied. He cares.
Okay, you care. You care.
with
you
regards
fucker.
to with regards
Yeah,
to
you
what I
do.
have
You do
empathy
care.
for?
You want to go on ahead
You
and have all
wouldn't be
these
on
fucking
political
trannies
debate
be all this
on
kind of
fucking
bullshit. You want to have this kind
Panels
of
with a bunch of
Getting
fucking
his
personality
dopamine hit.
disorders.
I'm sorry. What
If
did you
did
just
give a
say?
fuck
I want to
about
go ahead and have
politics.
what?
Debates
You have
with a bunch of
voice.
crazy motherfuckers about
Oh my
politics.
God,
if you didn't
Trench!
give a
Can you
shit.
please just let him finish? If you're gonna say he's cooking, let him finish.
You with the facts, shut up. That's been the thesis all night. That's my thesis.
You don't have facts. You have a bunch of fucking opinions
All
that you
I've
know nothing
had.
about.
I have terrible
Empathy is
opinions.
fake and
I
gay.
have
That's the only
all
thing
of
that
the
matters.
facts.
oh my gosh, this got crazy so fast.
Yeah, it is.
It's been
The only-
crazy 6 hours ago. Okay.
The only reason why empathy is used at any point in time in any kind of conversation is to
effective.
go ahead and try to manipulate the
It
other
is.
person emotionally,
Okay,
and then try
okay.
to go on ahead
That's
and
so
attack
black
them in
pill.
whatever their
It's-
emotion is.
wait.
So black.
It's
I
not
can-
black pilled. It's what
This
it
is where I diagnose
okay?
him.
Okay,
Any,
all
Listen.
other, any other
okay,
reason
okay,
is about
okay.
sympathy,
Emmett.
and the sympathy
Crazy
is about
amounts
trying
of
to.
black
Emmett.
pill.
No,
Emmett,
it's not.
Can you
It's not.
let me?
I'm
Just
not
wait,
even
man.
into
Slow.
trend
Can you
for the amount of
Emmett,
black
Emmett.
pills that are
Emmett.
being like
So,
force
Hold
fed
on.
right
Can I
now.
ask you 3 questions, please?
Otherwise,
Three
otherwise you
questions?
would be
I'm gonna mute
using
myself.
sympathy, so you would try to
Three
understand what the other
questions,
person feel, and
please.
you would try to not get into their mental state. But
Three
you would try to
questions,
find a
please.
way to actually help whatever the fuck they're
Three
feeling.
questions,
Yeah, you can ask
please.
those questions. Mhm.
Okay. Is it possible to have some understanding of a person's emotional state or internal emotional state based on what you
No.
know about them?
No.
No.
No, you can know what general emotion they may be feeling. You cannot actually. Like, this is such a crazy
I disagree with
stance.
both of you.
Hold on.
I disagree with both
Wait,
of you.
he has three questions. What is the second question?
Okay, so then how can you have sympathy for someone if you have no capability of understanding what their emotional state is?
Because you don't need to understand their emotional state as in their stable framework to understand that they might be feeling X, Y, Z things in accordance to a logical statement. And in fact, and you have
Is that not an understanding of their emotional state?
No, it's not the same thing. We're talking about different things. And you have a sympathetic system which allows you to mirror certain emotions, but it doesn't mean that you feel the same thing that the other person is feeling. It just means
Are you talking about the sympathetic nervous system, or what are you talking about here?
Nervous system.
I would concede ground.
Oh my God!
That empathy was once linguistically probably known as a perception. Perception.
So you have sympathy, you have access to sympathy, but you don't have access to empathy.
I
feel like we're talking past each other with what we mean by empathy.
No, we are.
No, they don't want to use the word because it's too
I know,
late.
because influence started off trying to describe how I felt
nervous
about
system.
Whenever
let's just all talk at once.
System,
1, 2, 3.
The fight or flight
Brandon,
system.
so what
You
I think
understand
about
that, right?
Jeez.
Whenever they talk about the empathy,
Do you know what the
they're not
sympathetic
talking
nervous
about
system is?
Yes, it allows you
What
to
is it?
you have a specific part of your brain
It just means
that
we have to have a real
at
debate about it.
No, the sympathetic nervous system is your fight or flight response.
When you're looking at people, it allows you
Not
to,
only.
to mirror
No,
certain.
that is not it at all.
That is not.
That's
That's
not-
not what the sympathetic nervous
It
system
allows
is.
when you
No, it does not.
Okay, then no, I don't apparently because you guys know what I was gonna say. So go on, say what I was
Anything
gonna
you
say.
said other than fight or
please, go on,
flight
say
is
what
wrong.
Just finish my first.
There's no amount of
Anything
words
you're
you
gonna
could have
say
said
other than
after
fight or
that
flight
would
is
have
wrong.
fixed that. In my opinion,
I know,
Impossible.
because you know what I was gonna
I was
say.
just kidding about the
Elder
earlier
Lion, that is
words.
absolute
Were you
truth.
going to
know
say
what?
fight or
That's
flight,
why I'm
Emmett?
exhausted
Were you going
about
to say
it,
fight
too.
or flight?
We're
No,
both
I wasn't gonna say
crying.
fire.
No, were you going to talk about that in any way?
No, I wasn't going to talk.
No,
about
then you were wrong. Then you're wrong. End of story. There's nothing. There's no other definition.
I wasn't going to talk about
Oh,
fire flight at all.
wow.
There are
That's a
other
pretty
what
ones
the
strong-
sympathetic
talk
nervous
about
system
those
is for.
Well, the
That's
Oh, the
sympathetic
nervous
nervous
system is
system
just
has
about fight or
nothing to
flight.
do with sympathy, though. Like that's just they happen to share.
Boomerang,
Jesus
I
Christ.
He's
agree.
talking about
Yeah,
sympathetic
no,
response.
to do with
Thank you, Halfwood.
He's talking about mirror neurons in the brain.
And see,
I understand that.
none of these are my
But the
points.
fact that he's using
at
the word
all.
that he's using the term sympathetic nervous system to describe this tells me he knows absolutely nothing about human physiology. Jesus Christ.
That, what is the
Physiology or
sympathetic nervous
neurology?
system according to you? Then go on.
What's that?
What is it?
What, the sympathetic nervous system?
Yes, what is it?
It's the part of the nervous system that engages fight or flight.
It's
controls
everything.
when
It's like you're
when your
breathing.
pupils dilate,
Yeah.
when your breathing rate
like the
increases your
breathe,
heart
It's a
rate, your blood pressure,
the
it
sweat,
gets you ready to run
It's-
or attack something.
your
Not
erection.
not just.
Well, no, the parasympathetic nervous system is the stuff that you don't have like autonomous control over.
autonomous.
So
The
not-
parasympathetic nervous system is like the antithesis of
Okay.
the sympathetic nervous system.
No,
No, it's a
That's
it's
not
a part
antithesis.
of. It's a subpart. A
It's stuff that
subcategory
you can't.
of.
But the stuff
It's
like
a
the heart rate.
subcategory
and
sorry, when I
stuff,
say
that would be like the
antithesis, I mean they
It's
work-
parasympathetic.
in the Latin of the word
They work
para.
in opposite
sympathetic.
directions.
What does
The
para mean?
parasympathetic nervous
Have,
system
co,
relaxes and calms.
I don't think
And
they're okay. I
You're
could be
talking
wrong.
about rest
I mean,
and
it's a-
digest. It'd still be a linkage. They'd be.
I
It's
think
all of
my
it.
I
Your
think
sleep.
I think the
Not just
parasympathetic,
rest and
from what I
digest,
remember,
The electrical.
There's a lot of
Not
other
looking
things
at
to do with it.
it's your
Yeah.
one is
electrical
controllable. One's
Right.
like it's a different. I don't think they're antipodal. One is
But
like
it's not just the
subconscious, and one is
electrical
something you
system.
can
Okay.
actually
It's
like
the,
have some control over.
It's the bus.
No,
It's
no,
I
no.
will
They're
now
both
look it up.
fairly subconscious.
It's what
I don't
lets,
think you have
it's
much
what makes
control over
your
either of
turn
them,
signal flicker
except
faster
through,
when
like-
the bulb is burned out.
Oh my gosh.
like trying to
Because it's
activate
the
certain body
impulse.
responses through meditation or changing your physiological changes to your
100%
breathing.
stand on that 10 toes in.
But this is all just you telling your body that it's okay now or that it's not okay now.
The parasympathetic is inside of the category of the sympathetic nervous system.
No,
it's not adjacent
it's
to.
not.
It's not.
It's not. They're part of the same
Disassociated
system.
from. It's literally in the Latin, which is why the eggheads that came up with that terminology gave a similar Latin vernacular. Para.
Two branches of the autonomic nervous
Together
system.
with the sympathetic system.
Sympathetic.
Neuron system.
and the
Maybe with my subconscious, I'm thinking of autonomic and the opposite.
Thank you.
They are
Kat.
absolutely
and the
not
auto
within
nervous
each other.
system is a part
No,
of
please look
your
this up before you
sympathetic
talk. Otherwise, I can't hear a word you say because everything
I want
you
to
say
say
is wrong.
clarity. I was thinking of the autonomic nervous system and the somatic
Right.
nervous
It's why
system.
when you
Okay,
feel
I got
the somatic nervous
confused
system is the
now,
one you
It's
have
why
actual
when you
control
feel
over.
something,
Yes.
like
Happy
truly
Friday
feel
the
something,
13th,
whatever
guys.
that is that brings on stimulus.
Indeed.
There is a
I brought
biological
you stuff.
reaction.
Well, it's the 12.
You did. You
Because
did, K2. Well done.
The nervous system.
Thank you, K2.
It's biological and
Thank
it's
you as well, K2.
metaphysical. And it sucks because it creates this kind of discourse.
No,
Okay,
it
but
doesn't.
beyond that, we're supposed to be talking about
People
empathy. And
use
it's
terms
fake
they
or gay.
don't understand.
Well,
to
Empathy
create
is
this
a
kind of
part
discourse.
If we could-
of this sympathetic system.
I was wrong.
Everything's on meta here
Okay,
at this
thank you,
point.
Emmett.
But that's
I
the
was wrong.
metaphysical aspect of it.
I was
I
wrong.
think what
You
you're
have to-
referring to is the
Well,
mirror
it's not
neurons,
meta.
correct?
Yes, I was
people
talking
have
about
been
the
making
mirror.
my argument.
I was
for
talking about
me,
mirror
and-
nervous system. You have to
and
understand
that's
that I
not
know
my.
this in
That's a
Spanish.
straw man to my
So
position.
I'm translating
Oh, that's right. The
terminology.
language shit. Oh, I'm sorry, dude.
No,
but
it's just that I don't view the methodology of that experiment as the smoking
French.
gun.
Just be quiet for a minute.
Yeah, you with the scientific shit.
Yeah,
Well, the question I would ask is what's everybody's...
for a second. Can you just shut up?
In good faith, earlier,
What's-
did I not
Could you
say
shut up
there
for
are
a minute,
there are
please?
some things in my own camp that I disagree with, and I
Like,
called this out.
I disagree with everyone all
earlier.
the time, okay?
So,
There's nothing special
whatever.
about that. Congratulations.
Can I just
Emmett,
know
my
people's
apologies for
But I'm
attacking
better-
you
but
on
I'm
that.
better
I
than you.
should remember
I'm
this is your second
establishing that.
language.
fields
Yeah,
of
I'm
study?
just gonna say that I know most of these from Spanish, so I might get
Sure.
terminology wrong.
Sure, and of course, because the stupid sharing of the word
Very
sympathy
Latin
and
based.
sympathetic.
It's more Latin. English is only 25% Latin. So continue, please, Emmett.
That's not what he was saying, but sure.
I've had enough of this. I want to hear his interpretation with his Spanish.
No, I
It's
was
important.
actually, yes, it's the mirror neuron system, and what it does is allows you to it's kind of autonomous, but it's not necessarily 100% autonomous, and it regulates and
Still.
it allows, for example, heart rates to mirror each other, and somehow it allows you to share certain kind of emotions, especially hard emotions, with each other. But it
What's the
doesn't mean that you're
Oxford
feeling the
say?
But it's-
same kind. It
Hey,
doesn't mean you're
Trench,
feeling
what's
the
the
same
Latin
emotion.
mean?
But
It just means.
but Emmett, even then,
Trench, don't answer that.
Sympathy.
Don't answer that.
Sympathy
That's
means
bait. Why do you
So,
bait
hold
it?
on.
Sympathy means
Just
to
to be
feel.
clear,
oh my gosh,
just to be clear,
even
That means
then,
to
this is what
you're
this is
still
what
talking about a
I refer
perceptual.
to
Like
as
empathy is the Latin.
This is what I refer
empathy
to as
part
empathy. Your
Is the
brain is
German.
able to
I hate you,
simulate the
Testy.
emotional
I
state
hate
of
you so
someone
much.
else to mirror
Who
neurons.
do you hate?
Is the German.
When people talk
Yeah,
about
that's
sympathy,
not-
what they're
comes
talking
from
about is like
pathos,
the act of
excuse me,
caring
to
or
feel.
Okay.
feeling
Pathos,
bad
to
about
feel.
someone.
Right, but let me
I
ask you.
Being able to understand that they're feeling that they're
Something?
not, that they're
So,
feeling
imp-
sad because
Pathy,
of something.
to
Some
project
reason, something you
feeling.
see in them. That's a
Wait,
different
that's
thing.
Two different
entirely.
languages.
But your mirror neurons
but
are
the-
only going to interpret base.
German and
They're not
Latin.
going to interpret
that's
further,
English
which means your
language.
perception
German
and your
and Latin.
perceptual model has to do the rest of the work.
Yes, correct.
Blame
So
Shakespeare.
you're still talking imagined or perceived.
Yes, of course. No one is saying
Okay.
that you share their actual experience.
So then how? Well, it says to share in
They
the
don't.
emotional.
Well, I actually
Nobody-
Yeah,
studied
see, I
Latin.
knew this
Do
was
you-
going to be a semantic.
It
you
breaks
Do you
down. It
think when
literally.
they say
The
share
origin of the
in,
word,
they
the
mean
origin
they
of the word,
literally
and the word
share
used in
in their
1908 when it
subjective
was coined in the
experience.
United States of America. It was literally used exactly for that purpose and was used for that purpose all the way through
It's
World
not
War II.
wrong.
It did not, until modern day,
psychology-
begin
Can I
to
ask
be
you a
used for
clar-
all kinds of other things.
Can I ask a
In
clarifying question?
psychology, all that it means
Yes,
is
Hey,
you
hey,
may.
Brandon,
emotional
Brandon has
systems
a
are
question.
activating in
Brandon has a
similar
question.
ways. That's all it is.
I just want to ask Abe. So, like, when you think of empathy, do you think like when somebody says, "I have empathy for that person that got hit in the nuts"? Do you think they would disagree with you that they're not literally experiencing what they're experiencing, right? Do you think
disagree with
anybody?
that.
I think they're experiencing a base mirror neuron response and sympathy for the action that they've seen taken on someone else. They are not actually sharing in.
But you're not having their experience.
There's no shared.
Yeah, like nobody. I don't think anybody would disagree that you're not experiencing
so that's my point.
literally what they're experiencing.
So
I don't think anybody would.
Right, Brandon. So my point is that we use this word empathy because it's so broad. You can fit all kinds of things into the basket rather than just saying, oh man, that sucks. I understand pain and I felt pain before. Not I've shared in your pain
So
right
you
now.
agree if somebody defines it that way? Hold on.
I think the
we're almost there. We are so
usage of
close.
the word
Yeah,
is
you
the
are.
We are
Go
so
ahead,
close.
finish up.
Because-
I
mutated
wanna
to
say
what
one
Abe
last
turned
thing.
it
Because we all agree.
I see where you're
God,
both
dude,
close.
please.
Hey,
We are so
This
close.
is yours to fix, man.
We
I'm
are
not
so
done making any
close,
more. You
right?
can mute him.
So we all agree, right? We're not literally having the same experience as each other. They're like similar, they resemble each other, something like that. So we agree there. Now with the other definition where it is that like we are having similar experiences, we're not saying they're identical. Do we all agree? Like by that definition of empathy, we agree that happens, right?
Sorry, so you're
We all
saying...
agree with that?
Say it again, one more time.
Sure. So we're not having identical experiences. Like if I say I'm empathizing with you, Abe, I'm not literally experiencing what you're experiencing. It's just similar. It resembles it. Do we agree if I define empathy in that way, that does happen?
different.
I think that you could do that, but you're still using a simulacrum. And what happens is because you're
that a
using
yes?
this... I'm saying you could use it that way, but I don't think that it's true or real.
But it's not the amp side
Wait,
of the
you don't think it's real, so you
etymology. It's not
don't
the
think. Hold on,
feeling
hold on, dude.
It's-
God damn. So you don't think we have similar
Don't answer my
experiences?
question.
You don't even think they can resemble each other? You
I
don't
think you
that
have a
happens?
perceived similar experience.
What's the distinction?
Yes.
Your perception is not reality.
But we do experience that, right? We have similar experiences to each other,
empathy
and that's
isn't
what somebody
real
means
and
by empathy,
authentic
right?
unless
That they
it
can
is
model somebody
correct.
else's mind and
100%
have a
of
similar
the
experience
time,
as that person.
if
That
you're
does
using
happen.
real
Hold on,
empathy,
Trench.
But
you
they could have
to
a
be
perceived
right.
similar experience of anything. They could believe that getting kicked in the nuts
it
feels like
predictable?
kissing their girlfriend. They could feel things
that's
that
not
you
everybody.
cannot
But that's
predict.
not how
And
that
so what happens?
works.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
That's not how.
So you're saying people don't
You
perceive?
can't get kicked in the nuts. You
People-
can't get
that's
kicked in
a
the
very,
nuts
like,
and think
polar
that I'm
opposite of the
kissing my
situation,
girlfriend.
though.
That's my
Like,
point.
that's
My
not
point
how-
is you can say you're perceiving anything, and you
What
cannot
was my
say
point?
that there is
100%
a
of the
true
time,
connection
it
in the
has to be
perception.
correct and it's predictive.
Somebody can have a
That's
wrong
it.
model of what somebody else's experience. Like if they see somebody get hit in the nuts and they're like, "Oh, I bet that felt great." Maybe they can have like a wrong perception
That's
there.
all empathy
But
is.
if that's what they're
And there's
talking
no
about,
odds.
and we're not talking
There's
about
no
odds,
odds.
dude.
You can
Please, God,
tolerate
you're just like in my
Nice.
ear. Please stop.
Because we're different too. We're
so-
different too.
I'm losing
And I
my
have
train
to
of thought.
I have to
Same.
distance
Brandon.
myself from the places where you are correct, from the
I-
places where you are
It's
Okay.
made it
out.
Like you, I
impossible
have to stay linear. I
to
can't
break
with
it
that.
down.
Brandon, you have a correct idea in the framework, but the question is, can you have the correct framework? Is it possible that you can have the correct framework to articulately and correctly feel the same as the other person?
Yes, you can't use a methodology.
If what we mean by
Like,
saying there, I
can.
think we would agree that we all, like, if we see somebody get punched in the face, I think we all can empathize and imagine us being punched in the face, or
You can
if we were them
reinforce
getting
that.
punched in the
Right,
face,
but
and
this
what that would feel like.
The problem.
But then
Wait,
what?
wait,
Hold
wait,
on,
wait,
but
wait,
then
Trench.
what?
It's
Wait,
not
Trench.
identical,
Wait, Trench.
but it's a
The-
similar.
Can-
But the problem with this,
Okay.
Brandon, is this is an A, not A. Literally an A, not A issue.
Give that.
Okay, so we can say that I can understand what it's like to be punched in the face, and I can see you be punched in the face. It does not mean it is the same thing, and we did not
I'm
feel
not saying
the
they're
same.
identical.
I
We
know
agree
that.
on
I get
remember?
that. I
We
get
agree
that.
on that.
So there's not a sharing in it. You're not
But
sharing
well,
at that
what do you
point.
mean by sharing?
Like
Not
If not
sharing
having a similar
Feeling
experience.
into with the trees.
Okay.
Feeling into
same
the
isn't
trees.
similar. Similar and same are different.
Right.
No,
right. No, we already agree we're not having an identical experience, or it would just be that experience, right? We're
But
saying
you cannot
that
have the same framework then, right? You cannot get into the framework of the other person.
That's
That's,
the
what
whole
they're
point.
asking.
I
Can you
don't-
have
I-
the same
trees.
framework?
Yeah.
Because we're talking about the same.
I don't know what you
we're
mean by
talking about,
framework.
It's not going to be go.
There you go.
It's
that's,
we
then it's
already-
fake and gay.
No, we already established that. No one that says empathy,
Because
this is
that's what
Brandon
you're
was saying,
expecting
no one
to
that says
That's what
empathy
anybody
means
means.
that
Yeah,
you're,
because you cannot
have the same
truly
framework.
feeling exactly what they're feeling.
No.
No one when
It's
it
just
says empathy
similar.
You
means
cannot
that.
have the same framework, right?
Because
I
you're
would
basically
love to
just
break down
asking,
the history.
can you be them? I don't think anybody
Right.
like when
But you can put
nobody's
yourself
nobody
into
when
someone
somebody
else's
says
shoes.
empathy. I've
No, you
never heard
can't.
somebody use
No.
empathy in that
How
way.
can you not?
You cannot
That
put
doesn't make
yourself
any
into
sense.
someone
Okay,
else's
okay,
shoes.
like
You,
hypothetically,
are you them?
hypothetically, right?
Have you lived their life?
That's
Have you had all their
metaphorically,
experiences?
though,
Have you?
Abe. Anytime anyone's ever
Hypothetically-
said empathy, they mean like metaphorically step into someone's shoes. They don't mean like, can you literally
Yes,
have
like
their
literally
same
feel
neuro
what
they
and
fucking feel.
literally
That's
feel
not
it. No
empathy.
one
Great.
has
Can
ever
you
meant
be
that.
them?
Great,
Right.
great. Then empathy is metaphorically real.
Call of action. People
Okay,
think
that's
there's a
what-
call
I'm
of
fine with
action
that.
associated with empathy.
Then
That's where all
that
this
makes it
breaks
clear
down.
that
Okay,
there
so
is
I got a
actually
question real quick.
there is no disagreement happening. You guys are just using words differently.
No, well,
That's what I wanted to establish.
I don't think there's an actual.
So Abe, if one of your friend's mothers were to die, right? And like let's say hypothetically you haven't lost your mother, you can then though put yourself into the mindset of, damn, what if I lost my mom tomorrow? Fuck, how would I deal with that? You're feeling something similar to that person. It's not the exact same thing.
Yeah, but I could also wait. No, wait. Stop. So let me put it to you this way: I could do that, and then I could be wrong about how it feels, and I could literally think I understand what they're feeling, but I'm completely wrong, and I could call that empathy, and I could take all the wrong actions and screw that person up because of it. And then
How
what?
could you screw that person up just by just trying to put yourself in that?
Oh, you can't hurt somebody emotionally. You can't screw them
You hurt
up.
somebody emotionally if you're feeling empathy towards a person. That doesn't make sense.
Oh my. Because you can't perceptually ever be wrong, right? Your perception couldn't possibly be wrong.
Mute
not
trench
saying
10
that.
minutes. Hey, pause, super chat. Mirror neurons allow you to have a hard baseline for the feeling of another person. Your own experience colors the experience you feel. Shared experience is a reference to the approximation, not
like this.
literally. I'm
Exactly.
assuming that's where that ends.
Mirror
Trench, I'm setting a
neurons-
timer for you. Everyone speed run what we all mean by empathy in 10 minutes, okay?
Well,
Fuck.
the point, if we go to it, and I asked you this at the beginning, is you said that you can imagine how to ride an elephant, and then I ask you, are you gonna give any prescriptions to the people that actually ride
But that's not
elephants on how to
empathy,
ride
though.
an
That's not how
elephant?
empathy works.
Right, and
Thinking about how to
no,
ride a fucking elephant.
Whoa!
Wait,
So
no,
now
that's
that's
not
not
empathy.
empathy.
Let
Good
me- wait, let
one.
me- wait.
I'm great. This is amazing.
Well, hey, no, don't take a victory for what Avery's saying over what if you're asking me a question, okay?
Yes.
So I wouldn't give, just like if someone's mom died, I feel like that, because you've said this before, that empathy can be arrogant. I understand what you
It
mean
is
by
arrogant.
that.
It's pure
I
arrogance.
don't think it's definitionally arrogant.
It is
Pure arrogance.
Okay, let's let me finish.
I can
Just let me
actually
finish.
understand
Let me
what you
finish,
feel.
though. Let me finish. Yeah, to truly say, like, if let's say you said, oh, my mom died, and I like go into my mind palace and I fucking imagine that, and I'm like, you know what, Emmett, I totally fully understand. I exactly know what you're feeling. Yeah, there is an arrogance in that. But just for me to do my best to imagine, like Avery said, like what happened if my mom died and how would I feel? Right. That's not arrogant. It's the only arrogance would come if I trick myself into thinking I'm truly feeling exactly what it would feel like to have my mom die. That's the arrogant part.
Which is
Confluence. Let me ask you a question then. Let's say that my mom died, and I tell you, hey, my mom died. Do you think I tell you my mom died because I want you to feel what I'm feeling?
I don't know if you. Well, I don't know what your motivation would be, but I think it's best
do you
for
think
me
that is
to
the best
actually.
motivation?
I think
that is the
motivation for you. Like if you're wanting me to, I don't know. That's kind of a weird thing to think. I think the best thing for me to do though is to imagine what that would be like, right?
Really, that would be the best thing for you to do instead of saying, hey, instead of crying into a corner, because that's probably all I would feel. Instead of doing that, be like, hey, I know you're going through a rough time. I'm sorry for your loss. Is there anything I can help you with? Do you think that would be way more,
but there's
better
a reason
response that just get into my head and start crying because I'm sad in accordance to you?
There's something that happens, I think, like, and this isn't like a call out. There's just a thought I've had that just like everyone that thinks that like empathy is fake, they often end up being like very anti or very, very like unempathetic. And I think there's an obvious correlation there. Well, that shouldn't be an insult because if you don't think empathy is a real thing, that should be, if anything, I'm giving you a compliment.
Because
right?
the problem is that you see empathy as a virtue, and absent the virtue of empathy, somebody is flawed or wrong or bad. Because when you say somebody doesn't have empathy, you are saying they're bad. You're not saying anything but that person is bad when you say they don't have empathy. It is a virtue signal from the ground up, buddy.
That is where the substance of the conversation should go, right there.
It's been proven scientifically that empathy is real.
Has it?
Yes.
Where does sympathy go into the people who are saying that empathy is not having empathy is bad?
I'm not.
That.
Alex with the $10, who is back from the dead. The approximation is going to be wrong, but that's true of every cognitive model we make of other people, intentions, beliefs, motivations. Error doesn't invalidate the mechanism.
Yeah, except for they're not reading into people the same way. Sympathy is I feel something for you. Empathy is I feel it because you feel it. There's a whole different ballgame or realm here. Yes.
But that gets into the semantic thing. If I'm defining empathy as, I'm trying to imagine what it would be like if someone's mom died, and I'm trying to imagine, I don't ever have the arrogance of thinking I know exactly what that's going to feel like. And I do think there is a virtue in doing that. I would say there is a virtue in doing that.
Imagine that.
Hold on. It's not a virtue. Empathy is not a virtue.
Then why is it bad to not have it?
It's a mechanism.
There's virtue in doing it, I think, is what I would say.
No. Empathy isn't something you have like a choice in. You can either understand someone or not.
No, right? See, now I disagree with you, Alex.
Understand them how?
If Emmett tells me his mom died, I could just be like, oh, thoughts and prayers. I feel bad for you. Do you need anything? Or I could try to actually understand him emotionally.
Being sympathetic to someone is a choice. Being empathetic or being able to understand what someone might be feeling in a given circumstance is not a choice. You can either do it or you can't.
What?
Oh, see, I disagree. I disagree completely.
Like
I can see war footage. I can see war footage and kind of just not and just kind of see it and not really think about it. Or I could imagine what if I was that guy that's getting blown up, or what if I know someone who's getting blown up? And that's a choice I have.
So, Confluence, do you think that if somebody has the mental capacity to empathize with somebody, they can choose not to?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I do it all the time.
Okay, can you give me an example?
Well, like I said, with war footage, I can make the choice to just kind of see it and maybe it makes me feel a little icky on some level, but I can go the extra step of being what would it be like? And this is a volitional act that I can be what would it be like if that was my family member? What would it be like if that's someone I knew? What if that was me?
Now you're intellectualizing it.
You're
intellectualizing it.
Okay.
Empathy is that first response.
I'm choosing to put myself intellectually into that situation so I can imagine what it would feel like.
But that's not what empathy is. Empathy is an emotion.
Ignore the autonomic part of the system that feeds you that information.
Empathy,
but it doesn't mean that it's not there.
Wait, you're saying
information is
hold on.
present whether
Give me
you
one
want it or
second.
not.
You're saying
specific example.
Wait, hold on 1 sec, Lutch. 1 sec. Just give me this 1 second. So you just said it's an emotional response, but it's understanding. Okay. I just throw that out there because understanding is not. You said it's an emotional, the underpinnings of the autonomic part, and it's understanding.
No.
Who are you talking to?
It can give you.
You're talking to Alex?
Yeah.
Information to understand something. Feeling empathy on its own is useless. Doing something with it is something
okay. So it's gnosis. It's emotional gnosis. Okay, I get it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's
gnosis.
I would okay. Yeah, he's talking about it would be Gnostic. It would be a Gnostic idea. You know now what the other person is feeling. Thus, you can actually have prescriptions.
No one is saying
Let's
that.
nail down.
That is what you just said.
Oh my fucking god!
Let's nail down.
Let's nail down
whether or not we can choose to be empathetic, or if that is something that happens to you.
Good call, Lutch. Good call.
Can you choose to be empathetic, or is that something that happens to you? In the same way that being hungry.
Clockwise, snakewise. Good question, Lutch. Clockwise, snakewise. Trench is muted, but he'll probably be unmuted by the time we get to him. So, Brandon, can you choose to have empathy or to experience empathy, or is it something that's uncontrollable?
I think it's both. I think sometimes I'm not empathizing with somebody and then I choose to, and other times it just kind of happens to me.
I would disagree.
Based, Emmett?
I think it's fake and gay, so you cannot experience it.
Valid, but kind of gay. Kirk, if you're still there.
Not as gay as you.
And them fighting words. Kirk might be gone. He's probably studying some neo-Keynesian economics or some gay shit. Dinkus.
So this is what I would say. I would say you have a personalized emotional response based on what you're seeing or feeling, and it has nothing to do with that person. It has to do with what you're perceiving. And I don't think that that's empathy. I think that's a personal response to the world around you. So.
All right. I'll allow it. K2?
I don't have an opinion on this. I'll wait till we get to another subject. That's my opinion.
I can empathize with you not having a position, and that's a volitional act of mine. Avery?
Jesus.
No, you don't.
I mean, I think empathy is the ability to put yourself in other shoes and in another person's shoes and to try, at the very least, try to understand what the person is going through.
Wait, so the question is though, is it a choice? Can you choose to have empathy, or is it just something that automatically happens? Is there any volitional component to it?
No, I think it's a biological process within our brains. I think you either have it or you don't.
Like, I'm not supposed to be cross-talking, but just to be clear, so you don't think, I'm saying if you already have empathy, you have empathy, but can you choose to use that empathy or try to experience that, or is it just something that happens automatically or not?
What do you mean to use the empathy though? Like what do you mean?
Like in my example, if I saw war footage, that's how the start. If I saw war footage, I could just kind of see it, and maybe I feel a little bit bad, but I could be kind of disconnected, or I could really like try to imagine what it's like to be someone who knows that person who's dying in the war footage, and then there is a more experiential, emotional state that I could enter into by trying to put myself in that situation to the best of my imagination.
I don't understand what you're asking. Like, are you saying like, can you switch it on or off?
Yes.
No, I don't believe you can.
Agree. Just like, I mean, are you done?
Yeah, I think it's you, Lutch.
So yes, empathy, much like any other emotion, state of being, like hunger is not something that you choose. It is an autonomic process of the brain. So when you hear about something, you don't get to choose, ooh, I'm not going to be empathetic about this, or I am going to be empathetic about this. Being empathetic is an involuntary response that deals with your emotions. So no, it is not a choice.
That's fascinating because okay. Alex.
So my understanding about it is that empathy comes in 3 different layers. That first one is absolutely not a choice. This is the automatic layer. It's like when you get tense when someone's really anxious around you, or when babies start crying because another baby is crying, or when you wince because someone else gets severely hurt. These things you don't have a choice in that initial reaction. It happens before conscious thought. The second layer is where you have to show some amount of attention that you're paying to it. And this is where you have some amount of choice. If you decide to ignore it and just keep doing what you're doing, you won't go any further beyond that. If you decide to start paying attention, start listening on what they're saying, start looking at their facial features, start paying attention to what they're doing, how they're responding to certain things, these things can all build a more powerful and more coherent approximation of what you think they're feeling. And then the third one is the choice you make about what to do about it. That's the one you're talking about, and that is definitely a choice. But the first one and part of the second layer, they don't seem to be a choice for anyone. You either have it or you don't.
And then Confluence, and then we'll go to Trench because he'll be unmuted. Yeah, I actually agree with Alex's framework, because I agree, that initial, and I think other people have said this as well, that the initial thing, I don't think, and so I don't know if we're all talking past each other or not. We'll hopefully get into that in the crosstalk section. But the initial reaction. So to use my own war footage example, right? There is going to be, if I see someone blown up, there is just a guttural response to that off the rip that I don't have any choice over. But then there's a secondary thing where it's like I can choose to like kind of engage with that further. I could just be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna like not really think about that. And but then there's the other option is a volitional act, I think, of empathy, where I'm trying to imagine what it must be like to be that person and to the best of my ability. So I guess, yeah. So in that sense, yeah, the initial reaction, I agree with, I think, the way Alex is talking about the stages, where it's like, yeah, there is that guttural reaction, which is just an autonomic thing. But then there's a volitional step you can take beyond that. That's my stance. Trench, you are unmuted. Trench is free. Trench is free. If he's there. And also Kirk, if he's back. Either of you. They might both be gone. In which case, crosstalk is enabled. Everyone spurk at the same time in the same way.
My phone's charging.
So, can anyone give an example of how you can choose this emotion?
Why I gave it. What about my example that started this all off? The war footage thing. I see war footage. I feel like gross, kind of bad, but I can kind of just kind of disconnect myself from it.
But that's a different question than the initial feeling. That's what I'm talking about. When you see that war footage, you don't have the choice to be like, oh,
sure,
yes.
But that's not.
He did just. That's automatic.
To be clear, just to be clear, you're talking about conflicts. You're talking about what you are doing with your empathy. I'm asking about the empathy in the first place. So do you have the choice when you see that war footage to not care?
No, see, okay, so maybe I think we're still defining empathy differently, because I would say empathy is me imagining, like true empathy is me imagining what it's like to be in that circumstance. That's not an autonomic thing. That's not just something that happens. I see war footage and there is maybe some like cringe element, or you see someone get kicked in the nuts and there is maybe some guttural reaction of like, ooh, like on a very like baseline level. But there's that step further that I think that's what I think most people mean when they say to empathize with somebody. They're talking about that volitional action you're taking to imagine, hey, getting kicked in the nuts really sucks. That guy's probably like in pain, no? And I think we even see this.
You don't even need to use a painful example.
Can we find the difference between sympathy and empathy? Because I think what you just said was sympathy.
No, because sympathy I think is feeling feeling some degree of like bad, or like some level of like, hey, this is like I'm trying to like show compassion here.
So you didn't get kicked in the nuts.
Empathy is trying to imagine. This is at least the definition I'm working with. You're trying to imagine what it's like to be in that situation.
Okay, so can you differentiate?
Enter into that.
Can you differentiate between sympathizing with somebody who's been kicked in the balls and empathizing with somebody who's been kicked in the balls?
Yeah, sympathizing. If I see if Emmett's like, hey, I got kicked in the balls, I'm like, oh man.
If Emmett's still here, we did a psychological experiment of this. I call it the little girl experiment on her tricycle.
Sympathy,
how it ended.
Empathy.
Versus,
but I think the sympathy
the way he thought it was going to end.
A guttural, I guess, feeling bad, or just giving like a kind of a basic like, yeah, this is something. I have compassion because Emmett's been kicking the balls, and he's saying it's painful, and so I'm like, I have sympathy because it's painful. The extra empathetic step, I think, would me being like, what's it like? I've been kicking the balls before. Emmett's kicking the balls. What's that like?
Do we have compassion?
Can I help?
I don't think it's fair if Emmett explains my experiment or you.
I want to know if we ought to have compassion.
Hold on.
Sometimes
it's or who? For what?
Hold on.
We should have compassion. That has nothing to do with my point.
Can I please delineate empathy and sympathy for a minute?
Yes, I think that's a good idea. Go ahead.
Okay. Somebody can be empathic but be incapable of sympathy. All right.
What's
be like a? Yes,
this would be something
different than empathetic.
That's one of the rare agreements.
Yeah. So hold on, just hold on. Okay.
This is
there's certain versions of there's certain people who have really strong, in the dark triad, whatever you want to call it. There's certain psychopaths with a very strong cognitive empathy. They can understand exactly how someone feels, but they don't feel any concern for them at all.
I can describe to you how the next 15 minutes is going to go.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's people who have sympathy without empathy. Often, when you hear, like, let's say you hear about an earthquake in another country, you can feel bad for the victims, but you don't actually simulate the experience they're going through.
This is exactly why I call it woo-woo.
The weaponized empathy.
How's that
just
woo-woo?
like
This is the sympathy without empathy.
No, the first confluence. Go back to what he initially said. He said there are some people. that have a greater level of understanding. People who walk around calling themselves empaths, how they can understand people when they walk into a room.
He didn't say empaths. Okay, empath is a bit.
He said empathic.
I understand that.
He did not say empathetic. He did not say empathetic. He said empathic.
I don't think Alex meant to invoke the concept of empath.
No, there's no one who's a fucking
like
empath that can actually feel someone else's feelings.
No, I actually think that empaths exist, but disregard that
part.
part.
You're woo-woo.
Because I am a little woo-woo, okay?
No, I have never, will never accept that there's a fucking person who can actually feel what I'm feeling at any given time.
I think they
you
can
may be able
sense
to
it,
approximate my emotions. You cannot
way.
experience my emotions.
Deception and theatricality.
Yes.
Yeah, because of the example I was going to give earlier, because you don't need to give a pain example for empathy. You could see somebody surfboarding and try to model their mind as they're surfboarding. Like, what are they experiencing? How do they feel? Like,
this
you
is
can
why
do that. You can
example
choose. I think you can choose to do that.
And that can be a woman, because
Emmett said he can't imagine what it's like to ride an elephant, which is why I think that's crazy. Because I can definitely imagine it's not going to be the same.
But
I can definitely imagine.
But I've ridden an elephant. But why does riding an elephant have to invoke an emotion?
What are the connotations to empathy, though?
If you've never ridden on
why does
anything
riding
before in your life,
an
not a
elephant
horse,
have
not
an
a man,
emotion
not
attached?
anything, if you've never seen somebody riding,
where's the
could you
emotion?
imagine what
I
somebody
need
experiences
to
riding an
go to
elephant?
bed, guys. I'm sorry. I'm drunk. I
That's
need to go
my
to
whole
bed. I love
point.
you all.
Have a good night.
Feel better,
Lutch.
Seven's
Take care,
Lutch.
buddy.
Compliments.
Alex,
Like
yeah,
where
I
I
heard
would
your
like
question.
to have
Yes,
the good.
I think the more you know about the experience, like let's say you've only let's say if you've ridden on a horse, then yes, you can better empathize what it's like to ride a different animal. If you've never ridden on anything, if you don't have a concept of riding, if you're in like a Mary's room situation, then yeah, your ability to empathize is going to be very limited. So like if someone who's been through, let's say, a genocide, I have very little idea of what that's even like. So I can try, but it's going to be like kind of a weak empathy that's not not approximating it super well.
When you say,
I can look at a woman
when
and
you say,
because I can have the same framework.
when you say you're
if you want to strawman
empathizing
it, sure,
how
Emmett.
someone
I'm
feels.
asking. It's a question, not a straw man. I'm asking.
Hold on, you can't empathize what it feels like to ride.
Hold on. I'd like to hear that again. What was that, Emmett?
So I have at least I've seen a woman in the past. Okay, so
Something
the
about
fact
the
that I
woman.
have experience with a woman in the past because I talked to them, that means that I can go into the framework. So I have access to their framework, so I can be a woman, right?
No, you can make predictors.
Why not? I can get into the framework.
You have
That's not
access
my
to a
point.
certain layer of a framework. You don't have access to the whole framework.
But you can understand how they feel, right?
No. You can
What do you
approximate what
mean
they feel.
no? You have you don't have empathy, Alex?
You can approximate what they feel, and you can derive an
No,
understanding.
it's not even a practice.
Then
It's
do
like
that.
I can
it has to be 100%.
You guys
It's not.
are
What's only
blending
counts in
and
horseshoes
merging
and
shit
hand
into all
grenades.
these
Well,
weird fucking-
no.
gonna hear anything you guys are trying to
But so
say.
do you guys.
Actual
But so do
empathy.
you guys.
Like you guys are all talking at the same time.
The whole problem is
They're
that
both
That
like-
is true.
I could
That is true.
I could cut to the inception of the usage and the definition and show where and why and how. Okay. If we've been using it similarly
I was quiet.
since its
Please finish what you
inception,
were going to say, Abe.
if we've been using it similarly its entire inception and it's been utilized specifically for certain things and continued to propagate in those things, and then common parlance picked it up and started using it for their own things,
I wanted to know what you were going to
that
say.
doesn't
though. You were,
mean
like onto something like before he interrupted you, like I am doing. I'm sorry for that.
it's hard for me to remember
Like
where I
you're-
was going. The
You
thing is,
said
there's you can track it from its inception and see the utilization of the word and the purpose of the word. And you say you don't care. I understand you may not care, but if we continually track it from that time forward, you'll see there's an actual case usage for the word that is not real and not good. And then we've picked it up in popular culture and used it completely separately, and then act like it's
Same
a
thing,
real,
but
true thing, but then
I
it's
can-
still weaponized constantly as a
Hold on.
concept, not as a reality.
And see, this is where
So hold on.
this is where
I can
think the
actually
fallacy
agree with you on all of that, but it still doesn't
Man,
change
I love it
the
when we
reason
fucking
why
land
I
planes.
argue on this. The reason I argue on this is because
empathy, whatever word, whatever definition, whatever we want to give.
Perception. Would anybody use that with empathy? Perception, like in Fallout.
No, empathy is a reaction. Empathy is the reaction from sympathy.
I categorically disagree with that. Mine is more
like I don't believe in. To me, I honestly I don't believe in empathy, but I believe it's the reaction through sympathy, basically.
Voltaire, you're
these people's eyes.
You're gay as well, Voltaire. So disappointing.
You're a contrarian douchebag.
No. I mean, like,
I can't say.
I mean that it's
like
I guess it's the false. Hold on. I guess it's the false understanding. It's the false understanding that you can actually understand what these people are feeling at a time. So to me, it's a through their false understanding.
But 100% of the time, when you're empathizing, you have to be correct. There's no sort of in the situation.
Wait, why is that? Who stated that?
Because otherwise, how are you sharing?
I do have a question.
I guess.
Being able to be a woman and getting into the state of a woman. Why can't I get into the state of a woman if I have empathy?
So hold on. If I can finish.
I argue that this was actually a masculine thing first.
Let Alex finish.
And so I understand Emmett's position. 100%.
Trench, are you Alex?
He's empathizing with him.
I'm tired of having debates through simpleton. But when really they're trying to fucking challenge my position.
Let Alex talk, please.
But I'm tired of people defending my position with trash.
I don't care what you're tired of. I'm not going to even empathize with you being tired, okay? Just
make your argument, man. Don't get all out of bent out of fucking shape.
Alex, go ahead.
What I'm trying to say, Abe, is that whatever the initial intent is, whatever people try and use it as, it still refers to something that's real, something that's measurable, something that can actually
empathy
see.
Is measurable. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Let me finish.
Yes.
No, because you're just saying stupid shit. If that's the entirety of your argument, what does it matter?
You can see it in MRI scan.
You can see movement and action in the brain.
We can do that through sympathy.
We can see that when someone experiences something in front of you, the same part of your brain that's experienced this before activates and gives you those same emotions, regardless of the fact that you're not the one experiencing it. Yes, because it doesn't MRI scans.
So,
you're aiming.
So the question becomes, Alex,
mirror neurons.
Right? I get it. We have confirmed that mirror neurons do have a reaction. My question to you would be: is there a way to isolate and tell that it's exactly that, or is it possible that we're seeing multivariant things happen within the brain and we're not sure? Like, for instance, if somebody's feeling empathy, does it show the same? Does it show the same thing in SPECT scans?
So the way they've done it is they will let's say while you're in an MRI they will poke you. You'll have the pain response
MRI
and an emotional response, and then later they'll have you watch someone else get poked, and they can see the same emotional parts of the brain.
He's describing the skin.
Right.
Can I ask something?
That's mirror neurons.
Basically gives you some semblance of understanding of what they're feeling, but you don't actually feel what they're feeling.
That's in the brain. They don't know where anything's stored in the brain. They don't have a fucking clue. The only thing, they don't even know what emotion you're feeling. The only thing they know is you're having a biological response for sympathy. That's it.
Yeah, it's not sympathy. Sympathy means
but nobody's read the methodology. Nobody's read the methodology.
The question is, can any of us actually feel what somebody else is feeling?
No, you don't
you joined late, so this has already been clarified. So, but I'll say it. So no one when you're saying empathy, it's not your fault. No one when they're saying empathy means that you can literally actually be the other person.
Okay, so
we're trying.
So we're just going to negate that understanding of empath. Okay.
Well, we're not talking about empaths. We're not talking about empaths. We're not talking about empaths. To be clear.
This is like woo.
Hold on. I just want to know. Hold on. I just want to know what I missed. You guys are all talking at the same time again.
It is being weaponized because Abe is also correct in
yes. People have been absolutely weaponizing empathy as a way to force people to shut up or to force them to either.
Yes, I agree with Abe.
Bad. Yes, I agree.
It's
That's
also
absolutely happened.
what's it called? A
It
word
doesn't mean that
concept
empathy isn't real, though.
because they're
That's
not using empathy.
I didn't.
What they're doing is they're using these
Concept.
sympathetic.
The concept of empathy.
Simping. We used
Well,
to have a
that's
word for
that's the
it
whole problem with
linguistically.
virtue. Sorry, go ahead.
Quit
My bad,
simping for
my
that hoe. We used to do it. We used to say it all the time before the
But
women's got the
people aren't being
universities,
empathic
and then
when they
found an
simp.
interesting phenomena, and then weaponized it from themselves. Because maybe
Well,
some of the eggheads that took the Kabbalah and turned it into psychology,
based red pills,
were onto a little bit of something, which is why Kabbalah is heresy, foreboding.
So,
oh, where is Maryland?
Can we throw this out real quick? Let's just codify something really quick, okay? So empathy's inception came from empathia, which meant something different in its origin. That's fine. I understand that
What
we
did
do
it
that
mean?
with language. It meant
What
to.
did it mean? It came from
It meant-
empathia, though, as its root.
Right.
They used the word perception. They
Right.
used perceive. They
And
used
so-
they had a word for it. It was perception.
And so the original word of empathia was meant to be caught up in the emotional response of another. So like rage, like anger, and it was frowned upon by
Yes,
the
and
Greeks
they
and the
used word-
Romans.
They used the word sympathy.
They saw it as a social
They specifically
contagion.
used the word
They saw it as a social
sure.
contagion. And so what happens is in 1908, you see a man
female trait.
in a college bring back the word empathia, and he coins it as empathy. And he uses that to say
No, but
that
this
humans
is where
can
we
cast
break
their
down, though,
wait,
Dave,
wait,
right
wait,
there.
wait, 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 just wait. That people can cast their emotional
that's not
state
my
into art. They can feel the art, and the art can feel into them. These are parts of how it started. Then it was grabbed. Then it was grabbed up. Then it was grabbed up by the suffrage movement and said that we could feel the emotional state of the women who had suffered under the hands of men, and that they needed their liberation, and that we had to empathize with them. We had to be in the struggle with them. We had to be in their state with them. And it has been utilized that way repeatedly ever since, and seen as a virtue. And absent any empathy for a situation, even if you disagree with the situation, has been seen as a slight against society. And that is how it has trended forward since its inception to now. It is still used as a conceptual weapon.
I think
Makes
the
sense to
breakdown
me.
happened, and honestly, if I was to give it a day, and me and my 12 different AIs have argued about this, and we're still arguing about it. But we got it zeroed around like 1994-ish is when, it was before the institution of psychology was taken over by women, but at the point when like the ideological battle for I guess for lack of a better word, and I hate saying this just because it's too simple, but the weaponization of empathy. Like
You and your 12 AIs have narrowed that down to in the 90s.
Yeah, 94.
Okay.
You don't think women have taken over psychology like way like decades?
No.
before that?
And it doesn't. They don't physically overtake the institution till like 2008 ish, and then you see more women becoming psychologists.
So,
and then you start
wait,
seeing
what? Then how did they take it over if they're not going to? Sorry,
life coaches,
Doesn't make
and
any
then you
sense.
start seeing the weaponization of the word like narcissist, which is
How
completely.
come women take over
divorced from-
psychology
for the
8 years
whole-
before they even, or fucking 10 years before they even
This
took
is
over
why I hate you
psychologists?
so much, Voltaire.
Psychology's been
Why?
gay for at least like 70 years.
So,
Trench.
hold on,
Like,
hold
at
on.
least
Why do you hate me so
70
much?
years.
No,
Go ahead,
Dude,
hold on,
70
give him
years
time
ago,
to tell me why you
psychology
hate
was
me
at
so
its
much.
most
translation from
I would have to go.
It was like at its most basic.
Yeah,
At 70 years ago, it
which
understood
means like feeling into,
that women
not
are fucking
Feeling
creatures
into.
of
an emotion.
fucking
Feeling
empathy, and that they
into.
were like they behaved like children. Are you
Yeah,
kidding me?
I think they
wish we
used it
had
as like an
psychology
aesthetic
at
type
70
thing,
fucking years
didn't
ago.
they?
It believes
Why
in
am I
God.
why am I
It believes
hated so
God is a
much?
fucking
I'm just
a
saying.
moral
Quiet, damn it,
standard.
I'm gonna try
know
turning
that
you up.
it's. I don't know that it's.
And this
I
is
don't
why I
know
hate the
quiet.
postmodernist version of the world where we can't use classic definitions. We can't use classic definitions of fascism. We can't use classic definitions of empathy.
No, exactly,
We can't
exactly.
use classic definitions of sympathy. And this is all a part of the Maoist big five
Everything's
strategy.
proprietary now.
Well, if you can change the definition and hold its fucking value, then they can do whatever they want.
Refer to something Bria.
Language
and a woman is no longer a fucking
in a
woman.
way, right? And even Abe, right, acknowledged this, right? That
Yes.
how empathy was used at the beginning isn't necessarily the etymological roots. It's not necessarily how it's used
And
now, right?
That's where I was trying to go. Because it's like all definitions have been changed so that it fits their narrative, but it holds the same power as it used to.
But that's not. You're making it seem like it's some evil thing, Voltaire. But like that is also just like a natural thing. That happens.
No, I understand. Okay, yeah, but it's two different things. We're talking about two different things, though. Obviously, there's a place that it's natural, right? But this is not natural. They're actually forcing upon this.
Fascist fucking America.
Can we not confluence?
I think what happens is you all acknowledge that empathy can be weaponized. I agree with that. But just because something can be weaponized, we shouldn't like throw out the baby with the fucking bathwater, right? Like empathy can be used as a weapon, but that doesn't follow that all empathy is a weapon.
The problem I have, Confluence, is it's a conglomeration of emotions and reactions that they've placed under one hood and then used as a virtue for people. You could say I'm understanding. You could say I'm caring. You could say I understand. What is empathy? It is supposedly this conglomeration of all the good things that have to do with your emotional state for other people, and then you carry that around like it's some magic power.
That's not my definition, and I
it is though.
Even from I pulled from a recent dictionary definition last
Hold on. Let fucking Confluence answer. Hold on. This was directed toward Confluence. This was directed towards Confluence. This was directed towards Confluence. Like I don't understand. Like I'm trying to. I want to know Confluence's answer.
What the fuck's going on with this?
I think it's like that my definition, which again is one of the like Merriam-Webster's definition. So it's not like I'm not using some like esoteric definition, right? Is not some weird hodgepodge, right? It's just the simple act of like trying to imagine what it's like to be in someone else's experience, right? And so I don't think that's not throwing everything under one umbrella. It's just like doing your best to imagine what it's like to be in someone else's position, right? It's just, and maybe your imagination is wrong, maybe it's inaccurate, it's obviously always going to be incomplete, but I don't think that's the amorphous thing that you were talking about, and maybe some people mean it that way.
But imagine,
should you
imagining yourself in somebody else's shoes, is that real or is that imagined?
Or whatever you're doing, is there an
It's obviously imagined.
It's imagined.
It's literally all in your head.
Is there an imperative?
There's no like external connection between you and someone else.
This is my problem with the linguistic war.
Shut up, Trench.
Hey, Confluence, I got a question.
I guess I don't get to ask him.
It's why I think it's sympathy. It's sympathy, not empathy, because sympathy. You can imagine they're fucking. You give them sympathy through
sympathy.
The imagined feeling
emotions
of them.
that you feel. Sympathy are the emotions that you feel. Empathy is
where are those emotions coming from?
Sympathy is what you feel for others.
We don't even know the emotions.
Exactly.
You can't know somebody's emotion. All we know is that there is a
That's why you feel sympathy. That's why you feel sympathy.
Think about it. We went over that hour ago, Trench. You're not feeling it. You're imagining what it's like to be in their position.
Emmett's about to leave.
Imagining is not what empathy
let
is.
Emmett get the quote.
Let Emmett says he has to go, so let's hear from
I'm
Emmett.
about to leave. I have a couple of questions for you. So I really would like to know, okay, if I have access to the mental state of a person I have empathy with, so I can just get into the mental state of a woman, right?
You can't.
No, you don't. You don't have. You're wrong off the rip. You don't have. Nothing I've said.
There's an intelligence
would say that you have the access to the mental state of being a woman. You don't have access to the mental state.
Stupid people
I have a
question.
I'm not done. I'm done with questions. So if a woman tells me I gave birth, I cannot have empathy for that bitch, right?
It would be like I said with when Alex was asking, like if you had never ridden a horse, how could you know it's like to ride an elephant? Yeah, it's like it would be. You could maybe try, but it's going to be the more you've
the
more you've been in an experience, the better you would be able to empathize. Under my definition, right, of like you're imagining being in someone's situation. So
the more times Emmett has a baby.
Wait.
Well, if he's had a baby before. Absolutely, he could empathize
or
way
watch
better.
Baby videos or read baby books.
Guys, let Emmett finish.
Confluence.
Yeah, my bad.
Wait, I've talked to women before. I have experience being around women. I have a mom. Why wouldn't I be able to
Everybody has a mom.
We've been around.
Well, I don't know. Some people don't. Some people just don't.
Some people have two dads.
So
I didn't have a dad. Some people don't have fucking a mom, dude.
We're letting Emmett has to go. Okay, too. So we're letting Emmett.
I have experience with this. No, let's say that I have. I'm not. It's not an elephant, but I've been around a lot of horses. So why wouldn't I be able to just get into the mental state of a woman and have the empathy for them?
Because the closer you can. The whole point of empathy is that you're using your own experiences to imagine what it's like to be inside of them. So to be to have it's definitely imagined. It's definitely imagined. That's what it is.
No, it's my bad. Go ahead, Emmett. Go ahead.
If you're not a woman and you've never had a baby,
hold on. Let's I didn't mean to fucking interrupt. But Confluence, continue and
all the shit of pregnancy.
Wait,
because
as the empath that I am now, since I've been enlightened by.
Stop confusing empath with empathy. Stop doing that. I know you're maybe joking, but like, just stop. If you're
the root word. Holy fuck! It's the root word.
No, empath is something totally different, Voltaire.
The only time anyone uses the word empath as a real fucking thing is when they're talking about a dark empath from the fucking dark triad. Okay.
Yes. That's why you
don't confuse empath with empathy. So I can't argue that empathy is different from sympathy.
After women took over the psychological
field. Different concept, Voltaire. If we use the word empath,
in 2008,
woo-woo stuff. It's a different
explain empath and then explain the definition of empathy.
Empath is thinking that empath would be more like the straw man that a lot of people use, where it's like you're claiming that you can actually like sense and feel what someone else and really feel what they're thinking. That's like an empath. It's like a spiritual thing that people think when we're like, I'm an empath.
Empathy.
I know. And I'm just saying, if we're saying empath, that's an incredibly different thing from empathy. I know they sound the same.
It's incredibly different. It's incredibly different.
It's just like, you ever see that astrology and astronomy are so close, but they mean like
really you think it's that different? You think it's that different?
I think it's apples and fucking I don't know.
Do you? That's crazy.
It literally is. If you know what words mean, it literally is. It's like
the way I see you seeing it is apples and kumquats. It's literally still orange, but it's different, but it's not even like that.
Words mean, Voltaire. With all due respect, you have no idea what those words mean. With all due respect, you have no idea.
Why does it make sense if one person says empath and there's someone who can like through their actual existence feel through somebody, and empathy means something. Hold on, empathy is something that somebody feels, but they don't actually feel it. It's too close to not mean the root word is actually the fucking root word.
What is an empath?
Astronomy, you dumb fuck.
Voltaire, what is an empath?
I love you, Voltaire, but you're like so retarded right now if you think about it.
Voltaire, what's an empath? Define it, please.
Explain. Okay. Somebody explain how I'm retarded.
Hold on.
I mean, my mom took Tylenol, but explain how I'm retarded.
I just want to finish my line of questioning. As the super empathetic person that I am, and I can get into the mind of others, especially women. So I could just be a woman, right?
Yes.
No, because I already explained why.
You don't become something you can empathize with.
Framework of reference. I like, why couldn't I be a woman if I'm getting into the framework of reference and feeling what they're feeling?
Because women means more than just someone's emotional state.
You wouldn't know what it's like to be a woman because you have a dick.
Other people.
Oh, perfect, Avery. Thank you for explaining why empathy is fake and gay. Thank you so much.
That's not why empathy is
fake. Saying why every fucking trans person is also fake and gay. And also,
I feel outraged.
If I can read the Bible, then I can become God, right?
077.
By the time I saw
to that one,
it was
nobody can hear anything. If I can't hear anything, nobody can hear anything.
Emmett.
Well done, everyone.
If I can read the Bible, I can become God, right?
Yes, that's exactly what it means.
That's
okay.
That is the craziest.
I think it's proving his point even further.
Being an empath,
no, that relation is
the same shit.
Inequivocal. Come on, that's retarded.
Always correct.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's saying. That's the panel. What he's saying is.
Emmett, get the
Alex,
rope.
as the
The
super,
paddle's off the
Get the rope,
rails,
Emmett.
K2. Okay.
Dear
All right.
Lord.
Get the
Yeah.
rope.
All right.
That was
Confluence,
stupid. What he's
Confluence, you
saying
need to
is-
fucking, you need to dial down on
Because
this.
You had the
I can
power.
empathize
Wow.
with someone
Dial
that can
down on this
become
shit.
them.
Hey,
Like
good
fucking
job
dumb
there,
asses.
Start with that
As a
one.
super empathetic person that
And then
you
we just
are,
have
you
a
should be able to
tree
read the
party till
Bible
the
and
sun
become
fucking
God and get
rises.
into their same framework.
Okay,
that's
any
how
more
it goes,
questions
right?
other than
Should
just
it
like
little
pudding?
bit did
That's the way it
Are you on
Wow,
your
that
phone?
worked.
Thank you for
Okay,
having
so
me
Confluence,
on.
can you bring
He's
up the
drunk.
link, the last link that I
077
posted?
Ask me how I knew.
In the back chat, please.
I'm using my
standing
empathy
by.
right
Anyway,
now. There
thank you very
is
much for. Thank you very much.
Apparently that worked for about
Quarter way
5
Thank you for being here.
Bye,
5
Emmett.
seconds.
halfway.
Think-
He's
Thank you
halfway
very
into
much
it.
for having me on Confluence. Good to see
Yep.
you, Abe. Good to see
Yep.
you. Alex,
Love
good
you,
to see
Emmett.
everybody, to be honest.
Hey, Con.
Later, you little
but yes,
European
stop being
cigarette
fake
rage
and
baiter.
gay.
Later, Emmett.
Well, Avery, I'm
I
just
know
going
you
to tell
do,
you
brother.
one thing, okay? You look like a Mexican, and I hate all Mexicans, especially the ones that are retarded enough not to know Spanish. Have a
Avery
good
does
day.
look like a Mexican. That's true.
Listen,
I'm like
Emmett.
the
I like
polar
it.
opposite from that. That's the funny
Yeah,
thing.
I like. Hold on. I like Emmett and Avery. You showed your chops last night, so shut the fuck up about Emmett. I like you both.
Fuck you.
Oh, well, fuck yourself. You
guys
do
just
every
hold
day.
hands
You do.
already?
I guarantee it.
I do. Well,
Oh my gosh.
but Confluence, I think like
Abe,
please
you're
pull up the
robotic.
link that I put in the back chat, or
Abe,
at least
you
everyone
have
look
the
at it. It
biggest
gives
patience.
very two distinct differences between sympathy and
Mr.
empathy.
President.
Let's reel this back in just a little bit.
Yeah, but
And
I
see
mean,
if
this
we
is
agree
just
with
one
this.
person's thing. But yeah, sympathy is a. Oh wait, can you guys see it? No, you can't.
Hey, I gotta go. So you guys have a good
No.
night.
Later,
too.
Alex.
God bless you.
Yeah, you too.
Because I
man.
think these are really good
Oh,
examples of
Alex,
what these
hold on.
actually are.
Oh.
What?
I
Who's
was gonna
it from?
say if Mel wasn't on there, I wouldn't have had been more with you because Trench was annoying Mel and it gave me pleasure. Just
Oh no! I
really
totally
good.
understood
good.
that. Yeah, it was just after the fact that turned to shit.
I mean,
Have a good night.
Andrew doesn't believe in empathy either, and that's cool. I could be my own boy.
Does he
But
not?
it's real.
It's not-
I didn't know
You
that.
don't get to complain. You don't get to complain that you're getting your ass kicked with weaponized empathy through the women's,
It doesn't make
and
it real.
empathy not be.
Abe,
Well,
you're roboting, brother.
Weaponized
Abe, you're
empathy, it's like,
roboting.
it's like what the left is doing to manipulate people on the left, right?
See, I
We
think
have
both
to
of you
feel
guys
bad about
have
these
some
people,
principle
you know what I
of
mean?
whatever
They've
they're
manipulated
calling
people
Would that
on
be
the
an example?
right,
or have
and they
made
definitely use
empathy.
to manipulate people on the left.
It doesn't make it
It's
real.
like George
Well, you
Washington
know what I mean, though,
died
right, Alex?
without
What's that?
knowing dinosaurs
But
were
you,
real.
did you know the comparison that I'm trying to make? I know I don't always make
That
sense
keeps me
sometimes,
up
but like
at
I'm
night,
trying
actually.
No,
to.
I
Weaponized
get you.
empathy
Yeah.
would be a really good thing about what the elites are doing
And
with
it
the
seems
left.
stupid on its surface, but there's
All
been
right.
lots
Good night,
of
guys.
nights with no sleep.
Later.
Nice talking to you, Avery.
Later.
God bless.
Let me throw a quick question out here. Can something be conceptual and not real?
Did you just hear what I said? That keeps me up.
Well,
about
yes,
George
obviously.
Washington?
But empathy isn't conceptual.
But dinosaurs are real, right?
They were. The fuck?
Lizards are real.
At least some kind of lizard thing that was from a long time ago that we can at least 6,000 years minimum.
We have the bones of them in museums.
That's all I ever go back to. It's like, yeah, there's this like 50K.
Anyways, Abe, what were you saying?
Neolithic.
I was saying that
But
something can be
I don't know, that
conceptual
could be-
and not real, and he says that people can complain that people are using weaponized empathy against you. Just because somebody uses a claim of empathy doesn't mean empathy is there or real.
No, it's this.
It's
Yeah,
a
but my
claim of
claim
a
is
conceptual
deeply-
basis. It isn't though.
that's one aspect of my argument. This is a full blown.
I could say I perceive something and then use my
complex.
perceptive
I have a
claim
whole
against you.
paradigm.
It doesn't make it
In
true
all
or
the
real.
Is the perceptive claim
Well, hold
as
on,
sympathy?
Abe, could you give me an example of that?
What?
Yes,
Like
I
using a
think that
percept? I could
empathy
perceive
is
that something
biological.
happened that did not happen and say that you did something you did not do. That would be me using something against you that I perceptually
See, I
see or
correlate-
believe to be true. That doesn't make it true or real.
But I don't understand how this compares with empathy, though.
Yeah,
I
like
don't understand
Why?
I'd like to give my
Here.
definition too. If he's giving his,
I'm not giving a definition. I'm giving a state that people don't. They seem to think that because like you keep saying, it's tracked in the brain. We know that there's a reaction in the brain. Great, that reaction has nothing to. Not you, Trench.
I have never wanted.
Not you, Trench. We're not talking to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just because you can track that something is being a response is being elicited within the brain because of a skin surface contact or a pain contact, and that somebody else also has a brain chemistry reaction by witnessing that thing, does not actually mean that that's empathy. It just means that there is a auto response within the human mind that makes people feel something in response to other people feeling
and that's
something.
called empathy.
What do you call it? What do you call it though? Instead of sympathy, my wife just this is. I'm listening to my wife.
If that's the case, Avery,
that's how lie detector tests work. That's how the skin conductance tests work.
Yeah, if that's the case, Avery, then every perceptive response of a human being, would be under the boat of empathy, even if it's completely false.
No, that doesn't make any sense, Abe. That makes no sense because we have obviously normal responses to certain fucking. Hold on, no.
That's
we
my
have obvious response. We have obvious response.
That's my exact.
Go ahead.
That's my exact point.
If you think that you can argue this better than me, then go ahead.
He just did. He nuked you from orbit with it.
What was his
he just literally said any emotional feeling that you get happens to fucking deal with any action.
Yes,
that would mean
any action that creates a fucking emotional response.
My point is
from your brain to your medulla oblongata to your fucking spinal cord.
Okay.
The fucking individual nerves and nervous system in your very fiber of your being, sympathetic nervous system.
That's
by the Latin medical definition of the word, the realm I can only fight out of in for.
My point. That's my entire point. My entire point would be anything that has to do with mirror neurons, even if they have nothing to do with what you are calling empathy, you would still have to call this empathy under the brain scan of any kind. If you saw any mirror neuron action, you would have to call that empathy, and it could completely be
that's not even a part of the test. That's a completely different phenomenon.
Okay. I have two examples.
Hold on. This is important for the empirical. That we're noticing in females. Women have more of
Here we go again, dude.
mirror neurons, whatever they are. Oh, yeah, you with the facts again. That's
why does everything have to always go back to females and the female condition and shit like that?
You're not giving anything at this point.
Real.
Because what's
Never
real?
mind, it don't matter. You can play the tape. Biology.
Biology's
a real thing that we measure.
Idiot.
It's how we know CPR.
Hold on. I'd like to read these to y'all and see if y'all agree with them.
It's how that we don't know what your emotional response is.
Trench,
but
hold on, dude.
Fucking Valium,
hold on. Taller and needs arms.
Can you wait, Trench? Can you wait, Trench? Just wait a second. Can you not have a fucking comment or rebuttal to fucking everything? Please, just let me say this.
It don't need to be taller.
Avery, only if Confluence would take control of the panel.
I know, dude. Like, fuck. Like, Trench, you just come in here and fucking crash and derail everything. It makes it impossible.
It's not tall.
It's not a derailment.
Confluence is trench fatigue, okay?
Like, shit, Trench, can you let other people talk? You don't have to have a fucking comment, response, or rebuttal to everything someone says. Like, fuck. Okay, so I'm going to ask the panel. I'm going to read this off, and I'm going to ask the panel for your opinions on this to see if you understand it or to see if you agree with it. Okay, are we good on that?
Sure.
All right, so sympathy. Sympathy is a feeling and expression of concern for someone, often accomplished by a wish to make them happier or better off. An example of sympathy is feeling concerned after finding out someone has cancer and hoping the treatment goes well for him or her. In general, sympathy applies a deeper, more personal level of connection, more personal level of concern than pity. Pity is really just the expression of sorrow. However, sympathy does not imply that someone's feelings for another person are based off of shared experiences or emotions. That is empathy. Empathy is the ability to recognize and share another person's emotions. Empathy requires the ability to recognize the suffering of another person from his or her point of view. It also means openly sharing another person's emotions, including painful distress. Empathy is often confused with sympathy, pity, and compassion. These feelings are just recognition of another person's distress. So empathy is the act of you thinking and putting yourself into the other person's shoes based on your own life experiences. Brandon, you haven't said anything in a while. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, that sounds like how I would typically use that language. That sounds about...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abe, what about you? Abe, we can't hear you. You're muted, buddy.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're good.
So again, I still have issues with the underlying. So I understand what you're calling empathy, and I understand why you're calling it empathy, and I understand all the associations that you're making with it. My hugest contention is that it's the perceptual basis that must first exist, and then the pseudo, or like Emmett was saying, there's this presumption that you have made prior, right? You have this emotional response. You feel like you understand what they're going through, and you make a presumption that you understand what they feel. And because of that, now you take stances or actions that have nothing to do with how they actually feel and with what you feel.
No, I agree with you. Actually, and you can only feel, to me, you can only feel empathy if he's actually gone through what they've fucking gone through. Like, Abe, you've gone through fucking, actual,
any of it.
like, bad things, like through the war. So you can actually feel empathy through the people who have gone through the same things that you do. But like to not understand how people are actually dealing with things, how could you possibly understand them ever? You can't say that you're being empathetic because you're being actually sympathetic and you want to understand, but there's no way you could. So if there's no way you could understand something, how could you possibly say that you're being empathetic? Go with that question.
That's part of my issue, Avery, too, actually, with what you outlined, right? Is that most people will exhibit sympathy on a normal basis, and then they'll label it empathy because empathy has a connotation of virtue to it. And because it's empathy instead of sympathy, now you're virtuous.
Boom.
I think that's so black-pilled. And what Voltaire said means that he disagrees with Avery's definition. To be clear, what Voltaire said shows he completely disagrees with the definition Avery read.
We are the empathic creature. Women are the simps.
Oh, God.
And the roles have been reversed.
Trench, how does any of that have to do with what we're talking about, though?
No. The problem is that, oh my gosh, this is the entire fucking problem of everything. That all women think they're empathetic, but they're not. They're not. All empathetic, all women are just the way they are. How can a woman be empathetic to a man who has been in war? How can a man like Abe's wife, like God bless her,
message me, try to have a good night, brother.
But how can she be empathetic? How can she be empathetic to Abe when he's been actually through war? Actually,
this is why I'm saying you either didn't listen to what Avery read out, or you disagree with it, which is fine. It's not what Avery read out.
There's a definition. There's a definition that can't be accepted. Apparently.
Hold on, Voltaire. There's a difference between sympathy and empathy, and people often confuse these things a lot.
That's what
people often mislabel sympathy.
Well, that's been my argument the entire time.
No.
I've been trying to argue that the entire time. Honestly, I'm on the fucking fence on sympathy and empathy, and I've made arguments to both Abe and everybody else here. Like, I've argued through the fucking lens of empathy with Abe earlier.
You've said nothing and you've asked no question, you fucking idiot.
Shut the fuck up, Trench.
No, seriously.
Bro,
you haven't said anything meaningful to this fucking conversation.
Okay.
It sounds like you're a one-man army right now. So
sometimes.
Well, just right now. So it doesn't matter every other time. So just shut the fuck up.
No, it doesn't.
So Voltaire, the difference between sympathy, the difference between sympathy and empathy would be through my life experiences, I'm able to put myself in your shoes and kind of feel like what you're going through, because X is kind of similar to what you've been through, or I've been through the exact same thing that you're going through. Sympathy is just the ability to feel pity and sorrow for another person. Like, damn, bro, that sucks. I'm here for you.
That's not definitionally. Because sympathy is concern, and concern is not pity.
There's a biological response. That's all sympathy is.
Yeah. I think you're conflating both of them again.
I think there's a modern conception of sympathy that is pity, and it's not how it's ever been. Not even when I was growing up, it wasn't that. It's only until recently that sympathy is seen as pity.
Would you say 2008 beyond?
I don't know, not that long, because growing up, sympathy meant something. Like I have sympathy for that person, their family,
so
this or that.
This is where I think another like big linguistic thing happened.
Right?
The word
if it's not that, then what would it be?
Right?
But empathy wasn't used. It was sympathy.
The problem is the people who understand this definition actually the people who understand this definition through sympathy, they're actually like hard on the one side of sympathy, or they're hard left on the other side of fucking empathy.
Yeah,
and the ones who are thinking empathy with what they have the little side. You know, the opposite of empathy, the little side is the little sympathy, and the people who are empathy, they're on the big side, and the little side is fucking empathy on the sympathized sides. So that's why we can't. We're just talking past each other the entire time.
Very, very insightful.
But we're both on the radical sides, and we can't fucking. We're all trying to fucking define the middle ground, but we're so far on either side of this argument that we can't.
You figured it out. Now, is there a why? What's the is of this process?
Yes, I figured it out. You know what's funny? When somebody doesn't fucking state the obvious is never stated.
No kidding. So what's the
so
is?
Shut the fuck up. Then what do you want?
What's the is of the situation? I've prescribed one. That's all I've done. I've just highlighted the is. I haven't made a prescription for any odds.
No, why does it need to be? Give your prescription. All I'm prescribing is the fucking don't be so black and white. Find yourself in the middle and realize that there's a little bit of fucking both on either side, because it doesn't matter if the extreme radical left takes something and they go so far left with it. It doesn't mean that you can't define the fucking middle. Like what? I don't understand.
Okay, I'm gonna play back to you.
What would be the middle for this then?
Because this whole argument, even the video, has been about abstraction and trying to get to a hard definition of anything. That's been the fucking Sisyphean task of the whole evening, trying to get to a hard definition.
Voltaire, what do you think would be the middle ground for this?
The middle ground is, like I said, there would be at least some understanding of empathy, which is actually like people who actually went through certain things, the exact same things that other people have gone through, and they can give.
Very abstract.
Hold on. Can I fucking
Trench?
I'm sorry.
So the people who have actually gone through the shut the hell up, holy fuck. The people who have gone through the exact same things, you can empathize with them, because it's like, yes, I don't need empathy, I don't need an understanding, or I don't need to feel. Can you shut the fuck up? I don't need to.
You're categorically incorrect too.
Can you suck a cock and fuck off? Can you suck a cock and fuck off like normal, like you normally do?
Confluence, control the panel. Use the mute.
Fuck, I asked Voltaire to answer the question, not you, Trent. Shit.
Let him lie to
you. You can obviously, if you obviously go through the same things as someone, you can empathize with them. But you can't empathize with somebody you've never gone through the same things with. Like there needs to be a fucking middle ground. And you can't fucking I don't understand.
Your foundation is on a fucking sand pit, dude.
Your foundation has fallen off a cliff. Your logic is bankrupt, bro. Can you just declare bankruptcy? Declare bankruptcy, bro.
Okay, bankruptcy. Do you have to be poor to empathize with the poor person?
That's compassion. You can fucking understand how would you not understand this?
I said empathize, stupid.
Oh, so when I fucking contradicted your fucking claim, that doesn't mean that. Yeah, it doesn't mean no. What can you? Oh, you can't understand no out of the fucking question I asked. Are you that retarded?
With the
Confluence, can I ask a question?
Yes or no?
Okay, all right, hold on. Apparently, I gotta say you're retarded. Okay, so you're retarded, and it's not that. Yeah. Okay, then there you go. Then argue it against that. Exactly.
No, you're a woman because you can't answer a yes.
Okay, yeah. So I answered the question with a question, and then you didn't accept that, so I had to say you're retarded. Then start the question.
With fatherless British cigarette behavior.
Confluence, no one can do anything with Trent.
Yeah, well, you're a bundle of sticks, so you're a plural bundle of sticks. So fuck off, man, you stupid idiot.
Okay.
Roast.
Okay, for the people that believe in empathy, How am I feeling right now? A car was going slow in the middle lane. I'm going at 68, so I go around it, and then he speeds up, and then I fuck up traffic. What am I feeling?
Did you flip off the middle finger?
Uncomfortability and maybe a little fucking hate.
I think he's feeling rage.
There's only hatred.
Well, that's what I mean. You're uncomfortable because it's fucking stupid. It's bullshit.
It's just that I hate my wife the least.
A little hate because it's like, fuck this guy. I'm now looking embarrassed, but rage? I don't like.
Because you live on the devil's planet.
Annoyance.
So there is only hate.
Annoyance, yeah, exactly.
And I'm seeing red.
See?
I'm seeing
Rage.
red.
Oh yeah, you're pissed.
Told you. It's rage.
Good. Now that's 5% of what I feel all the time because of this type of womanery goon. It's like beyond a word. Like
if you want to call it cope, that you should call it cope, man.
No, it's like a whole weapon.
Okay, I prefer that word.
It's somewhere around those lines starting, but it gets worse into like all kinds of different shades of hate.
I think you.
It's God's creation. Even Circa, he never answers my question when I ask him directly, why do you hate God?
Well, because maybe he doesn't know.
And his fucking girlfriend is a Christian. It's the dumbest question. It's a fucking you're presuming some sort of answer. You fucking
I
stupid
am literally challenging.
No.
Like I did earlier.
How are you? How are you? Like I'm it's fine. Like hey, how are you? How are you not a murderer? How are you not a pedophile?
Well,
how do you know I'm not a murderer?
It's like
I would guarantee he'd probably
I am a murderer, but I'm certainly not a pedophile.
Yeah,
I don't think he does hate God actually.
So apparently, I'm just gonna say, man, like this guy never fucking said he was a pedophile. This guy never. This guy just like, come on.
We're gonna love a lot of hate here.
Yeah, that's a little far.
Control the panel.
Yeah, no, I don't mean.
Happens.
Not all homicides.
I don't mean to do this shit, but it's
yeah, he's a scumbag for that. I didn't go there.
Really? What? Okay, yeah, I'm a scumbag. Yeah, I'm a scumbag.
Wait, did he say it about someone? Did he say it about Trench? I thought you were just saying.
Yeah, that's what the implication was. Everybody comes.
I'm just.
I said, how can they? How easy it is to just name people off of as stupid
At what
shit.
Time did I stop beating my wife? Is the more appropriate way to beg that question.
What?
Then that's retarded. So, like, what time did you stop beating your wife?
I don't know, Your Honor. I couldn't hear her over the screaming.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck?
Trench?
So like, people get pissed off at you.
My point made sense. My point made sense. Like, come on. Are you gonna explain how you don't hate your wife now?
What?
Oh, I've hit her before. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, there you go. So I really don't understand the whole point of this.
Yeah, you'll never understand because you're a boy.
Oh, really?
You're not a man until you beat your wife.
Yeah, my wife. Hey, babe. Apparently, I'm a boy. I'm a boy because I don't hit you in the face. I don't beat my wife. My wife's right here, fucking crocheting. And yeah, no. Oh yeah, no, you did. You did. You said that.
Thing ever.
I don't believe you, Voltaire. Can we hear from your wife that you don't beat her?
I've hit all kinds of people.
My wife's right here. That's the most Canadian thing.
No, you said my wife right here is right here crocheting. That's the most fucking Canadian thing.
Your wife
oh, is it?
Yes, it's funny.
Hey, if you're Canadian, you're Canadian because you're my wife and you're Canadian and crocheting, babe.
Hey, but your wife
said no.
Hey, Voltaire, you got a bag of milk? Voltaire, do you got a bag of milk?
Exactly.
No, that's an Eastern Ontario thing. The bag of milk is actually Eastern Ontario.
That's true.
Actually, the wife just said, I miss it so much. That's wild. Why would you miss a bag of milk? Why would you not want jugs, babe?
Because the crusties around the top and have...
Hey,
the crusties around the what?
How often does
that sounds disgusting.
The crusties, apparently there's crusties around the top of the jug that you don't get in the bags.
Ask the question. Contend with the question.
And the bags fucking hold better for longer.
Because I'm a hyper empath. Hyper empathic.
I don't know what she's talking about.
That chick has fucking slapped him up so many goddamn times.
I can't hear you, bro. You gotta turn your mic volume up. You're really low.
You're
I
much
said,
quieter.
Voltaire, ask your wife if she believes in empathy.
You believe in empathy, babe?
Of course she does.
Yes.
Based red pill. Tell her she's based in red pill.
Yeah, but what's your argument about it?
Tell her she's
What's your
gay
argument
and
about
no
it?
pill.
She can't.
Oh, she says she's gay and she's not black. No.
Tell her to
No, I'm
hit you
kidding.
again. Could you please hit him? I will pay you whatever.
What? For what?
Just to prove the point that she's comfortable going hands-on with you.
What? She's not.
But she has.
She goes every time she has gone hands off with me. It's she's a woman, so I just say no.
Oh shit!
So you are a victim of domestic abuse. I can empathize with that, Voltaire.
Or
No, I say that. Actually, it's hilarious because every time she tries to wrestle me, I say you have no rights, and she's like, no. Yeah, she's laughing now because it's like no, and then I pin her because she's the one who attacks me always with wrestling, and it's just like, yeah, you have no fucking rights. She says, she's like, no, but as a way of just understanding that, yeah, she has no fucking rights.
You know,
my rights, my rights. She says, my rights.
Violence, women, lesbian women specifically.
I mean, that's statistically true.
And
technically true.
it's
Why
because
are
of
you
this
gay?
emotional state. Women, that's why I would say the ocean model is a better map of personality, because women are more neurotic by a statistical demographic that we can observe.
What? How? What are you talking about?
You literally just get your ass kicked by women all day and don't knock her out, and that's the difference between you and me.
Bro, you've been sucking dick this entire time.
I'm personally proud that Voltaire is not knocking out his wife. Okay.
It's probably best.
Well, that's probably because a real woman like my wife would fucking put him through a wall and then end him.
And
well, my wife would do the same to you, you stupid fuck. Like, why are you trying to say shit? That's just hilarious. My wife would take the gun out of the fucking back corner and shoot your face. You stupid fuck. Like, how stupid can you be? How stupid can you be?
I guarantee my wife is a better shot than your wife. My wife
we don't have to talk about no one's wife is killing anyone else's wife.
Bro,
okay?
you're so stupid.
Hey, Voltaire, I got one more question for your wife. I got one more question for your
This has
wife.
gotten so dumb.
How did she feel? How did she feel that you guys lost to the United States in the Gold Olympic Games?
All right, hold on. Let me ask her. How do you feel that we lost to the United States in the gold medal?
I have the full authority to speak on behalf of my wife.
Good for you, she says.
Damn right. Damn right.
Damn right.
Damn right. We beat y'all at your own fucking game.
She's like, what? I don't know. I don't give a fuck. Base, she says. She says base.
She's off in the woods fucking counting stars somewhere.
Who? Your wife?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what does that mean?
It means she's fucking Dharma and I'm Greg. We have different ontological functions and purposes.
It means you're retarded and your wife doesn't exist.
Dharma and Greg. I'm not sure. I know what Dharma means in like the Buddhist sense.
It's a show. It's a show.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna pretend that you weren't in the 90s and 80s with us?
What show?
Dharma and Greg.
Oh, that's the name of the show. No, I've never even heard of that in my life.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Never in my life.
Who won't do? That's where I got my obsession with blondes.
No. Redheads are the best. Redhead is the way to go.
Gross. You want to compare wives?
Oh, it is. It's like a sitcom.
I mean, I would win. Hands down. She's not a redhead, but hands down.
Is she blonde?
Oh, yeah, she is.
Nice. See, I can be reasonable.
Guys are nerds. That's
Hey,
what you are.
Voltaire,
I'm not a nerd.
question.
Okay, you know what's shitty is all this shit fucking
I'm not a nerd
snow
though.
that I got recently. Yeah, it was about like plus
I'm more
4,
of a
5,
Tinker
6.
Tailor Soldier Spy.
Oh, with Canadian, I mean, I don't know. It's like 35, 36. All that all that shit melts and then freezes. It's like minus fucking.
It sucks.
And it's like you're slipping on ice trying to get to your fucking car. It's
Yep.
like, no, this shit is fucking retarded.
All the time.
Well, Tara, I've lived so many years in Canada, and I've never met someone who sounds as Canadian as you, ever. And I've lived in like 5 different provinces. I've never met someone. It's crazy.
You got warrants.
It's impossible.
It's pretty.
What do you mean it's impossible?
It's just
How,
all
like,
I've
what,
met in all the
I always say this. Like, what exactly
warrants,
makes
don't
me
you,
sound
Convoy?
Canadian?
It's
know
how
what?
you.
guys
It's how you
insult me all the time.
No, it's how you enunciate your words. It's like
Yeah,
it's
you're insulting me.
no, it's
You're the South Park cartoon, bro.
It's like
You're
Jordan
Dennis
Peterson times 5 is what it is.
You know, you should fucking make your bed.
See, I can't tell if you're doing an impersonation or you're just talking normally.
Exactly.
Oh,
Because your head's already flapping.
No idea.
So Voltaire, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
All honestly, how do you
Hey,
think
one
I
day
did
we'll
last
be able
night?
to
Because
be
that's the
fair
first
and have
time I've
the
ever
real
been up in
discussion.
front of like
But not the
500-600
meta.
people like that.
Wait, this is Avery. Like, sorry, I'm not looking at my phone. This is
It's Avery.
Avery. Oh,
But
Avery.
if you,
Yeah,
if
no.
you would actually like to control the narrative, though, on your channel with your people, I'd be comfortable with that, too.
What are you talking about? Okay, so I'm going to talk about Avery. I don't have a
Good
channel.
thing.
I'm fucking
Good
my
thing,
own
sir.
fucking person. And Avery, actually, you fucking rocked. Like, I literally had to find you
I actually
out
like his
on
shit, though.
Discord to be like, wow, holy fuck. Like,
Dude,
you're
I was
fucking killing
pissed.
it.
That guy was pissing me the fuck off. Oh, the left is more violent
need
than
to
the
do
right.
another
We proved your
subscription.
sources wrong, and then you,
No, like,
I gave
fuck,
fucking
what the fuck was
primary
his name?
examples of this shit, and you
Aiden?
can't admit that you were wrong. Fucking shit.
Yeah, no, Aiden was that. I think
was
his name
crazy.
was, but
Yeah, that
you
was
were
Aiden.
fucking
too,
crushing
though.
him. You were absolutely crushing, and yeah, that's why I had to fucking find you out. I'm like,
Yeah.
holy
Yeah, this
fuck.
was the
Avery's
open
just
panel.
killing these
The open panel last night,
motherfucker.
right after the fucking debate between Sakar and Andrew Wilson.
Yep.
Dude, like I don't know, bro, because like the moment I saw like holy shit, that's like I started getting fucking nervous. I don't know, dude. I've never done this shit before. I'm like 4 weeks into doing this shit, like coming
Yeah,
up and talking.
well,
to
you
people
said
about
that
this
honestly.
stuff.
Like you said that later, but
You're a confident
no,
dude.
man. Like
You
you
got a lot of
fucking
charisma.
yeah, you were confident.
not
You
a-
fucking killed it. Like
You're not a
that's
midwit
awesome.
intelligence.
You took on Ben Thorpe. That was your prep, okay? That's what
That's
gave you
true.
the-
Yeah, you're not a midwit.
Wait, you said what?
Although
Confluence?
I'm really
I said you
surprised.
took on Ben Thorpe. That was your confidence booster.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised you didn't
Ben
know
Thorpe.
who Ben Thorpe was when he came
No,
on
I
your
didn't-
show.
Dude, I didn't.
Confluence.
Oh,
Yeah,
I knew.
yeah, I
knew
agree.
I knew
I
who
agree.
he was. I
Like-
knew who he was.
Did you?
I didn't know.
Because
I
you're
didn't
like,
know all the. I didn't know all the lore.
Oh, okay.
But-
okay, the lore.
Yeah,
okay,
like
that
I
makes
knew.
sense.
Yeah, I had seen him on like Destiny and stuff. Like
Okay.
you know, years
All right.
ago.
All right.
But I mean,
'Cause,
like
yeah,
a lot of the times
like, when I
come
seen
up
them
here-
on there, I was like, wow, holy fuck.
yeah,
It's like this
dude.
about to get
I was
messy.
Surprised.
Yeah, yeah, no shit. Yeah.
Dredge,
Holy
welcome,
fuck.
welcome to what do I call my members? I can't remember now. The
I don't
confluencers or confluencer? I can't remember. Someone told me
The
that.
confluencers.
Confluencers.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
something gay.
But yeah, I don't know, dude. Like I come on these to try and learn other people's perspectives, and if I feel like I know something about something, like whatever the topic subject is, maybe someone can change my fucking mind. I'm not up here acting like I fucking know everything like some people are. I'm a dumbass. I'll fully fucking admit that. But there are certain subjects that like when I start that I feel like I know a lot about, like last night, that fucking dumbass, I will fucking rip. Oh, dude, I hate those people, man. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you keep it real. I appreciate that about you. And if you, even if you're wrong from my paradigm, you at least go down with the ship and you don't do the obfuscation. You don't do the never-ending. What's the word? Abstraction, and that's refreshing.
Voltaire's little bitch,
amongst
she left.
people center left and to the left. It's rare.
I'm not to the left though.
I feel you, but you're still a libertarian.
Kind of a little bit, some aspects of libertarianism, like I do want and appreciate, but like I also understand full-blown libertarianism doesn't fucking work. It simply doesn't.
You're
Fair
a
enough.
libertine, though, if you think about it, Avery.
What does that mean, though?
You're just pure freedom. You're a libertine by the definition of the word.
Yeah, I do want pure free. Like if this is part of my problem with Andrew Wilson and shit, man. It's like everyone is all about.
But I'm not
Christian
Andrew Wilson, and I
Christian-
disagree with him, especially about empathy.
Like Andrew Wilson's all about this Christian nationalism. It's like, why can't we just have American nationalism, pride
But
for
I
your
think
country?
I think you
and start
his
instilling in
definition
people
of
like the
Christian
duty of
nationalism.
wanting to serve your country and be a part of it and be active in it. You don't have to drag religion into this. You know?
Andrew,
Like-
wait.
Categorically, hold on. I just want to say this.
Yeah.
Categorically, do you think that Andrew, when he says Christian nationalism, do you think he's espousing the need for an ecclesiarchal state where
what the
priests,
fuck does that mean?
where the priests are in charge, like in Iran?
A theocracy.
As of right now, no. But I feel like that's what it will devolve into in the future. That's what I feel like it will.
That's not our definition of Christian nationalism.
And if you actually follow the church dictates, even it won't allow for it.
Yes,
but
by its
also,
own mandate, the church does not.
Andrew Wilson even said he wants only
the
Christians to
church
be able to
anyway.
vote. And he uses references back to when the before fuck. What was he saying when I was watching that one debate? Shit.
What'd you say? He doesn't.
He was saying that he wanted only Christian men of good moral standing to vote.
Yes, but why wouldn't you want that as a Christian man?
He wants to limit everybody.
But I don't want that. I'm not a Christian man, dude. I'm
No.
agnostic. I believe in the.
I'm
existence
asking
of
in a
God.
paradigm. I'm asking you to take on a paradigm.
Oh,
If you were a Christian, would you not agree that if you wanted your moral framework to be what dictated how the country was run, you would want as many Christian men, if not all Christian men, in office, right? If you were in that same paradigm, you would want the same thing. Just right now, you would want people that think like you and believe like you to be in those positions.
Okay, but to me, with the religion thing, it doesn't. I don't care if what religion someone is in, but as long as they have good morals and actually try to do the right thing and be the best person that they can be, you know what I mean? I'm okay with that. It doesn't necessarily pertain to religion, though.
Because we say that morals can't come from the objective nature of man. That we can only adopt good virtue
Society
from what
dictates
God has.
morals.
See, that's where we disagree, like fundamentally.
I know it's a hot take. I know a lot of people disagree
paradigm.
with me on it.
Well, it's not that it's a hot take. It's just that your paradigm is not our paradigm.
Like
and they don't match up.
It doesn't bother me if a Christian's in office. I'm not going to vote them in because they're a Christian. Are they a good person? Do they have a track record of being a good person? Are they corrupt?
Outcome.
What like fuck controversies have they been involved in?
say-
Like, you know what I mean? That's what matters to me.
use the
Religion doesn't matter to me when I'm
utilitarian-
voting someone in office.
Let's use a little bit.
Does that make sense, Abe?
Kinda.
You're kind of arguing for a utilitarian, what's best for all, kind of.
Well,
right?
not what's best for all, but what's best for our country.
So the problem would be like for us, our if it is the case that you believe that moral virtue comes from the person or the society in which they live, and it comes and for us it doesn't come from that, it comes from the sole giver of that moral standard, then we're going to have a completely different view on where it comes from and how it works, and we are going to constantly reference ours, and yours can change to whatever society dictates. Even if society dictates,
I don't think it's going to change, but
it has over time, right?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously not 18. I'm obviously not a teenager. I've gone out and I've experienced the world. You know what I mean?
Right, but do you think moral standards in general society have changed since you were a child till today? Does the world you look at outside look different than it did when you were growing up?
Yes, but that's also because I didn't fully understand it. Does that make sense?
Sure, but I would say that there's objectively things that have changed, right? The moral standards of the general populace has lowered, especially in the secular area, even in the Christian area, to be fair, if we're talking about the Protestant area. But
so many, the metaphysics have changed, the reality.
Hold on,
changed,
Abe, keep going.
The institutions have changed.
Well, you just look around. You can look at like the sex industries. You can look at the way people dress. You can look at like
the anti-Christianity,
the language standards, like everything that used to have reins on it or standards on it has been relinquished. And what's happened is it's all catapulted towards has catapulted.
It's all degeneracy now.
Back in, though, right? We can't rein it back in.
Someone's mic is like stuttering really bad.
How are we gonna? How are you gonna?
But how do you do it?
It's my mic.
How do you do it?
Is it my mic?
We don't know. I don't know.
Either you or Voltaire. I promise.
What are you talking about? As
Is
soon
it
as I
Avery?
talk,
Am I
is it
stuttering,
not
or-
me?
I'll mute myself just to prove the point.
Hell no, it's just like a weird noise somebody's microphone is making.
Oh, it's not there anymore.
I can still hear
Hello, hello.
Yeah, I just
I don't
muted myself
hear a
and was hearing
weird
it.
noise from
Yeah,
someone's
it's not
microphone.
me.
I don't hear it at all. Might just be you,
Whoever
bro.
has anybody muted themselves?
I mean, I can.
I've like switched out.
Gosh.
Yeah, it's Abe because his mouth is moving every time I hear it. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I don't hear it coming
Your
from Abe.
game, your game's up a little higher than.
But I mean,
It's just like a weird
Abe,
noise.
my whole thing. I does it. Well, hold on. Fuck.
See, there's gainers.
Tell me if this makes sense. Like people say the
deduction.
current system is broken, right? That's kind of the general consensus. So,
Like just
Right,
go
right,
off. What,
but I feel like if the system will work better if we put good people in the right places. You know what I mean? We just
No.
have to put. I mean, well, your metric it would be a good Christian man, right?
well, it's like what?
My metric would just be a good person.
So how are we gonna
Like,
fucking
your
filter
metric is
those people out?
Christianity.
We just need to we just need to apparently just have a person in there until they're conceived as good, right? Or what?
How are you going to define good?
Like, do they have a moral base? Like, can we?
Like there's also bad Christians too, man.
nailed it.
Like not every Christian's
It's
a
a
good person.
orbital fucking
Yes, exactly.
cannon.
Yes. Yep.
I guess going into, but
Hey,
good is
on the
subjective to
top
different
row.
people. That's the fucking okay. I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, it's like like how do you identify an individual, right? So,
It's because the secular modern humanist, devoid of Christian, what do we call it? What does Darwin call it?
I'm fucking stumped, dude. That was a good one.
The what does he call it? Christian, the social Christian. That's what he calls it. Being cultural Christian, devoid of Christian culture, has no objective moral standard to anything that it espouses or champions, which is why even when it comes to immigration, it ultimately you're a bad Christian because you don't let these people stay here indefinitely. When the Christian
these people.
is
No,
3
I agree.
days,
I agree.
it's 3 days, and then you must go.
The problem with Christianity is that too many people use Christ as a mascot instead of like an actual.
I know, but just
something
like
to
you're going
follow.
to use
Yeah,
it
that's
here
true.
in 3 other words when you say the but, there's all these fake Christians.
And that's
Yeah, we
what a
know
fake
that.
Christian is when
We
they
know
use
that. That's
when
part
they
of
use
our
Christ
religion.
as a
It's
fucking
literally
as a
so into
mascot.
our gospel.
These Christ as a
Instead
scapegoat
of
to fucking. Oh, I
yeah,
can always
well,
repent
it's just
later.
like that's
okay,
I can
but
do anything I
it
want, but this
literally
is the person I
it
cheer
literally
for.
gives an accounting
Mhm.
even for the fake Christians, and that's what's beyond you.
What's beyond me?
Yeah.
I asked
Abe,
what
I
is
actually don't
beyond
know
me.
how to answer your question, Brand. I'm trying really hard, but
Yeah,
the
well, I'm
person is
exactly.
technically subjective based on where you're at in the world. You know what I mean? Like,
No, the Bible gives an accounting for fake Christians. It gives an accountability for itself and its virtue and the oughts and the ises that it prescribes. Both of them. Thus, if you're not a Christian, you can't even understand the nature of good versus evil.
Wait, no.
Much less appreciate the words. Yeah.
that cutting dicks off of little boys and calling them girls is good. And we make this argument devoid of theology because even Richard Dawkins makes
I see what
it
you're
as
saying,
an
Abe.
atheist. And it fully owns it.
But I have a question for you, Abe. I know I said this before, but Andrew Wilson only wants like Christian men to be able
Richard
to vote,
Dawkins,
right?
not Andrew Dawkins, excuse me.
No. He never said that. He never said that.
He did.
Yeah, sure.
Did.
In a debate, that's fine. But has he ever actually
he
personally
coined the
said
term
that?
cultural Christian, of which he identifies as. The same guy that coined the term meme.
He did, and he also said that he wants to end women's suffrage.
From his own position. From his own position, he said the amendment should be changed through that people who have actual fucking.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
and
No, I accidentally said Andrew.
There
Dawkins.
needs to be a test. Someone who has skin in the game. That's he. When has he said that women can't vote? That women shouldn't vote?
He doesn't believe. Dude, he said that several times on podcasts.
He makes the argument for it. He makes the argument. He makes the argument for it many times, but he's never actually personally said that.
It is weird. I had this thing when I was on a panel with Andrew Wilson, and I said the same thing that Avery is saying about that. He says women can't vote, and he denied it to me. And maybe he's never. I don't know. Maybe he's never. I know Rachel Wilson said it.
No, what's the caveat?
I did after, which was annoying, but it's in like a.
It's in a debate or in his actual fucking understanding of things.
Why would he be arguing it that debate if he doesn't fucking believe
I
it?
found that Andrew Wilson is only in debate context where maybe it's like just for the sake of argument.
Shut up and let him fucking speak, Voltaire.
How am I interrupting? I'm literally letting him fucking speak and letting
for that in a debate, but not.
What are you talking about?
It. Like that isn't.
What are you talking about? Yeah.
No, but he's not arguing that there's a caveat to the position. It all swings on this caveat.
Exactly. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Emmett's also a huge troll.
It happens to me too.
Thank you, Abe.
Yes. It's
this is the reason why I never joined the fucking debate. I cannot, in good conscience, take the stance on the opposing side that I believe that I don't believe. You know what I mean? Like I could never fucking do that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there's Mo.
Abe, Mo is saying no one can hear your voice on your own stream, just everyone else on the panel.
That's
dang it. I'm so sorry. I evidently when I reset my mic, it muted me on that side.
Thank you, Mo.
That's actually my fault, like because I'm here and not actually in Abe's streams. Fuck me.
Abe, do you have a stream?
I do.
I'm Abe's mod and I'm here, so that's actually my fault. Fuck me.
It's all your fucking fault, Voltaire. It's all your fucking fault.
I'm sure my chat was probably telling me I just wasn't paying attention because I got too heated, which doesn't happen very often. So,
wow, amazing.
It's just this, especially this, is I watch this happen a lot where they're like, well, isn't that what you believe? It's like, no, I've argued that as a stance, not like this is not my moral stance.
To them,
right.
And then they do all this fucking wacky shit where you can't even unpack your fucking position.
Yep.
But I will say sometimes the lines are not like clearly
You're
delineated.
right. You're absolutely right, Confluence.
I'm very like I'm obviously friends with Emmett, but like even some stances I'm not sure. Like I was
Yep.
asking him on panel how he feels about the Iran war, and he's like, I just want, and then a word I don't really want to say, not super TOS, but just something I don't want to say.
Glass.
And he's like, I just want them to die. And I was like, and he's like, I'm just happy that they're all dying. And I'm like, Emmett, you don't actually believe that. And he's like, no, I do believe that. And I'm like, in my mind, I don't think he does, but I can't really tell because it just he keeps, you know what I mean? So I don't know.
With Emmett, he takes the side of such extremes where he doesn't actually ever admit to the middle side.
I could break it down for you in detail, but
side,
not on a stream, just to be fair.
Because I'm tired of fucking everybody speaking for people that are up here. Like, let them.
What are you talking about?
That's been like half of the night.
Really?
Trench, this is why people get mad at you.
I know.
That's exact
a prophet
reason.
is not welcome in his own nation.
You guys are all ridiculous. You've been speaking about somebody else. Oh my gosh, what's going on?
It depends on what you mean by somebody else. Confluence. So what are you gonna do for your special stream on 3/14 Pi Day?
Mm-hmm. Abe's actually been really good at it. Avery can be good at it.
I didn't even realize.
I can be good at what?
No. Today is the 13th. Saturday will be the 14th.
Right, I forgot that it's
The
past
challenging
midnight.
of
it's your birthday, Confluence, tomorrow?
Debating meta.
No, it's not my birthday.
And Payco.
No, we're talking about what it's gonna do things special for Pi Day.
The fuck's Pi Day? Is that a Canadian thing?
3.14.
Oh, okay.
Was it Elder or Confluence earlier that was like they were on to something?
Oh, if they were on to something, it's probably me. Yeah.
And sorry, Confluence.
Exactly. If somebody was on to something, it was definitely Confluence. Apparently.
Confluence, my bad. I had to drop because I had to drop a trailer.
I had a good argument. Yeah, I was ready to go.
Can you not hear K2?
He just got here.
Confluence is ignoring me. Like
I can hear him. He's saying
I can hear K2.
I'll turn you up.
I said Confluence. Sorry for I had to go. I had to drop a trailer, then build a set of wiggly wagons.
I don't know what that means. Well, I know what the trailer part means. I don't know what a wiggly wagon is. But
he had to connect doubles or triples.
If you're dealing with trains, fuck, that sucks balls, man.
So just a question for you guys. Don't y'all think that it's a little bit like I get that debate can be sometimes considered a sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
But don't you think it's a little bit deceptive when you have two people arguing these separate points of views, especially like really heated political matters?
Well,
and
deception.
They don't believe those.
Wait.
Like, doesn't that?
No, so there's more. Like I brought up his
Hold on, Trench. Hold on, Trench.
Andrew's point.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Abe. Go ahead.
That's like the women thing. Not voting is 10% of his point.
Yeah, Trench. You're not saying anything that anybody gives a flying fuck about.
Okay,
well, what Trench is saying is true.
You're not saying anything.
10%. It's like a little portion of the whole argument. It's not that he doesn't want.
He doesn't
want most people
he says
to vote.
Men.
Yes,
and most
exactly.
People. That was yes. Thank you, Elder. Thank you. God bless you, brother.
So I would say it's not dishonest. I would say it's not dishonest, Avery. And the reason I would say that is it's never, the arguments in a debate are never supposed to be about the person unless it's about the person, right? Like if the debate was, do I believe this or do I not believe this? When people ask you, when you're arguing a position, when somebody's like, do you actually believe this? It's like, no, that's not what this is about. We're trying to formally, with language, defeat each other's arguments. Now, if it was a presidential debate, yes, I'd expect them to be honest, because that debate specifically is about the people we're choosing for that office. When we're watching somebody in a debate, those two people are trying to convince you of the points that they are arguing from, or to hone their skill as a debater. And so it's not dishonest so long as they're not making claims that this is what I believe and then saying, oh, I didn't ever say I believe that.
May I riff with what you just threw down?
Sure.
Good night. So riffing with that, dude, it's like why Destiny is such a shit debater because he doesn't have a classical debate background.
I fucking hate Destiny.
Everybody
that doesn't make any sense at all. No, he has a very
include-
fucking physical position that he holds and fucking
That's not what I
uses
said.
as
No,
his.
he doesn't have a classical debate style.
Because in debate 101, they teach you rhetoric, right? This thing that is in the trivium. And that is, there's like 3 different arguments in rhetoric that you're trying to make to win the argument. You're either going to make an appeal to pathos, you're either going to appeal to ethos, or you're going to appeal to logos. And it can't be any other way to win this debate. And in the rules of debate, and like the strat, in the meta of the strategy, like you're only supposed to use pathos as sprinkles after you've nailed logos.
Logos, yeah.
Padded,
Logos, yeah.
padded with ethos to prove your point.
Yeah, fair
and
enough.
Then you use the pathos as the think of the children as the
Yeah, fair
on
enough.
the
Yeah,
prop.
fair enough.
And
What about
that's
the
not what
children?
happens. It's a very female thing
Oh,
to
God.
just be arguing
Wait.
from pathos and
It
pathos.
depends
alone.
on what you mean by the children.
It's
mean-
the woman in Simpsons screaming, "The think of the children!" The preacher's wife.
Like you're saying Circa did that? Or like who has
Yes,
done that?
That is Circa. Circa is the preacher's wife in The Simpsons. Pathos, archetypes, stereotypes.
Circus just arrogant.
Well,
You-
yeah, I
you are
found
also-
that his
if you are
arguments
not
were
that
like void.
archetype, you're the next shade or degree over Voltaire.
All right, we don't have to
like,
talk
he-
about psychology
yeah,
and
like,
shit.
I'm not
I
talking
skip
about
that gay
that. I'm
shit.
just
I
talking
feel like he
about-
was bankrupt of logic, but he had a lot of fucking knowledge.
He's
like
one step to the right.
If he actually went to Andrew debates like fucking debate school, he'd actually fucking kill everybody.
No, he's got,
Andrew
he
has
was
a
not
debate
in
school.
I got him.
He's got a debate university, yeah.
I'm talking about.
I feel like
Destiny,
I like he's because he retains knowledge very well. He fucking
Yeah.
brings it up and like definitions, all that shit. He's actually very good at that. Circa's very good at that.
Rhetorically,
But like,
he makes a
but
lot
his
of
logic is
No,
bankrupt.
Circa brought up the wrong thing when
No,
I was telling
his
about
logic
the
is
licenses
sound,
and shit.
which is why
He
people
brought up
agree with
NAFTA and how people lost their jobs with immigrants. I gave him a flat out example that he
Yep.
kept throwing me to the side.
Unfortunately,
like I didn't
Confluence
real.
does have to go to sleep.
All right, rate us
What?
to Abe's. Rate us
Oh,
to
yeah.
Abe
Yeah,
Dinkus.
Abe
How
is
dare you?
Dick.
Live, yeah.
based.
All right.
suggestion.
All right, let's
Give me
continue
a
this
respect.
conversation on Abe's panel.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, I
hold
think
on.
that's a good idea.
I'll give you guys a link in the back before we take off.
Can you just send it to my Discord,
But I'm
please?
reading
Yeah.
it for me. What is that? What did Otto
Ye-
send y'all?
It won't raid them to my StreamYard.
Oh, the StreamYard.
Yeah, I was just going to link the StreamYard in the back of here. Hold on. Hold on. 1 second. All right. All right, guys, come on over. And thanks, Confluence. Try to get some good rest, brother. Yes, I will send it to you, K2. I mean, all right. You're welcome, K2. Come on over. We'll keep it going. Yep. Oh my gosh. What's funny? What's funny is I almost went to review this tonight, and then I saw you were already doing it. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna jump up there, and then all I had to do was say empathy's fake and gay, and the whole thing went to craziness. I guess. All right. God bless. Sounds good. All right. K2, Elder Lion, here we are. Good to see you,
If you're
gentlemen.
not first, you're last.
Yep, that's right. If you're not first, you're just the first loser.
That's right. And if you don't chew Big Red, then fuck you.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
I'm gonna come at you like a spider monkey.
Chill.
Oh,
I was just
shit.
busy throwing all Grandpa's
So
war
good.
medals off the
Oh, shit. That's
Kids are
such
winners.
that movie.
We want a bunch of
Oh,
women.
that movie's fucking hilarious.
Dr. Quinn and Medicine Woman.
Oh man, that movie's
Hey guys,
so
you want to
funny.
go get thrown out of a Chili's?
Oh
wait,
my
no, it was
gosh.
Applebee's.
Yeah, I
Applebee's,
actually
yeah.
watched that. I watched that at Anaconda.
Oh my gosh.
Whenever it was amazing. Got to see some Air Force chicks, and that was
Can't
after
hear
coming
ya.
out from Palo Alto. What's that?
Oh, I was
Can you hear
saying,
me
telling
now?
Avery I couldn't hear him.
Oh.
She's getting his mic fixed. If he has to drop and come back, he can. He's more than welcome to. But
Yeah, whatever.
I
mic
hate how
you
it
had
does that
before,
sometimes.
Avery, was better. You didn't have a mic before. Whatever. You
Why
didn't have that
you let me
headset
hear
before.
him?
No, he wasn't always wearing the headset. unless
Well,
I'm fucking
obviously, he probably came out of his mom without a headset, Trench.
I know,
I'm pretty
but
sure we all knew that.
His built-in stock shit worked 1,000 times better than whatever's going on there.
Well, unless he had his headset sitting on his desk and now he just puts it on.
Fair enough.
You ever think of that?
I did not. So fair enough.
So, Elder, I think you said you wanted to talk about something.
It's my intervention.
Yeah. Man, I think that Christian nationalism is ultimately just a massive fast forward button on what should be the main intention of what Christians should do.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%, in fact. I think
I don't think that there's much. I don't think that there's much that can actually be accomplished by trying to enforce any type of Christian nationalism without the majority of the populace first being converted to what I would say probably orthodoxy.
And I think I've been making that argument for a while, actually. I think you and I talked about this a really long time ago, even, where I said there has to be some level of middle ground. Otherwise, nobody's going to listen at all. So either it needs to be fully Christian or
Mic
you
check,
need to
can you
get
hear me?
people to understand first. Yep, we can hear you.
All right.
Would that also look like just? I'm just riffing. Would that also look like cultural Christians that have a correct, dogmatic approach to whatever morals they're ascribing?
I would say at first, right? I mean, there's that whole thing of you still have to make an allyship of some kind, right? You can't be a small portion of the society and then expect that your political animus or your political goals are going to be the ones that lead the way, right?
Can I ask a question?
Oh, for
Just
sure.
to throw a wrench because I talked.
Well,
about
I don't know how
this yesterday.
conversion actually works at its core, though. Like, that's for a priest, and like,
Right.
just like, I don't know how people are convinced.
Can I throw a wrench at you, Abe and Elderline? I had a discussion with
it's a
my
miracle.
friend yesterday. He goes, the whole Christian national thing won't work because it's basically like the left throwing their morals on the people, and people in America are just not going to be used to it because they're going to get sick and switch the other way.
Here's the
What do you
issue
guys
with
think
that.
about that?
Here's the issue with that statement. The issue with that statement is most of like the legal framework that exists in the country already is from like Blackstone's law, which is biblically based in the first place. Most of those laws came from biblical traditions in some way, shape, or form. So there isn't a whole heap of changes that need to be made. Like most of the stuff is like being decent in public and things like that. Now, as far as the more firmer held convictions, I don't think anybody's trying to force people to have this full convictions that they have.
Because he keeps going. I'm sorry. He keeps on going back to like in the early '90s, 2000s, like where they were like trying to get rid of rap music.
That's purity culture. That's a whole different thing.
That's
right.
Make sure. I figured
That's
he
just
was
women.
confused, but
That's just the nature of women in general. That they put that pathos on you, that guilt or shame. They're shame engines.
I mean, I think
every faction ought have them in their.
I think
camp.
Lion would
He
agree with
keeps
that.
thinking-
That's purity culture. It's not the same as like what Christianity is. That's like that's the virtue signaling sewing circle Christianity. That's what that would be.
God,
in my
Christianity would be
like that's what's gonna happen.
the
says
sewing
people are gonna
circle
be turned off
Christianity would just be like the fucking gays being able to get married in the church and stuff. They're people that don't really actually care about the church or the institution itself. They only care about the power in which it gives them to be able to infect people with their ideology.
And I think that fits in with this whole like the purity culture holding.
That's why a lot of Protestantism is.
It's like, oh, you can't speak ill, and you need to put your I don't know, like wives need to wear the pants, like all of those kinds of things I've seen in Protestant Christian families and churches. I don't see it as much in traditional Christianity, and so a lot of the whipping people into shape based on the Christian right in quotes values was that during the 90s. Like, oh, you shouldn't say that, what would Jesus do bracelets, all of that stuff was very much the outward movement of the, and I'm not saying all of it was bad, but there's definitely pieces that made Christianity look gross to the world. It's that whole the worst what is it, the worst or the greatest single leading cause of atheism in the world today is Christians who go to church on Sunday and then walk out into the world and show people that they're not.
I don't even
I'd say
know
the
if I
Catholic
necessarily
Church, though.
have. I wouldn't even say that I necessarily even have a problem with the purity culture that happened with like the satanic panic and stuff like that.
Right.
Because of the way it's represented to us now is that they were talking about Magic the Gathering and shit.
Right.
They were talking about Dungeons and Dragons and shit. No, they were talking about deeper systemic things that were going
Right.
on. They were just
Talk
kind of
about
ignored.
actual devil worship, which
Yes.
now you're an asshole if you think the statue of Baphomet needs to be removed from your local state capital.
Yep.
To which somebody will fucking physically assault you, which
Yep.
happened in the Kansas fucking capital by a
Wait,
member of the church.
what are
of
you
the
talking
Triple
about,
Satan.
Trench? Wait, what are you talking
There
about?
was an assault.
The Santap. Sorry, go ahead, Trench.
It was on video of a guy protesting the fucking satanic temple's fucking Baphomet at the Kansas.
What's
Capitol.
a Baphomet?
Baphomet's like
It's the titty goat thing that's
male,
floating up in
female,
the-
demon,
yeah.
god. Yeah.
It's a esoteric principle, and it was actually a false accusation laid down against the heretical Knights Templar.
I got a question for you guys. What about Mexico? And well, Iran did it first, and then look what happened. And now Mexico burned a statue of Ba. I hope I said that right.
Of Baal?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's like
The
the
double A's
the
fucked
whole.
me up.
They were like the Iranians are burning an edifice of Baal, or no, it started off, to say that we were to talk shit against Baal is anti whatever, and then it turned into
Anti Blue Jay.
Isn't that the shit that the fuckers at Bohemian Grove worship?
Yep.
They
Same
burned
idea.
Baal,
Molech, Baal, all of it.
And
Yes.
Moloch.
They burned an edifice of Baal, so now we have to bomb their country. It's hilarious.
Yeah. It's
Now
crazy.
Mexico did the same thing.
I mean, Mexico should just be a part of the United States, if you're really asking me. But,
I agree with you.
The
But,
entirety of Central America.
At
the
best,
entirety of it.
I believe yesterday.
You cannot vote. You cannot vote in this union being born.
We
there.
should own it all.
I
Sorry.
believe
As
that
territories, you can't let Puerto Rico vote.
I mean, I think that once
Yeah.
they become territories, you give them like
Israel
two,
too.
you give
Israel
them like
should be
two
a territory.
generations,
They
then you
also-
can
they
you
also-
can integrate them in.
No, not always. Not never.
they also
no.
killed a Catholic priest in Lebanon
Wow.
while they
Oh,
were
that's
doing their
crazy.
advance and using
So what? They exterminated.
what is that?
Phosphorus?
So-
You know what I mean, Abe?
So what?
Yeah, they're using
in
phosphorus to get
Palestine,
people
the
out of
Orthodox Christians
Lebanon.
were genocided.
South Lebanon.
there.
White
But you
phosphorus.
understand?
Yeah,
you
what-
Isn't that
understand
the- isn't that like one of
Palestine,
the
the
only,
Orthodox
like-
were genocide.
Fucking places in the Middle East where Christians and Muslims like actually lived together.
Yep.
That's a false.
No,
Not
they
for long.
never really lived forget.
Wait,
they never
wait,
lived
wait,
together. It was
wait,
a
wait.
Christian.
Elder.
It was
When-
a
when and
Christian
where?
state, and then the Islamics kind of just
Took it.
fully.
Took it.
Really? I didn't know Lebanon was a Christian state at one point.
Yeah, it was
It's
an
going
Orthodox
back
It's a Roman name.
There used to be
Sorry,
a bunch of them in the
Palestine.
Middle East, to be fair.
But it's gone back and forth and back and forth. It was once a different authority, a Blue Jay authority. And then it was a Roman authority. And then it was a Greek authority. And then it was a Blue Jay authority. And then it was an Arab authority. And then it was a British authority. And then it was a Persian authority.
Whose car was that?
I don't have an air horn.
Those
The Ottomans
Somebody pulled out in front of
a
me.
lineage of Arabic. They're not Semitic.
And even
More
I think
common with the white man than they do the Arab.
I think it was even
Even though
Turkey
they're
that was
muzzies.
like majority Christian up until after I think World War One.
After the Ottoman, yep.
Yeah, and the Ottomans like forced them all out to Greece.
Yep.
Well, that's long before World War One.
For the
We're
second
talking
time.
like the fall of Constantinople. And it stayed that way. And it's bad blood. It's part of why Turkey's in NATO. To
Well,
keep
even
the
even then,
peace
in the
between them
Ottoman
and the
Empire,
Greeks.
it was still majority. It was just ruled over by Islam. But
I'm
after
not
World
saying
War
they-
One, I'm pretty sure most of them, it became a majority Christian nation to like a very minority Christian nation now.
Yeah, but you're right. But it's been that way for almost. Shit.
I believe isn't it Lebanon where they got the
14
one saint that, like,
1400
had holes in his hands?
13 and 1400 was the real peak of a lot of the fall of the what we would call the Eastern thing. And then really its total demise and arguably the demise of the whole Christian world, as we would ascribe it and know it, would be like the murder of the Tsar and the murder of His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie, the murder of the Orthodox emperors. And then it was over, and it's kind of been a nightmare since.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I agree with that. But they also took over a lot of Byzantine education systems, and that's why a lot of Christians were still there, because they basically taught Islamic people there how to use those systems. And then now
that's
they try
all
to take
Islam
credit
is
for-
at its epistemological core is Byzantine code law married to some pagan stuff with mutated Christianity and Jewish aesthetics. But it's legalism justified as a religion, justified as
political system,
a government.
yeah.
Which is why it's also it's totalitarian in the sense of like the absolute rule of the their king, but also a form of that in their imams. But whenever the priesthood takes charge, it sets up these weird central committees and then unloads what appears to be like a communist operation or something like it. That's why I say the religious are the only people that can pull off egalitarian systems. Like you want the fucking pipe dream of the commune, but you don't want to live like an Amish motherfucker.
Yeah.
Hell,
And that's why it's like the only. I know, right? I mean, but that's a part. And what's scary is I can't rule out that that's not a part of like the schema to push us into that form of austerity, the shit, the Fabian socialism that Jay Dyer's always talking about. I can't rule that out. Make us all Amish.
So,
Because
Abe, where
it's a
you
good
been?
centralized committee model, but you got to make us all believe in the same religion or thing, and that's why they've tried with the Masonic models. That's why they've tried with the alien and New Age models, and whatever. They've tried it with the Catholic models, and they're still trying. Just wait till they can make a woman priest.
Well, I think a lot of what they're doing, like there's a lot of times where they try to push that type of thing. Like I don't think it was that long ago. What was it? Where people decided to give up on buying homes and just living in vans and just making a van a home.
Mm-hmm. You will live in the pod and you will eat the bugs. It is a part of that agenda of austerity, and it's all to be ruled and controlled out of a banking apparatus, out of a very few
let's say, auspicious geolocations on Earth.
Welcome.
This is too much triangle talk for me. I don't know.
No, I'm
it's
not
too
even
late
talking
for
about
this.
that.
This is too much.
We
Holy
ain't
shit.
even seen the signs for Pound Town 50 miles
Wait,
away yet.
I mean, you sound like you're skirting on the outskirts there, but
No, we're all. That's the horrifying thing. You're always on the.
You're always on the outskirts.
You're always on the outskirts.
So I wasn't wrong then. All right.
Oh my gosh.
It's a very real danger.
Encompasses the entire center of the circle.
You're always a few wrong sentences away from Pound Town.
Yep.
Get sucked into its fucking orbit like a black
Any
hole.
rogue concept and you're in. That's it.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about the whole satanic panic thing. Do any of you remember, like, I mentioned in the chat, do you remember in the 90s, there was like Satanic Panic 2.0 with Pokemon and stuff? And like
oh, they're worshiping demons.
Oh yeah,
the parents
Pogs.
were going nuts.
The poison,
they were like,
the poison pogs, and it literally took one of the most successful kid grifts of all time
Like,
and
that's
annihilated it because schools had to change their policy and you couldn't buy pogs anymore.
Pogs. Is that the new thing, or was that?
Oh, as
Pogs?
an Orthodox Christian.
Oh, I
do you
don't.
have a
I don't remember
problem-
Pogs.
Do you have a problem
Oh,
with like
remember
Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering, or
Poison
fucking
Pogs?
No, I
That's the
just
ones you wanted, the ones with the eyeballs.
I
and all
just
the
got
blood
done screwing around with Baldur's Gate 3 run. I'm
My family was super against all of it. Like all of
Yeah,
it.
remember
growing
Mighty
up.
Max, the little pocket play set with all the skulls and we couldn't play with that. That was devil's.
That's the one thing that I really appreciate about Orthodoxy
Not playing with
is
the neighbor kids.
it makes a separation between, like, you know, just like fantasy, Lord of the Rings, and things like that, versus like the really actual like demonic shit.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's like this realistic, you know, they use logical reasoning with a lot of the shit. And
Yeah, but there's a
as long as-
lot of mystery though too that it just is.
well, yeah, of course. But I mean, as far as like practical things go, when in communities and stuff like
No, for
Pokemon,
sure.
right? I don't know of anybody.
If you go
that-
to your priest, and say that, yeah, God told me so, like he's gonna be like, dude, are you taking something? Are you high?
Right. Yeah, you high, yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Have
that's
you
why I
been
never
dabbling
could get it.
in
I
the
can never
pharmaceutical?
really get down with the whole like the revival tents and all that and all those forms of Christianity. There was always something about it, and I grew up Protestant. And then I actually, you know, I went through an agnostic phase, and then about a couple years ago, I started kind of like looking into things more, and that's what led me to Orthodoxy. So it was interesting. I never even knew it existed. I
didn't
knew that
either.
was a thing. I thought when I thought of like old school traditional churches, I thought the only thing was the Catholics.
Yep.
I was like,
I knew it existed,
and
I was in rebellion against it.
because I read what is it? There are two. Shit, I can't think of the name of the two articles where they met and like made rulings. The name escapes me.
So in world history,
Vatican One and
did they
Vatican
ever-
One and Vatican Two. Vatican One and Vatican Two. So I remember reading those and thinking, I don't like this. I don't like the idea of a pope. I was like, well, I guess that's all. I guess it's that in Protestants. I guess that's
I got
it.
my anti-popery from world history, but I think they were a little bit more honest back in my day about like the nature of the schism, when it happened, and like motivating factors, like the build up to the schism. And from what I'm finding out is they're not doing a lot of this everywhere. Like me and Confluence got into it about days. Like they're not teaching that in school. I was like, what?
Yeah, the turning point for me that kind of led me down the road, oddly enough, was I had a buddy, and he was a long time childhood friend, and we kind of lost touches over the years. And he was in the same religion I was in, but then like later when I talked to him again, he had broken away and converted to something else. I was curious why, and he
Like
was
in the Christian camp or like out in left field?
Christian camp. He was he converted to Presbyterian. And I talked to him about it, and at that time I knew nothing about any kind of like church history or anything. And he was explaining to me like his reasoning why he chose that. And not long after we kind of reconnected, he actually passed away, unfortunately. And sometime after that, it's like, Mike, he's a smart guy. Maybe I should really like look, consider this and start reading more, and that kind of led me down the path, and that's where I'm at. That's how I ended up where I am now.
Nice. Mine was like in Freemasonry. You could say that they took a lot of Blue Jay tradition, and I can see that at the surface, but I think that is a shibboleth for what was really happening, and a byproduct of its Protestant origin in ontology. But to make the whole, I guess, schema, mythology, and the esoteric impression or whatever virtues that they ascribe to be taught in this esoteric manner had to be done out of a Christian model and out of the Protestant, I guess, hurt of not having an apostolic tradition to lean on. Protestant Freemasonry became the vehicle to bypass the church and get straight to the Jewish source. You don't need the church if you build King Solomon's temple.
Well, if
that makes sense.
I actually got invited to be a Freemason one time. It's kind of weird.
And it was the bulwark of
Mo, you missed a golden opportunity to expose them. Fuck, bro.
No, I don't. If I understand it right, you don't really get into the good stuff until you're like higher level. So I doubt I would have ever gotten that high.
But not really. But yes, you're not into any of the good stuff until you read like what the prominent people were, what their thoughts were of the prominence, and like the things that were happening at the times that they affected.
But I've heard some wild shit about Freemasonry, like people who were in it and then broke away.
This is crazy.
I mean,
so
yeah, that's
when
where
I
you
was
run
in,
into the satanic panic, like, and then like the cult of personality and will to fame. Like, if you start a YouTube channel, especially back during the golden age of YouTube, when you could have all kinds of Planet X Nibiru fucking videos.
Oh shit!
So
it really became quite profitable and popular to be a satanic abuse. What do they call it? Satanic survivor victims, which are
so. Wait, Trench, are you saying that the whole like satanic and really crazy rituals and stuff that apparently the Freemasons do isn't real? That's not a thing, or are you saying
I've never experienced that, and I was a full on.
I got some stories on this.
Commander of Templar Knights.
Okay, so
in New York, right? And I went through the Scottish Rite, but I was already, York Rite. So that's not that I'm choosing a side per se in the York Rite versus the Scottish Rite. It's just that there's only so many hours a day. You can only go to church so many times a week, and it's not consuming all of your free time.
On the topic of like Freemason rituals, I was at a group home when I was younger. And all the staff members were actually Freemasons. Hold on, Trench. Every single staff member there, there were the majority of them were men in their like mid 30s, late 40s, 50s, right? And all of them were Freemasons except for a few. So
there was a time when the scheme.
Hold on, Trench. Hold on.
Finish.
Hold on. And
I'm not.
I know they have talked about it. You know what I mean? But they never really gave up anything. Like I would actually try and press them to fucking tell me stuff. They're like, well, they gave me the whole like cliche remark. Well, if I told you, I'd have to kill you. If I told you, I'd have to kill you. You know what I mean? The typical fucking excuse that they give. I remember I was going to the bathroom one night and I was hearing them talk about this. I don't know what the fuck ritual this was, but it was you had to walk down, like you had to walk in a straight line to some type of altar, I believe. And there were 20 men in that line on the side of you, and they would fucking whack you with a paddle as hard as they fucking could, and you could not show any sign of pain or emotion. You had to be like in a deep meditative state or some shit. So I don't know if y'all know anything about that, but like I overheard this conversation. It kind of freaked me the fuck out as a 17-year-old.
That sounds a mile from the stuff that I heard, actually.
Really?
There's a hazing thing that used to happen in the shrine. That's frowned upon. It maybe it happens at Shriners fucking places because they're the jokers. The shrine was set up to be kind of the
you've done everything in Freemasonry. You've got your fucking Eagle Scout badge because at the end of the
Globetrotters are the Freemasons.
yeah, at the end of the day, another way to look at Freemasonry is adult Boy Scouts with esoteric and religious themes.
Well, the rumors is that when you get to the higher levels, they actually worship Lucifer, right? Satan. They actually worship Satan.
It's a weird conglomeration of all the gods, but basically, yeah.
That's Scottish. So that's the Scottish Rite's fucking degree system. Each degree in the Scottish Rite is a different thematic play. You're watching full versus like in the Blue Lodge, the first 3 degrees, which according to their superstructure supersede everything. So it technically doesn't matter if you're a Scottish Rite Mason or a York Rite Mason. In Freemasonry at large, like big Freemasonry trademark Inc. A 3rd degree Mason can have way more influence, power, control, etc. Because that's what you need to be bare minimum to be a Grand Master of a Grand Lodge, which that person has the power to shut down any Scottish Rite, any York Rite, any shrine, or any other appendant body for adults, the Eastern Star, or the youth auxiliaries with the Job's Daughters and the Malay boys. So the degree system above the 3rd degree doesn't really mean shit. They say that's capitular. It's extra knowledge. It's the university of Freemasonry, if that makes sense.
So Mo, what other shit have you heard? Because, there's the rumors that, the fucking Detroit airport or some airport was built by the Freemasons. They went like $300 million over budget. Yeah,
Denver, yeah.
And then,
I mean,
like the weird imagery that they have in the airport and all this other shit.
The stuff that I saw that was supposed to be from a guy that got to the higher levels, and then it wasn't just one; it was like multiple accounts. But it basically was when you get to the higher levels, it kind of devolves into really crazy ass like sex rituals and demonic.
Can I address the nature of the shrine? Because you did bring up an observable.
I don't know. The shrine's not that.
So the shrine is they created it, and this is a big like Truman thing too. Even they created it to be the recreation of Freemasonry. All the other stuff was supposed to be like serious Masonic business, and the shrine was a place where you go to your local shrine club and have a beer at your fucking your own private clubhouse bar with, and this was also of dual importance, and it created a rift inside of Freemasonry amongst the Shriners and the devout quote unquote Masons during the Prohibition era, because like all of the lodges adopted during the Prohibition a strict observance of no alcohol, which had been a tradition since Freemasonry was like created the Marine Corps at Tongue Tavern, or even older, the bar that it was born out of, the Gridiron and Goose, at a British pub known as an Arms, that in 1717, I believe it was when like the Constitution, the Confederacy of Constitutions came together of like 6 or 7 different Masonic lodges or organizations, and like one of them walked away, and out of that one that walked away, the 6 or 5 that stayed became the United Grand Lodge of England and spread Freemasonry about the world as we all know it. But then there was another schism inside of it in the form of the French, and right before of the French Revolution, where now today in the world of Freemasonry, which arguably could be the world, there's red lodges and blue lodges. There's the
there's quite a few lodges around my area, actually.
There's the Protestant world, but this is also geographically, like all the red lodges are in Europe, and everywhere where there's a red lodge, that nation is either a social democracy or socialist, to include South America.
I would like to believe.
And then there's
I'd like to believe that it's all, satanic panic, but
well, that's just saying the Mormons. I don't think the Mormons worship the devil as people worship like the hooved and
well, there's actually a pretty good case to be made for that.
Which isn't the devil, and are they in extreme blasphemy that is satanic?
But if we break it down,
absolutely,
what you're following, you're not following.
Their paradigm, they're not. Yes, all of it is outside of. I'm not going to get into that, but outside of a very certain thing, all of it is outside of the church, to include some of these other denominations.
That's what kind of keeps me away from it. Like, even if I believe that it's all the stuff that I've heard or read is just Satanic Panic 2.0 situation. The symbology and all this other stuff makes me weary of getting involved with anything. Yeah. And like you said, it's not really. I don't see how you can mesh the two together, the church and that.
Well, like the worshipful master, all of that.
Rap music.
Right.
Well, that comes from Old English. So the livery system of the crown, and this is where it gets interesting and ancient. The Crown City of London is like Washington, D.C. It's its own city in a city. It's like the Vatican. It's its own sovereign entity. Like the Queen or the King has to ask permission to go inside of the Crown City of London. He has to ask the Lord Mayor, who's recognized as the sovereign, and they have to kiss his fucking ring. And it goes back to London was the old Roman outpost, and it stayed sovereign even after the collapse of Rome. It was like the burning light, surrounded by a sea of pagan nonsense. So it's always been a step ahead or two above England proper, or the Britons, or the Welsh, or whoever is occupying the throne.
Yeah, but here's my issue. My big issue, Trench, with all of it would be like, in order to join a lodge, you have to first already worship some higher power, and then you go through the lodges, and at the end,
it wasn't always secular as we know it. As you see, even when I was a Mason, I was surprised in the shift, and I was a Mason for 13 years. In that 13-year period, I was surprised on the criteria of what you had to be in this secular institution that was built on the Judeo-Christian, or my interpretation, I hate that word now, but off of that Judeo-Christian schema or archetype. And then what it devolved into, just complete nonsense, especially after the Great Generation died off, after all the World War II guys that were kind of diehard. And when they were made Masons 50 years ago, like their elders in front of them were a completely different type of person. Easy example is like Ford and even the proto-Zionist Truman and Disney. They were not sympathizers of like this secular state we see today. In fact, we would classify them as anti-Blue Jay memetics.
Right.
And this was a part of the original ontology of Freemasonry. Protestantism is fully aware of its schizophrenic nature, and by that I don't mean like it's crazy or anything. I just mean in its schismatic nature, the root of the word, that there was going to be. It's like the Pharisees. There's 1,000 different schools of thought, and each one of them is my interpretation of it. And because of its admitted subjective nature, it can't hold within itself any dogmas. But there's a reason why capitalism, Protestantism, and Freemasonry have literally the same birthdays, is because they are all the synthesis and question and solution, a dialectic within it.
So now you're going with Hegel
of individualism. No,
so
I'm
it's
going
Hegelian.
Hegel does not say what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what you're describing is that
it's
Hegelian.
My critique of Hegel is that he's only got a left versus right paradigm. That's one. And two, Hegel isn't the inventor of dialectics. Dialectics
obviously
go all the way back.
Obviously,
So
no. I'm
this
just
is
saying that
a
the
different
dialectic that you're
There's nothing-
describing is very Hegelian in its
but they didn't
appearance.
look to the past. They didn't look to the past, and there's not a need for it to look to the past because it's intuitive on its own ontology, which is why it grants rights from the creator. The government doesn't give you rights in an individual schema. The creator, whatever that is, gives us our rights.
Right. Well, the issue with that is when the creator dictates different things for different people, things become an issue.
Exactly. And that's my piece. We're not, and I still don't think we're in different camps as far as the overall ought for what's best for like the country, and without getting into theology, people's spiritual fucking benefit for them and their family and like the earth. And I appreciate that. That's why you guys are fucking awesome. And we can disagree about the linguistic battle, because that's all we're doing when we're talking about empathy. Is we are both even highlighting in painful detail the nature of the linguistic warfare and the
everything comes down to
that. And that's where I was getting frustrated. And I could tell you were getting frustrated, Abe, because every time we got close to addressing that, like it just all got derailed, regardless of who would win or not, our disagreement or preference.
I don't know if you were there. I think you were there when Mo and I had the discussion about the very same topic, because
I was watching that and chiming in here and there. I was at the shop out in it's a place called Oric, Missouri. It used to be a turnip fucking farm. That's why it's so depressing. There's nothing out there.
You cut out really terribly.
Rain at the shop with my car. Oh, I'm just saying, my buddy, it's out in the middle of nowhere, and I was working on my car, and when my shit's on the lift, like I can't just be debating niggas online.
I was just saying that you cut out, and it sounded to me like you said it was a turnip fucking farm.
That's what I heard.
Oh yeah, it was total.
That's what I heard too.
That
dude,
sounds a little
like out there
intense.
right now is like a couple.
Seems
of
unnecessary. Seems like you just have a turnip farm. You have to go forward and fuck them.
No, that's like the high school. That's like their high school mascot is like a turnip.
A turnip?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, dude. Look, the population is
between the turd
like
sandwich
100 and 150, something like that. And there's a nice side of the town, and then there's where my buddy's from. But I love them.
Did the Masons own these turnip farms?
It's the Masonic turnips.
Here's the deal. Like these collectivists, because Masonry at its core is individualism, and whether they did it of a conscience, like the soup as a superorganism, or they did it by like conscious choice or just some kind of natural fight or flight threat mechanism. Like Freemasonry is one of the first things they infiltrated and decapitated. And that's probably why the Protestant system failed so miserably, because what I was trying to say earlier before I went off in the weeds, and I'm sorry for that, my brothers, was that Freemasonry is the secret priesthood of Protestantism. It is the glue between all it was before the old norms, old definitions, and everything had to have been changed. It was the glue between all of the different denominations. The one thing that they could agree on, and it did not, and I repeat, it did not include non-Protestants. No Catholics, no Jews, no Muzzies, except on rare occasion where somebody with an exceptionally big title, rank, privilege, power, etc., made somebody a Mason on site by default of their genius, position, or political influence that could be. Because
that sounds like garnering power to me.
Because originally, now we're getting into unfortunately my triangle. Freemasonry is a part of the paramilitary.
No, turn back. Turn back.
It is a part of the paramilitary apparatus. Look at its history. Look at who all the godfathers of it are, and the military bases and bars it was born out of.
I mean,
very similar.
We can't deny
to
that
another
there's.
group.
Yeah. there's an extreme level
of two different uses of the brotherhood. One for an authoritarian absolutist bent, and one for a revolutionary individualist bent. In brother, the Cavaliers won. Buccaneers took the Super Bowl. That's the roots of our founding, because there's basically three camps that establish America. The Puritans, this is our collectivist left. The Quakers, this is that libertarian middle, and the Southern Scots that were all these weird buccaneer guys, the pirates. That's why we love pirates. Gilets Rouge of the red sail, flying that Jolly Roger, ripping off them French and Spanish boats as private contractors. Thank you very much. It's not piracy, it's privateering. And that's the history. And then some of those guys wanted to continue living that aristocratic life.
You know what would be fun to watch?
That looked like the American South, which was a-religious. They had circuit preachers. That's why you don't see cathedrals in the South.
It would be fun to watch Trench.
You're going on a tangent.
It'd be fun to watch Trench argue with Sarkar. That would be so funny.
Zerka wouldn't do it. Zerka wouldn't do it.
Me. He's afraid. I've torn him in half.
I think it would be so funny because the interruptions and then the trailing type talk would be, it'd be glorious. You just get so angry at each other because neither would let each other talk.
He's completely.
Hey, Trench, can we just make this a little less aggressive? Can we just have a conversation? That's what he would say.
No, this has happened. Yeah, he tried.
We just make this a little less aggressive. But he's also
fork-tongued. Yeah, he's fork-tongued. So I just asked him the direct question. Sirka, why do you hate God? You pretend to be this straight Catholic, which you're not. And he never calls me out on questioning his opinion.
Oh,
He gets mad at everybody else.
Zerka. Oh, I don't think I know who Zerka. I thought you were talking about Sakar. For some reason.
It is Sakar. It's Zerka.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I call him
Sakar.
Until he drops his mask, he's not worthy of a real name.
Actually, I think it's Zerka R.
No, it's made up. It's two different.
Hold on, Trench.
Right.
Hold on, Trench.
I know that. I'm just. The question of why do you hate God is a strange question if the person doesn't know how they feel about it. Because at that point you're saying because you don't know you must hate. It'd be better to ask why don't you accept.
And you would stop the fallacy. You would point out the fallacy in my statement.
Well, no. If it is like for me, if somebody says I believe something, if it's not worth even addressing, I'll just leave it. There's no point in addressing it because it means nothing.
Else, though. It's a pattern of behavior. I have no way of articulating it other than I have trapped him with my own form of weaponized empathy to the point where he's afraid of me.
Is that perceived?
No, it's witness.
Trench, is that perceived?
Very much so.
It depends on what you mean by perceived. Everything is perceived.
I've got a grandiose.
Exactly.
That's how you know you're in the belly of the beast.
I've got a grandiose. I've got a grandiose perception of myself.
You're full of snakes.
You think?
You're a chimpanzee full of snakes.
And?
Oh my gosh.
And am I being honest though? Do you ever get a fake version of Trench?
No.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I honestly don't know.
No.
Wait, I didn't know he was Catholic. I thought he was an atheist.
He's not Catholic.
Yeah.
His girlfriend is Christian.
But he doesn't have a girlfriend, one. That's bullshit.
I mean, how do you know that though, my guy?
He has a Bible on his desk. And the way he will not insult Christianity tells me that there's a reason. And it's not just because of who he's talking about. He has some level of respect.
We have had like a lot of debates around religion on panel, and he's never seemed to go at it.
Have you seen his Twitch?
He has a level of respect
he doesn't
for
talk
it.
About for a reason.
He talks about it. He's said you can get him on there, but I haven't watched it.
He talked about he got mad and left when I brought up his Twitch. And I'll just leave it at that.
I don't. I've never heard him get
because
mad
I fire all my shots
directly at the man. He's plugged his Twitch several times. That means he wants people to go to it, right, Trent? So what's your point?
I've seen Easy directly give him the floor. I'm just talking about observations.
No. That's fine. I'm asking, what does he say there that you think is untoward?
Trench is making a psych profile of this guy. He's making notes, writing this shit down.
I've never put it in a triangle.
He got mad when I pointed out he's like looking at his watch.
I'll put you in the triangle, motherfucker.
Right.
Every time he gets nervous, every time you get him pinned, he looks for the time. He uses his left arm, and lo and behold, when he brings his arm up to check what time it is,
look, Trench,
that's being a smartass. That's being a smartass.
Trench, either you're a fucking genius and we just don't understand it, or you're just retarded sometimes, buddy.
I think I would do that if I was trying to show somebody I don't care what they're saying and I'm done listening.
And what do we call that? Passive aggressive behavior? Would we all agree with that definition?
I see it as smartassery. If it was passive aggressive, there would be some level of aggression. With that, it's completely passive. It's just like,
so you don't think calling somebody a smartass? You don't think being a smartass isn't aggressive?
No, well, it depends on how you're the smartass, right? If I insult you by being a smartass, there's one thing.
Definition of the lowest possible standard you have for being a smartass. Do you think that is aggressive or not?
Probably not, because I think you can be a smartass without being aggressive.
Because kids can be smartasses. That doesn't mean you should walk over and strike them in the face.
My sons are smartasses all the time, but they're being goofballs, not aggressive.
Did I prescribe an?
Are you aggressing on me, little man? Go there and like, I'll shoot you.
But are
the
they being
back of the hand?
I didn't say you needed to meet them with aggression. I meet aggression with my wife when she's fucking being violent, because my violence has to beat her violence.
No, I don't know. I think there are shades missing to this color wheel.
Oh, by the way, Abe, real quick. Re-Examine's probably gonna reach out to you. He's trying to set up something. Okay,
he did. Yep. I said that would be fun. So
yeah. We got 3 different worldviews, basically.
I like how we can actually talk about it, the merits of all this shit, though, and not fucking obfuscate. That was the most frustrating thing.
I don't generally do that. I don't think it's worthwhile.
It's ontologies. It's because we are ethos based. You have to be able to prove what the fuck you're talking about. It's the Hugo Boss. You're bona fide. That's what's important to us. That's what we hold true.
Yeah.
They ride vibe. All of their decision-making matrices are on vibe. And once you start talking in their language, they get frustrated. That's why they can't understand if I'm coming or going once I fully start speaking in their abstractions, which is fun. I mean,
if we're being fair, sometimes we don't know if you're coming or going either, Trench.
Shit, dude. It's fucking schizophrenic. Yes. And I am full on a crazy person.
I mean, to be fair, I think we all are a little crazy.
This can be
You just got caught in 4K.
All these things can be
Trench.
true at once.
4K.
Somebody clip that.
It didn't stop me though, because I haven't conceded anything. I said all
Clip
these
it and
things
ship
at
it.
once.
Clip it and ship it.
Please do. Please do.
Oh my
Because
gosh.
I don't do this shit for clicks like Circa does. He also punches out once he gets what he wants, which is why he didn't.
What is his? So is he? Does most of his following? Is it mostly on Twitch? Like, what does he stream?
Yes,
what
it's
does
a
he
whole
do?
weirdo.
Psychotic leftists.
It's a whole
Speaking, yeah, I don't know if y'all saw Speakeasy chat. They all were. Everyone that was supporting Zerka, they were all just fucking insane.
And that's why he gets frustrated when I bring it up.
It's just a giant echo chamber for him.
This is not.
Which is
my
kind of weird because he has said some things that seems to indicate that he has more right-leaning views on certain topics.
He does.
He's an intelligent psychopath, and he knows because he's using.
So is he just playing a character on Twitch or something?
I don't know what is happening.
What he's doing is he knows where shit is going, so he'll get ahead of you and concede ground. Don't look at it as him. Don't look at it as him conceding the point. That's just a controlled demolition to keep the fucking thing going. To keep him from dropping his mess. You notice when he's had enough.
Can you give an example of this, Trench? I feel like compelled to ask for an example.
Watch the Rob debate and watch my comments in real time in the Rob debate, and I'm highlighting it as
Dude, I
happening.
can't go and look at the sea of comments and like, can you just give me an example, like in plain language here? Holy shit!
Fair enough. No, fair enough. That's the kind of question I expect.
That was amazing.
Where's the ethos? Where's the logos? Get to the fucking the pudding. I get it.
Yes, Trench. Get to the pudding.
Spoon feed
my
to me.
fucking pudding.
So in his behavior, he plays this centrist guy, and when you get away from anything that budges him off of that pedestal, to where, case in point, Andrew was on the defending the point, and Circa was on the affirmative. It's incumbent on him to convince Andrew and the audience why this ought, or why is Trump a fascist? What is he seeing? What is he observing? So his whole strategy is psychotic in the sense of he kept moving Andrew into Andrew's very adept at this. He kept trying to pivot Andrew into the position where Circa is now in the affirmative, and we're questioning Andrew's, even his moral motivation.
Well, he was in the affirmative the whole time, though, right? That's...
No, Circa is in the affirmative. He's got to prove and demonstrate why Trump is a fascist to Andrew.
True.
Sure.
Right. Are you? So let me see if I can summarize. Let me see if I can summarize it. Are you saying that he was trying to? And I'll give an example. He was trying to flip it into where he was doing the internal critique on Andrew's definition of fascism.
Kind of.
Is that what you're trying to say? Okay.
Yes. And then with an ought, this weaponized form of empathy, also meaning by their definition that there is a ought associated with this, a moral imperative. You have a duty to cut this kid's wiener off and call him a girl, or he's going to self-delete himself.
I don't think that's the case either.
You don't think there's a moral imperative?
No, I'm saying
I'm sure how we got from fascism to cut wieners off.
I'm showing you how they weaponize empathy.
No, I'm saying I haven't seen him stand up for stuff that far to the side.
All of his arguments are pathos driven off of an emotion that he can pivot at any point in time. And he's
but that's not how normal people think.
Making it look like, I know, but he's not. He's very good at making it look like he's trying to remain neutral while doing this. Which is why he always starts off with the fable of, I'm a straight guy that's married and got a girlfriend.
Yeah, but I think that you give people too much credit for their action. Most people cannot hold a character and argue from. I don't. I
just think
I don't know. I don't think that's the case with this guy.
It's because he's got a female fucking aura. He's not a psychopath. I was wrong about that. He's not a narcissist.
He has an ability.
He can't be. He has no power. He's not good looking enough.
What I'm saying is this: he has an ability to like retain knowledge, and then he just pepper sprays it out, thinking that is an argument.
Yeah.
Like on the show, I kept asking on Confluences. Me and Andrew kept asking, "What does this mean?" Like the gish gallop that they get so far ahead of you with, using words that if you pump the brakes for 2 seconds, they don't even know the definition of, or you have two completely different definitions than when you test your theory on the definitions 9 out of 10 times, that you are holding the historic definition in your head and they're using some new age definition, whether it's women, whether it's empathy,
sure, but you also can't assume that that's not what they think that means too, right?
I think
that's why you have to break arguments down.
That's why when I try to present their argument back at them, I'm an asshole all of a sudden, or I'm a psychopath.
Well, I have noticed that when I've been on panel with him, if he'll make a statement and then I'll ask him questions around that, and he like loses his mind. So I have
he
noticed
gets
that
pissed
about
off that you don't know everything that he knows.
I think there's.
he knows is right.
Okay, so this is what I
Fucking
think. I think when I watch those interactions from the outside, because I haven't conversed with him as much, I'm picking up from him is that he assumes you should know the thing that he knows because it was publicized in a way that everyone should probably know what's going on. Now, I can, but if you act like you need him to explain it specifically, wait. No, wait. And when when you act like you need him to elaborate, his first thought, just like I said to you guys earlier, you can have an argument. Your argument is to prove your stance, your position. He takes your not saying, yes, I know, as you don't know. And if you don't know this thing that's extremely publicized and everybody should know about, then he'll think that you legitimately don't know it and you must be stupid.
What emotion in you?
He doesn't
specifically.
Know.
What
He
emotion is it trying to invoke in you? He's trying to make you either feel guilt or shame.
That's what I did. That's what I did, Abe. I actually, in the conversation that I'm talking about, I just said, look, I'll make it easy for you. Assume I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and how does that fucking change my question?
Right.
And he went back and forth, and then I had to explain to him the question again over and over, and he never really answered it. So
what I think that is when you come at things from a conversational standpoint, you're asking questions not because it's a debate where you're trying to prove a point. You're trying to just talk through a point, and instead of trying to prove a point, he's coming at things like, you know about this thing, right? And you're like, well, no, why don't you tell me about it? Because you're trying to make him now critique his own reason for bringing that up. That's not apparent to most people. They're not going to think, this is so that I'll break down my own argument. And so what happens is he goes, wait, you don't know what this is? What the?
Right.
Yes, and then this is where my point comes in. Then comes the shame and the guilt if you do not do X because I just told you you need to be feeling this emotion. And if you do not empathize with this, in my definition of the word empathy, then you
which
are,
emotion?
Exactly. And that's where it becomes schizophrenic because it's so abstract.
Well, I'm curious, which emotional demands do you think he was making?
It's very guilt and shame. That's the core of it.
Oh, you're saying he's trying to guilt? He's trying to guilt you into feeling bad that you don't know what he's talking about.
And if you don't feel guilt, then you should feel shame. And those who are on my side should also join along with me and make you feel shame. Women are the things.
That only works if the person actually gives a shit.
But what's his side? That's my big question.
That's my point. Biologically, there's a biological feature to all of this.
Right, but it hasn't been completely apparent to me that he is like fast friends with the full-blown left. It seems more to me that he is left,
what Grumple was doing, because did you guys watch the beginning of Confluences when Grumple got in? And
no,
yes, Grumple.
Oh, that was entertaining as fuck.
No.
So Grumple
accused Zerka of
because we know. Okay, so let me hold on. Let me. I'll let you do exactly where you're going, right where you left off. But this is set up. Grumple knows that Zerka is a psychopath because he's a psychopath himself, just like I'm a psychopath, and we see all three of us that in each other.
Okay.
I mean, I can see that in Zerka. I don't think I'm a psychopath.
Poisoned the well to draw. Like,
I just thought Grumple was like slightly autistic. I didn't think he was a psychopath.
I'll say
he's a full-on fucking ate-up nigga.
He's
what the fuck? I don't know much about the guy.
Grumple and I have a lot in common.
Abe is not a full-on diagnosed, but he's high marks in the traits. It's balanced by that beautiful hat.
I never said I wasn't. You need to just chill.
I said the traits are there, but here's the
We're done. Let's go ahead.
This is only like 15% of the population that really have.
Well, wait, who isn't a psychopath according to you? Am I a psychopath?
Am I a psychopath? I want to know if I'm a psychopath.
So two things can be true at once. But contradictory, and this is what it's a contradiction to me even. But I'm gonna. So help me contend.
What does that mean, Trench? What does that mean?
So psychopaths are real,
No,
but they're not real in the clinical sense.
Welcome to Empathy is Fake. Welcome to Empathy is Fake.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, do you think empathy is fake, Mo?
Trap card.
Oh yeah. Yeah, as a whole, I went a whole fucking like 1v6 on the speakeasy panel with that. I argue that point hard. I have pretty good argument for it. I think.
And Mo and I also did a 2-hour talk on it the other night too. Actually,
yeah, it's fake and gay.
There was ever a time when psychology was based?
No.
No, it's just all been. It's just all been. I mean, I fully admit that it's mutated Kabbalah.
Because using the case of empathy, the guy who coined it originally, he did it for his art students to literally sit there and fucking pretend they were inanimate objects. So that doesn't sound very base to me.
That was an art class.
Yeah, exactly.
It never.
No,
it
he
never
was a psychologist.
Psychological thing. You're talking about where the etymological word.
But it came from a prominent psychologist.
Can I? I've been wanting. I've been wanting to tell the history.
Okay.
I've been wanting to, and as we know it,
about
as
people
I
being
know it,
statues. Man, I'm this statue over there. I feel so hard and stiff.
Yeah, that was the imp. That was the imp part to the pathy, the Latin part. That's the German root.
Okay.
To feel into.
Right.
Feeling, an intuition, perception.
Mm-hmm.
So we're on the same page.
Go ahead. Here. Go ahead. Tell us what you think the root is.
Are we on the, am I off?
Spit it out, Trench.
Or I'm trying to establish a base.
Just to go. Do it.
Oh my God.
What's your question?
So my definition.
You said you wanted to tell us the origin or whatever.
Do
it.
Go.
Get to it.
There's two things going on at once. All right. The 1950s clinical psychology version. It's a guy named like Rogers or something like that.
Oh yeah, Rogers, one of the modern fathers.
One of the humanists out of like Freud's school, the Freudian.
Yes, Rogers is one of the modern fathers of talk therapy, basically. Yeah.
Exactly. I subscribed that they were onto a lot of it. They made a lot of breakthroughs in the human psyche, or at least a vehicle of language and rules that we can understand that makes more sense than a zodiac wheel of why humans behave the way they are and what the differences are in personalities and what some factors might be, like nature versus nurture, that lean into that. And between him and Jung, this was a male-dominated during that era up until 1970s at its peak of insight, I would say, until its collapse in 94, and then its official demise when the women took over in 2008 and turned all of these psychological insights into a whole priesthood metaphysic that is like Pandora's box that's been
in 2008.
That's when they took over the clinical field in the education industry of clinical psychology. The people that came up with the DSM-5, and that's when the rules changed, because a transgender used to have autogynephilia, and you didn't treat it with cutting its wiener off. You gave them psychotherapy for the high probability of sexual childhood trauma.
I mean, that's not wrong.
And that's not wrong, but that's why the feminists had to change it, because they were destroying the patriarchy like they took out with Freemasonry first. But Freemasonry had no real edifice to stand on. That's why it's of the fallen, of the wrong. So it was doomed to collapse, even though capitalism, Protestantism, and Freemasonry worked out good for the English-speaking diaspora for a period of time. But like my priest says, the Masonic world is dying. It's in apocalypse. He just doesn't know if it's a capital A.
Everything outside the church is
capital
dying right now.
or lowercase a.
So I'm confused how this is making psychology based. I don't know how, like,
I don't know where
I think
we are
1970s,
anymore.
dude, when you could slap your wife for being hysterical. I thought that kind of psychology was spot on in behavior. An observation of wanted fucking patriarchal norms.
Well,
Maybe,
I don't
if
think you should strike your wife ever. I think you should go to your priest
I don't
and
think you
get
should
it
have
figured
to.
out there.
I think they said there was a rule of thumb at some point in time, at least the
not to the
Protestant
church
version that I was raised in. They came up with the rule. I know, but to the church, the Protestant church that I was raised in, that's still the vehicle that's operating around us that we are fighting against. I think we have to understand
it's a shitty church. It's a bad church that's not able to fulfill its role, so it's dying.
and even regardless
Exactly. And even in its ranks, like when on my way out, I lit a fire behind me too. I took out like 5 brothers with me. We're out.
I'm so confused.
Dear Lord.
So wait, Trench. What is your official stance on empathy?
These guys were good
What is
fucking Baptist
What is
boys
your
that didn't wanna
official
be
stance on empathy?
Yes. What is
going
your
on?
official stance? What is your official stance on empathy, Trench?
I have the 1950s clinical psychology view of it.
Okay,
Completely devoid of my own emotion.
Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah,
So
you should
there's the
elaborate.
empathetic- There's what they're describing.
So
as
the
an
entering
empathetic
another person's
system.
emotional frame reference, that was 1950s. That was Carl
Did I say
Rogers.
that?
Well, that's the 1950s. That's what it means. That's what that now. Obviously, the definition.
Okay,
of the word has
so he
shifted
asked
and-
he asked me, and I said yes, like a 1950s, and I was trying to explain my deal.
So
with
what
it.
is
And
what
then
is
he said-
definition of empathy to you?
That's literally what the question he just asked me, and I was
Okay.
two words into it.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Okay,
Let me interrupt.
we're cool, brother. It's
all right.
Shit pisses me off too. Like not that you're wrong. No, it's because you're not wrong,
Okay.
and that's why it's not a big deal if I'm not trying to be right, or win a debate. I'm just trying to be right to myself, my understanding, and my speaking on it.
Okay.
Right. Sounds good.
So my historical experience with empathy is that empathy is divorced of the actual emotion, and that if you are a human being, you can turn that empathy into a sympathy if you have some kind of moral virtue that is in the in group of whatever
But what is empathy?
hegemonic in group.
Yeah.
So empathy is like I keep saying, from Emmett to now to everybody to forever, until it's not written in the back of my logos. Empathy is making the accurate predictions. You are not empathizing unless your prediction is correct. I don't know. And to understand that 1950s thing that was going on in the background, and they're as inheritors of the Enlightenment and all of this scientific rationalism that deludes oneself, they were also searching for a sixth sense, an intelligence. It's
Well,
not.
To me, that just sounds like pattern recognition. It doesn't sound
Pattern
like
recognition.
Yes.
Predict. I mean, you even use the word prediction. So like,
yes. And so
emotion.
me and ran a Trench original mental
Trench
experiment.
original.
Yes.
First
and he
edition.
didn't like it, and he fucking hung. He hung up the phone. He didn't hang up the phone, but we slammed the door on that. But it was a eyewitness in person, a little girl on her trikey, and she's pedaling, and she falls off and skins her knee, and just starts fucking wailing, holding her knee like a bad episode of Family Guy.
I can, yes, I can deduce, yes, I can deduce that that little girl, using perception, mind you, I can deduce that that little girl is afraid. She's in physical pain. She's bleeding. I can see the blood on the ground. I can see the tears. So I deduce all this just off of pure logic alone and the ethic of forensics, the physical evidence of the blood on the concrete and the tears, witnessing her emotional, hysterical state. And from this, I understand that she wants her mother. And then I ask Emmett what comes next. And I wrote it down, what my actions were going to be. And he did not make the correct prediction.
Okay.
That is, he said,
what
I would do
the correct prediction?
Basically the right thing, the one that I was going to do, the one that I would do tomorrow.
Sure,
for God and everybody. That's not my problem, Chief. I'm walking on. She's all right. She can walk it off. I ain't her mom. I ain't her dad. I ain't gonna go play Captain fucking White Knight for a situation that I don't know.
Okay.
But she's gonna be okay. It's not 1950s Leave It to Beaver neighborhood where I can carry her home on my fucking shoulders. And here's your kid. She fell off her tricycle. Okay. It's not in my black ass interest to do such.
So where does that leave us?
Well, he guessed that I would, take the kid home and all that shit. So he did not empathize right. He did not make a correct prediction. 100% of the time, the prediction has to be correct.
Well, empathy, it doesn't necessarily mean like what you would do. It's more centered around how you feel, right?
No, it's completely devoid and divorced of feeling. It informs.
That's
why I argue.
Be empathetic
So
with
why?
your response.
Yeah. So why wouldn't that just be you have sympathy for, a little bit of concern, but
again,
not enough to actually
getting back to what we used to call it, simping. This was a whole big thing. Don't simp for them hoes.
So why do you need empathy for this? Even in that, it doesn't sound like you just had a prediction model in your head of like, well, the mom will probably take care of her. You're predicting she'll be fine. Yeah. You saw something maybe you felt a little sympathy for, but not enough to actually.
So when I was
anything.
empathizing, when I understood that she was scared, would you agree that she was scared?
I have no idea.
But maybe. Yeah, but you don't. You could tell from somebody's facial expressions from their whatever that they're scared. That doesn't require an internal.
A psychopath is empathizing with you. That's not going to stop him from cutting your face.
Everything that you mentioned there does not require you to have access to her emotions.
It only requires you to have your own.
Back to the reason why I don't take the neural test for these alleged mirror neurons, and I say alleged because I'm not completely sold on the biological science of what they're doing and what their purpose is.
Neither am I. I've used it in debates, but that's only to live in their worldview.
If there is a biological purpose behind it, it seems that it's a female thing to get as like a fail-safe part of the ontological function of women when you're not a.
But even then, couldn't we just call it social awareness?
When you don't hold a monopoly on violence, social awareness would imply that they make good, informed decisions, especially when it comes to the social organism, because they make terrible fucking decisions at large.
Wait, are you saying somebody couldn't be socially aware and make bad decisions?
I'm saying the level of bad, uninformed decision making and the catastrophe that would fall out of it if you made the whole United States government female tomorrow, it would fail so spectacularly because of their biological nature.
Trench, why does everything come back to women with you? Just why?
Because I'm in the Freudian school.
Did you forgive your mama?
What does that mean?
You can't be a real Christian until you can't be a real Christian until you forgive your parents.
Did you forgive your
psychology?
mama?
You can't be a real Christian and not forgive your parents for what they fucking did to you. But you can't understand your parents until you feel the pain of a father, that betrayal, that visceral betrayal that you have to forgive as the father.
Interesting.
And you will never understand the father, which is why ontologically God is the father, because there's an ontological.
I still have
role
no
of the
idea
father.
what your definition of empathy is. Just putting that out there. I have no idea.
Fair enough. So empathy is, for lack of a better word, and this is a abstraction, and I hate that. Well, it's not an abstraction. It's a sixth sense built on an intelligence. It's an intelligent intuition, an intelligent perception into what is going on at any given moment. From the tree, starting with this artistic school of thought that some fucking shrink, the godfathers of the shrink, which I say, yeah, you can call let's call a spade. If psychology is really nuts, it's that it's mostly Kabbalah.
So magic?
No, by that I mean like proto psychology, like
Well, you mentioned a sixth sense, so
like alchemist, like the alchemist shit.
Are we going to see like Mila Jovovich being formed from a hand?
No,
and
like
stuff?
like you have bad blood, throw a leech on that nigga and he'll be fine.
Horses, are you really a part of Goon Swarm? You fucking piece of shit.
I don't even know what that means.
That's an EVE Online reference. It's a video game.
Oh,
it's bad. It's bad biological science. But like if you study some of those manuscripts back then, the Philosopher's Stone, for instance, isn't turning fucking lead into gold.
Well,
it's supposed to be a mode of thinking.
Right, that's all of alchemy, actually. It's all tied into these weird thinking models.
So before we
is
had
your brother gonna go into a suit of
before
armor
we had
and be like invisible?
before we had
Yes. Yes.
before we had like definitions of certain categories, like and sadly another example of the linguistic war, like the word hospital wasn't intended to be a nightly paramilitary organization that overran schools, like of the government. Like the term hospital was never supposed to be associated with like the Knights Hospitaller, the Knights of the Hospital.
I'm gonna be honest, this is the longest definition of empathy I've ever heard.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to have to write a whole book.
Trench, can you just get to the point real quick?
Empathy,
we need to put in.
empathy is predicting. At its simplest form, you're 100% right about making predictors based on information, and it can be limited information. Some people are better at it. It's an intelligent thing. Some people are the greatest fucking mentalists, and they grift hard by like reading your crystal ball.
Yeah, but don't you realize that by that definition, so many things that have nothing to do with the mental or emotional world would fit inside of it? Like,
so it's a
nearly
metaphysical
everything?
technology. Okay,
Sure.
You believe in metaphysical technologies that impact the real world.
I mean, you're starting to sound a little bit like
are outside
Desiree.
Wait, metaphysical technologies?
I'm talking about like yes, like language.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't think
That's a weird way to say that. Though.
I'm failing.
But it's a
I'm
metaphysical
failing to see the
technology.
connection.
Was it
I'm
not
failing
invented by
to
man to serve a technological function? of
Well, then at that
storing
point
memetics,
again, we're back to the point where we call it a
communicating a thought, a
conception
message?
and imagination, which would be faculties of a human mind, but doesn't make them real or true, right?
It doesn't matter if it's real or true. Has it impacted the real world? Does it? And that's the whole. You can't prove a metaphysic real.
Well,
which is
first of
why
all,
we ground everything.
yeah, you can prove a metaphysic real.
By
Is
its
2 plus 2 is 2 plus 2 4?
Yes, by its thumbprint.
Is that
we can
metaphysical
see
in its
the map.
principles?
Yes,
Well,
that's the thing.
that would be
Whether
my
humans
point.
exist or don't exist, two's still going to be a law.
Right, but my point would be that you can test metaphysical principles in the world,
Not all of them.
and
though.
there's
I would agree with
no
you there. Like I will concede the point that yes, you can test some of them, sure. And I said we can see their thumbprints.
Okay.
All right.
Like language.
Well, I'm gonna go get some sleep, guys.
Language doesn't just
I'll
exist
look
in the
back
sound
on
waves.
this and I'll record
not
the
just on the
definition and
text that
total
you read, it's
and
not
mark it
just
down,
in the
Trans, for you.
Hey, Mo.
And
add to your
I'll submit it to Urban Dictionary or something. It'll be like the longest fucking entry ever, but
it will be.
Like 30 pages, a 30-page
Welcome to the
definition.
fucking abyss of philosophy, and this is why we're not.
Yeah.
supposed to be
Welcome to the
sophists.
fucking abyss of trench.
Mo, when we can
Welcome
get
to
when we can get a date or time ironed out for that event,
Yeah.
that would be awesome, because I think that sounds like a lot of fun. Actually, when he approached, I was like reading through it, and I'm like, dude, this sounds like fire. This will be so fun.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Okay,
I'll
great.
definitely do it.
All right, great. Yeah, I'll shoot you a message and we'll figure it out. My schedules are kind of crazy, so hopefully we can get something that we can all agree on pretty
That's
soon
fair.
here.
Yep.
But all right, guys.
That's
God
not hard
bless.
at
Take
all.
care.
Take it easy.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Good night.
Yeah.
Class act.
But I will say this, Trent. Like a lot of the things, specifically when it comes to psychology, like I think a lot of things are invented by people to just kind of fill time. So they just like come up with these crazy concepts and try to make these metaphysical tools that they can apply to the world to make it make more sense, all in an attempt to make it all make sense without a God. I think that's the majority of psychology.
Fair
I think it's a
enough.
mass majority.
That's one of my critiques of Kabbalah, to be fair, which I say is a part of the root of psychology. It's like a broken clock can be right twice a day.
What's Kabbalah? I don't understand that.
It's mysticism. It's a mysticism, like an ancient mysticism. Yeah.
I guess the easiest way to describe
What's
it
a mysticism?
like,
Shit.
it's like believing.
It's
It's like believing
stupid.
Jedi. It's like believing in Jedi. There's something to a
kind of-
force.
So it's like mythology?
If I can remember it correctly,
It's a
kind of
belief.
Like a Talmudic. It's like a Talmudic system of
It's
which
a
words
Semitic.
fit to its shapes.
Yes.
Well,
And
well,
each of these
okay.
words has a meaning, and there's like almost pseudo magical principles to them, and
So this is why I call it like
It's gematria.
proto-psychology.
kind of ancient.
In a way, there's a mathematical system to it, but this is also just the nature of Hebrew, the language itself.
In
a
fact, here's a
metaphysical
fun.
thing, because they don't have vowels. It's just
There's-
consonants. So
This is a
their
fun one
number
for you,
system
Avery.
is also their alphabet.
What's
The
a Sephiroth?
Sephiroth. The Sephiroth.
The fuck's the Sephiroth?
Have you played Final Fantasy VII? You've seen the character Sephiroth?
I'm not a big fan of Final Fantasy.
Okay. Well, the character Sephiroth is the main villain in it, and
think of it like
the Sephiroth is the tree of life. So the Sephiroth is the tree of life in the Kabbalic teachings, and it like basically symbolizes the same kind of thing that root chakras and all that crap does. So it's all it's just an ancient mysticism, an ancient mystery
It's more
school.
sophism. The Gnostic thing
I get what you mean. Okay.
is the Buddhist thing. It's all the same shit. Is the sophist Greek thing. It's all the same worshiping of this abstract god of stuff.
It's actually
Not a
worshiping
god,
of
but it's a
self.
god. Yes.
In the end, it's just worship of self.
In Father Seraphim's book, it is another form of nihilism.
In what?
It's out three great
Orthodoxy, the religion of the future?
No, in
Or the
nihilism.
pilgrim? Oh, okay.
In nihilism. Well, nihilism is just a chapter in some other book or whatever he was working on. But that's what is published, that specific chapter on nihilism and his experiences as a degenerate when he was studying Buddhism, when he was studying Gnosticism, when he was studying it all on his own.
Right. When he was
spirit
searching.
quest.
Right.
And he points out the three great nihilisms, and specifically individualism, collectivism, and absolutism. And he emphatically gives them their worst forms of it in the form of fascism, capitalism, and communism. So it's Pound Town. And the funny thing is, this is before I ever even knew about his book Nihilism. I've been working on this for A very long time.
Your whole life?
No, just the last 7 years.
Your whole life?
My whole life aware of what my philosophy professor.
Well, you would have to say it's your whole life because your life is a culmination to this very point. So.
Oh, for sure. Even weirdly enough, I think there's something to one of the old, more Jungian abstract interpretations of like we change our persona every 7 years, give or take. And it's kind of interesting biologically. You're not in 10 years, you're not the same clump of cells.
Well, if we want to go by that metric, you're mostly like microbiotics that have nothing to do with you.
Exactly.
You're more of that than you are you. So
exactly.
You're more.
Which is why the body is just a steering wheel.
Indeed.
Yep. The soul, the animus inside, the spirit. And you can see aspects of the great spirit, or the Father, in his ingenious creation, all around us when we quit bullshitting ourselves first. I'm still fucking trying.
I still don't understand.
I know I'm a crazy person.
I think this one's gone on to
my bad.
An exposition heavy route for sure this evening, but I think it was fun either way. I'm surprised. This is crazy to me. The crazy thing to me is every time I bring up the fact that I think that empathy is fake and gay, the entire panel explodes into chaos and argument for the whole rest of that panel generally. And that tells me there's a weird predilection to defend this thing. And I have to ask myself, why is there such a strong need to defend the concept of empathy? What virtue, what does it hold, right? Because, like I said before, the only time...
Virtual signaling.
Right, well, the only thing I can see is that...
For me, is I hate the linguistic war, and for me... changing the definition of empathy to what it is
Trench,
now.
Can you let Abe talk, please?
Like is a part of that.
You were talking for 15 minutes straight.
But bro, you gotta understand. You gotta understand. But I haven't been able to be honest against anybody but Avery.
So my issue, I get what you're saying, but my issue is this, right? Regardless of what the original meaning or the current meaning is, when you say that somebody has empathy or I have empathy or something like that, there is a virtue judgment being made, and when you say someone is absent it, regardless of the reason, it could be a good reason. Maybe the person who's suffering, right? Say there's somebody who's suffering, but that person who's suffering harmed. What?
Mine is and again, this is from my paradigm, and I'm fully 10 toes in on it. I have a duty. I have a duty to draw the line against the linguistic war.
But the war of linguistics is ever present and will be ever present. My issue,
but it's not grounds. It's not grounds. And ontologically speaking, if let's say in the nightmare scenario that there is some truth behind Pound Town, right? Then there is a duty to make sure that there is a balance. That is, the right has to have a similar or equal to expression in the memeplex.
Well, that's sympathy.
Fair enough.
Because wait, listen, and think about this. Really think about this.
But I get
we
there
grew up
through
in a world
because I'm divorced of like an emotional reaction to all of this.
Fine. But we grew up in a world where sympathy cut it. Empathy was like a weird, different thing, only mentioned really in psychology, only really mentioned in psychological offices. Yes. And as we have trended, right, and as we have trended towards today, what we see is sympathy is frowned upon. Sympathy is called pity. And I even had people trying to tell me the meaning of sympathy was to notice something was wrong with somebody and not care. And I was like, that's absolutely not the meaning of sympathy.
Means, yeah,
right.
no.
You want to know
And
another
so,
weird empirical metric of this empathy?
Hold on,
my
Trench.
definition?
Let him land his own plane.
Look. Here's the thing. They've degraded the meaning of sympathy to base level ground pity, and they've elevated empathy and made it a super virtue.
Totally agree.
If somebody holds it, they are the good guy. If somebody doesn't, they're the bad guy.
That's why I have a duty to call out that bullshit that they're engaged in linguistic warfare, changing the definition of a word. Which is why I'm not the only one in this camp on our right wing side.
This is the question I always ask people who think empathy is real. Is there, if me and you are sitting at a table and we're eating a pizza, we can share in the pizza, but can we share in the taste of the pizza?
Exactly.
No,
that's a perfect.
We've
that's a perfect
been
question.
Over all this though. We've been over all this though.
Because
it's never once from the first person.
The problem is it's always perceptual.
That's the straw. That's not my definition, and that's not my classic definition.
Right, but that's the whole point. That's the whole point, Trench. Because think about this. I want you to think.
Imperative.
Can you do?
Is not a dude that's cut off his wiener.
Fine.
I'm over the word games.
Can you? Well, it's not a word game.
The responsibility.
It's not a word game. The problem is the problem is no, because the word never meant what it should.
These people created a whole universe and made
well. Then what should empathy mean?
Marketing.
The problem is this.
Understanding.
The problem is this. Everything that people generally use empathy for, sympathy suffices. Anything that is utilized as empathy is to project outward the will of the person who holds said empathy. Because I can feel into the world, I know about the world, and I have virtue. If I have sympathy, it's an individual thing inside you.
That's my definition. That's where I say they've changed the game.
But they didn't. That's what it's been.
There's never been a moral virtue associated with empathy before the change.
But the original word.
I gave specific dates too.
I already told you though. It came from an old German word, and before that was empathia, and all forms have been to feel into, which is an impossibility.
And what did I say about it? And what did I say about that German word and where it came from?
It doesn't matter. The point is, all forms are impossible.
Okay, none of it matters.
All forms are impossible. You cannot feel into something. You can only feel in you.
But that's not what even the artists were saying, though.
What?
The German root, which is not the same word in meaning of empathy, the English created word out of Harvard in 1950 by the guy who I just gave his name.
It was 1908. It was literally coined in 1908. Rogers recouped it from 1908.
Yes,
that's the point.
And ever since Rogers, that's when it's entered the whole English-speaking memeplex as the sixth sense. No. It was used during World War I and World War II for suffrage. It was used just after 1908 for all of the art students who were feminine, who were trying to push for the suffrage movement. And they used it against the women who didn't want the right to vote, who chose not to. Another psychologist using this newly invented word for the first time.
It's been a pretty consistently defined word for a long time, and it's
but it hasn't. That's been my argument. The Romans used the word perception.
Well, Romans and the Greeks. Well, I'm pretty sure what they meant by empathy is like not even what this concept is. More like pathos or something.
You know why English has the most.
It's like affection or Here we go. Yeah, affection or passion. Yeah,
pathos. It's because it's built on emotion, rhetorically.
This is why, like, the whole thing is silly to me, because sympathy has been around. We have been using sympathy.
Yeah.
And sympathy already
Why would they? Okay, so ask yourself logically, why would they make another word to describe the word that they're still going to keep using and that we still
You want me
use?
to be totally dead honest about my opinion on why empathy is a thing? I think it's a false
know you, Floyd.
theosis. It's a false theosis.
Bingo.
What do you mean by
It
false
was never,
theosis?
but
What does that mean?
it never had a moral.
Trench, hold on, dude.
It never
Fuck.
had a moral imperative behind
It does.
Originally,
It does.
That's not. But that's not what.
I love you.
It
So
does, and it's. Think about this. You
When I said
really
he was
want
the
to.
humanist,
Yeah.
what is the
Yeah.
humanist school of thought?
Self worship. Empathy is
So what
self worship
does that
at
mean?
its core.
It's putting you in the place
I love
of God
you.
and thinking you can connect to another human being as God can.
You can know their heart. You can know their mind. Things only God can do. Oh. That's why I've been arguing against it.
That's
And it would make sense with the whole Kabbalah thing too. It would all make sense. It would all connect perfectly together.
The Kabbalah,
That's the shit.
but Freud wasn't Uden, and neither
Well, I'm
was
just
Young.
saying, like, I don't like this is the thing. I don't actually spend a whole lot of time learning about different things unless it's like theologically based. And so I don't even necessarily have to understand or know all these people's opinions about
You
these
have a
things. I can
perception.
take
You have
the
a- you
word
have
and
a
the
quick
concept.
intuition.
I can take the
Yes.
word and concept and I can tear it apart by my framework and my worldview. So if you
Some
like
things you
the
can't.
concept itself, it doesn't matter where it comes from.
That's
I
why
can
the
just tear
tag argument
concept
beats
apart.
that. That's why the tag argument beats the atheist worldview and paradigm.
If you can do it right, yeah.
If you don't do it like Terry
I've watched.
and ram that,
I've watched it done
ram that
really
plane
poorly.
straight into the towers. Awful. Awful shit. What I'm getting at is, it is my position, and if you care to, in a few days, we can all get our sources in interpretation of the 1950s humanist school of thought, specifically Rogers and his form of empathy, and what this is where we get like all that shit becomes like weird government programs where they're even trying fucking smoking weed and dropping acid and mimic stare at goats and
But
astro
something-
fucking viewing.
But why would I
Something
want to look
else
at the
I'm trying to-
humanist?
And something else I'm also trying to say is if you're like trying to redefine a word that nobody really wants to use that definition of, and then you're trying to use that in an argument, and the conceptualization that people are using while observing that debate is that you're actually using the common definition of what empathy is, then all you've done is like accidentally convert somebody into thinking that empathy is a part of a.
I try to be
a framework
historical
where it
and give
can't
up
fit.
those dates
Mm-hmm.
because before 2016, nobody
All right,
was
guys,
having
I gotta-
this discussion.
I gotta hit the hay, man. Y'all have a good one, Abe.
Nobody's having this debate.
Awesome.
Thank you for thanks for having me on.
Of course.
Like
Try to have yourself a good
linguistically,
evening.
nobody's
straight to sleep,
challenged
buddy.
it up until
Later.
like post
Later.
2016. And I would say even more recently in the 2020s is
cigarette,
when
you.
we see it emerge. So it is a new phenomena, and I am questioning the why. And I would even take debate. I would even concede the point that empathy is made up. Sure, why not?
Well, all words are made up. But what are their purpose? That's the biggest question I've always asked. All words are made up.
Why does
and
English?
they're tools.
So we're talking about metaphysics. We're talking about
Indeed.
a metaphysical creature.
Indeed.
The metaphysical conceptualization of what empathy is entails a false theosis to me. That's how
But
I
English
perceive
has
it.
more words.
It's
That's why-
a motion in which
that's
to
why- that's
create
why
a
it's a technologically
self-governing
superior
God that you can
technology.
use.
It's that I agree 100% with Elder Lion on this. I see it as I haven't gone as far as to call it false theosis on this matter, but it is absolutely a false virtue mechanism. And because of that, it gives people who live in the leftist
sure.
paradigm ammunition to claim virtue whilst having none.
Think about it like this too.
And you're
All
going
these
to have a
people that are
bad day
gathering
with
up
that
and
too,
having
because
this
if
idea.
you watch priests of the Orthodox
Well, what I'm-
Church, they use the
Because they're
word
gay.
Sure.
"you're a faggot."
Whoa.
Oh.
Why?
Because he called the priesthood something. I don't care.
I didn't
I'll
call
jump
that
on
gay.
the grenade and dip my.
Yeah, he didn't say that, Trench. But I mean, you have to see it like this too, from my point of view. This whole empathic thing.
Long
before
the
whole empathy thing
20
is
20 and
right now.
2016. And
Well,
nobody
what
was
I'm saying
having
is right now, what empathy is being used for is to create this false theosis between a whole bunch of people to basically, what you were saying before, to allow trans people to feel as though they're justified in their belief.
The Nazis did it. They changed the definition of the word. The communists did it too. Both of them putting a emotion behind it. It's a totalitarian strategy,
right?
Versus the empirical definition.
Well, it doesn't.
What radical individualists came up in the shrink. Now I can unpack the skin reactance test. That's the only metric that is valid, and it answers so many questions, especially about men and women. That we don't like talking about that because apparently that's bad fucking business. And
well, it's just
feel shame for pointing.
No, I think it's just there's a time and a place, right? Like if that's what we're trying to unpack.
Well, if my thesis is there's also a biological component, and that there's a reason, then you can look at women all over the English-speaking diaspora in the West, the English-speaking West from Australia, are letting foreigners in of military age.
It's called toxic compassion or
dysgenics.
Suicidal empathy, right?
But it's also a female mating pattern.
But it also has to do with their programming, right? Right? Because if you have to birth children and be a mother, then you have to have compassion, and it's used against them. Right? It's used against them.
And also what else? Mate selection, when you pit two males against each other to see which one's fittest.
Sure.
Mommy, baby, daddy, maybe.
I don't disagree with these statements. But I don't think that they play out
social Darwinism, because it highlights a part of their Sheba nature. They're Lilith.
Sure.
Goes by many names. I call it.
I mean, you're also talking about a society which not only has a broken female nature, but also a broken male nature.
Absolutely.
So it's not.
Yes. Well, Adam's fallen. That's why it's incumbent on us to be the husband, and it's part of Adam's downfall because he fucked up.
Yeah, but how do we do that? Do we do that by calling everybody out, or do we do that by doing it ourselves and teaching men to do the same?
So this is where it gets wild. I think there is something to the three great.
You pointed toward the church after you beat the hell out of them.
I think there's something to the death of the church not the church. The church can't die in the hell gates. The gates of hell can't triumph against it. National Christian world. The death of the Christian institutions, which happened before I was even born. But we didn't feel its effect in the Protestant world because Masonry and Protestantism did a good job of selling everybody desire. And that Buddy Jesus says it's all right. Don't judge. It's bad for business.
I think it depends on who you are and where you are, but there's definitely been a concerted effort.
No matter where you are ever at any fucking what do you call it? State fair in this country, from Maine to California, fucking there's the libertarian guy selling the Confederate flag, selling the rainbow flag, selling the Gadsden, selling the come take it, selling the new Skittles flag.
Sure.
All of them.
I have a different
the windmill.
I have a different diagnosis for all of that, actually. I wouldn't say that I disagree with you. I would just say that the root cause is a different thing. Yes, Protestantism and other things have caused problems.
Elders,
but
right, though.
there's way more to that root.
Of spirit. It's the complete divorce of truth and spirit, which is why the Protestant world had to start worshiping. There's a reason why it simped so hard for a certain ethnic group.
But why did it take any of those steps in the first place? That would be the question.
It was doomed from the start by getting away from the apostolic tradition, which is why probably I don't know. I can't. I'll just say what I can say is it's my opinion that it tried to bystep the apostolic tradition out of like a latent wound. And it needs, like all things, some kind of authenticity. If all three social teloi are going to get along to build and maintain culture and civilization, people got to give a little and people got to get a little here and there from time to time.
Sure.
So in order to pull all this off, and have a little ethos behind it, what's the argument Protestantism makes? We don't see, and why it even supersedes in complete contradiction of all logic, the ecumenical councils. It says that, sola scriptura, Bible alone, but they can't understand the logical fallacy. If the Bible is the authority, then why isn't the Orthodox Church and the dogma also the authority? And if you can't understand the contradiction of the two, then you don't understand the question.
Well, the easiest way to get people into this kind of mindset of understanding that is if you ask the question, if the scripture is the inerrant source, what is the inerrant, revealer? Like, who is the inerrant giver of what?
And they always say, well, it was a bunch of priests that sat down at a council, and there's just regular guys like you and me, completely divorced of an authority, a worldly authority, regardless of if any of this is true theologically or not, but it's matter of authority.
Too broad.
That is an input.
I think it's way too broad, because if you look at all of the different branches of
that's very specific.
And denominations, you're going to find that there's varying degrees of adherence to different things, right? So yeah, I would say at the base level, at the lowest level, most of it isn't adhering to anything. But there are definitely adherence to the church fathers. There's things like that exist.
Church fathers. I want to talk about the emperor.
Well, the church fathers, when they use the church fathers, they're using their interpretation of what the church father says. So there's still a need for an inerrant revealer.
Yes. Because sola scriptura,
they're going to make an appeal to the Holy Spirit.
The emperor
so
had the authority to call such a thing by world temporal power. And he also had the authority to convert his people en masse to the Christian religion as the governing institution, as Leviathan, Hobbes's Leviathan.
Well, the way I see all this stuff is like this. This is why I think that, and this is my own personal view, this has nothing to do with orthodoxy or anything. The reason that I think the Trinity is necessary is because there needs to be truth, revealer of the truth, and the maintainer of truth. So it would be God the Father, the truth, Jesus the revealer, and the body of which is his church, and then the maintainer who lives within the body that maintains that truth.
Right. So the problem, again, is going to come when you are talking to Protestant adherents, especially more devout believers.
Nuggins. Or just morons like Nuggins, the Midlet problem.
Well, I don't even think that he's a moron. I think that you're going to have a lot of people that were raised in this, and you're criticizing their actual faith.
Watch them debate other Protestants.
They got that.
I don't. It doesn't. My whole point on this is you're going to be critiquing somebody's belief system, and it's the same as somebody coming at you sideways about what you believe. And in order to actually have a productive conversation with those people, you've got to first say, wait, what do they believe? Let me not freaking act like they're completely retarded for believing it.
Just again, staying away from theology. Can you run the Protestant worldview and schema through the Transcendent?
Well, they would still, here's the issue, they would still end at...
But either all the ecumenical councils are true or they're not. And if they're not true, then there is no reality. There's no...
Yeah, but your ecumenical councils aren't going to fall into the base tag argument. You have to...
In my paradigm, they do, though.
You would, but what I'm saying is you have to implement them into the argument, and you could just as easily implement God, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit.
All right, and this is the thing that I try to do to a lot of Protestant people that when I debate them on this topic is when I try to ask about, how do they know that they have the Holy Spirit, or how do they know that that is actually the thing giving them the truth? That has well, I'm not asking you, is that they ultimately have to make this individual like papist argument that they're an authority because they've been imbued with this because they just were.
Yes, the Spirit told.
Well, and they're going to use Scripture, right?
They're going
to go to Scripture.
They have no ability which they have no ability to give me an interpretation without any type of normative authority, which without them, which is another individualist papist argument.
Right, because they're going to make the claim that scripturally they can, because scripturally that would be handed out.
Their argument is scripturally they are the resurrection.
You know what I mean. That's going to be the claim. You know that will be the claim.
They are restorers, and they claim to be restoring the ancient church that never went anywhere.
Well, I don't even know that most of them believe that. Most of them don't even think that at that level. They just think scripturally in the Bible, this is what is said. And so, well, I don't think most think that deep about this very topic. I think most, like myself, most Christians don't even know that the apostolic succession exists. They don't know that Orthodox Christianity exists. They have no idea. And so none of what you're saying has ever been put to them. And even if you
anti-Catholic.
And even if you used tag, that's not the effective metric by which to talk to them. The better metric to talk to them about is, how did the church get to you today? And how do you have the church fathers? How do you have the widely accepted interpretations of some of the things that you already seem to believe, that we also believe? It would be the apostolic succession, which they don't know exists.
There's some kind of mystery.
That is your best inroad.
That gets us out of rebellion.
Well, sometimes it's not rebellion.
I think.
Sometimes it's not rebellion. Not knowing is not the same as rebellion.
I don't think it's rebellion. I think it's passivity. I think it's just accepting things as true just because it makes them comfortable.
Sure, if they know, right? If they know that there's a difference. If they know there's a difference. If you're talking about a Protestant who has no idea what's outside of Protestant Christianity that they were raised in, then when you say they're rebelling, that's like calling them Protestants. What are they protesting? They've never known anything but what they know. They're not actually protesting.
For sure. Okay, so
but
for sure,
I will say this because there's something
years,
I wanted.
I know for sure.
This is something I wanted to bring up to you for a while now, Trench. Though, when it comes to you know how I am when I debate like atheists. I'm a complete douchebag because I don't respect anything that they say. But when it comes to talking to Christians, like you have to bring it in a more like good faith, like trying to imbue questions in them more so than trying to just give them all the answers, because the questions themselves will lead them to trying to find truth. And if
for sure,
if orthodoxy is the true church, which I think it is, it would guide them to it.
One of my big debates that never happened, that I even challenged Easy on, was like I have a more holistic approach. Like if I'm like, even in my Baptist crazy days, right? If I'm trying to witness somebody and get them to convert, it's like tailored to that person off of like this profile I've constructed of them, of what I think their desires, ambitions, their positive traits, their downfalls, etc. Do the, and then even like their skills and interests. That's important.
Well, I think that's a misdirection. I think that just giving the argument in a consistent way that gives them like a desire to ask, am I wrong about this?
Well,
what
I'm
am I
talking about
looking?
the worst.
I want to know the truth about this. Well,
I'm
this
talking
is
about
what
the
I
worst
did
of the
with
worst.
you, right?
Too.
Well, the worst of the
Yeah,
worst.
well,
I don't know that there's any way of communicating with them.
I think so. I think some of them. I just had victory in a homie that it also is a brother, and he was a former bandmate. He's been an atheist since day one, since I've known him, and one of the most blasphemous hardliners, but not out of a hatred for God, because he's an honest, genuine person, even though he's in total rebellion as far as his downfall. The thing is, he's a nihilist, and he's just now, like, it was weird because this is out in Oric, Missouri, where we all work at this guy's shop and fuck around and shit and hang out. I was on my way out. He was having a whole life crisis and whatnot, and he finally called me, like, volunteers, like, get out here, dude. I need you. Like, I believe it. I believe. Come talk to me about Christianity. God's real. Demons are real. It's all real. I don't know what to do. And if you tell me that, and somebody I've been trying to fucking get you to believe in anything that's not nihilism, I will drive across this fucking country if you're in a crisis like that, dude.
Yeah.
And
that's
on the way there, that's part of my fucking transmission. My transmission line fucking blew out, and my car died fucking like a block and a half up from the shop. So I called him. We fucking tugged it back with the Jeep. But dude, like, I think it's your wheelhouse. You're gonna. There's also the your skill of rhetoric and your experience with the religion and your knowledge of the person you're selling to. And you're not a dummy. There's a degree of just general intelligence controls, what people can and can't say and speak on behalf of. So, I
think on an individual level with people like in real life that you're friends with, you can give them like the arguments of an atheist person, like the arguments of purpose. And maybe at some point they might be somewhat convinced about it and be able to realize at a certain point that, yeah, I need purpose beyond just, cooming.
When this dude was in the worst of his drug habit, I would always like regurgitate back to them their own nihilistic worldview, especially at weird times when they're like, smiling or I was like, how can you even be happy right now? You don't believe in shit. Because I'm gonna hold you to your nihilism. And it's like you've said before, Elder, to get somebody to quit being a nihilist, really, there's some kind
I'll be back, Abe.
Okay.
There's some kind of divine intervention that's taking place.
Well, I think that from my understanding, God is always trying to reveal himself to people. It's just, it requires a certain amount of humbleness for it to finally happen in whatever manner that it will happen for them.
Bro was like, I saw a demon, and because I've been telling him he's been hanging around this dude named Demon, who is 100% poor kid, a homeless, what do you call them? Schizotypical. He is like days away, if not in some kind of dissociative state, like of schizophreniform. That's like his next evolutionary step. So this is where we're back into degrees of, okay, I understand what some of these what some of these psychologists are talking about when we get into the actual like biological behaviors, when we see the pathological behavior acted out in what we're talking about, when that motherfucker standing in the corner talking to a leprechaun. Like, this dude dug up a dog, apparently, the story goes, and for the day he had warrants, so he went back, or he was, fuck that. And this is how fucked up the whole system is. He was on fucking hold for skipping parole. So we're talking about state mandatory, back to fucking pen. You got time on paper. For some reason, they just cut him loose, which implies one of two things. This demon fella is either a state's agent or incompetent. And it's looking like they've just thrown him out into the streets as an incompetent, which means this guy's fucking schizophrenic as fuck. Full on face tattoos, gang affiliated, the whole 9 yards. Horrific drug addict. And that's when my buddy was like, before he got nipped, all he was worried about were these dogs. Sidebar, I've met this character, but he's too soft to be a real fucking gangster. He's just ate up drug addict. He's always complaining he hates clowns. He's always telling the same story about his mom's not his real mom. And there's some fucked up shit that happened to him. He openly admits he was sexually assaulted as a child by family members and close friends of family members. Whether that's true sad. Or not, or a part of the delusion, I don't know. I just know it's a red flag when you say that shit.
Yeah.
And then when you dig up some random dog because you thought it was yours, because nobody in their right mind is going to take on two badass fucking. One of them he lives homeless in a park. One of these dogs got shot and was killed, and there was only one left. And apparently that one got fucking killed or disappeared or whatever. So he dug up some random fucking dog. And that's when my buddy saw the demon in a guy he was hanging out with named Demon, whose real name is, I'm not gonna do that. But
yeah, don't.
Even he's a good guy. And while I don't give a shit about him, I completely understand the fucking trench that is this dude's fucking life. Now he wants to start going to church, but I'm like, dude, I'm not going to take you to my priest, who would love to have you until you get X, Y, and Z fucking together in your life. Even if you never
talk
even
to your priest about it.
Well, before I even bring it up to my priest, he's got to fucking do X, Y. Why am I going to waste asking my priest anything if he can't take the steps?
Because it's his decision whether or not he interacts
in presenting himself,
interacts with them.
Well, if I'm going to recommend somebody, I want him to at least by my recommendation, if I'm going to be associated with him, whether he joins the church or not, because he can go behind my back and visit the priest and start the whole. I'm not going to recommend him to my priest until.
Well, you don't have to recommend him. Just talk to your
who
priest
I think it would be really good for
what he says about it. But what I'm trying to say ultimately though is like
I see what you're saying.
Part of being a part of this is that if something like that happens, you need to bring it to your priest because he's the one responsible for making the decision whether or not he wants to pursue that.
Right.
Exactly. I'd bring it up to him. But I'm just in the position where, like, I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to keep my head low and humble. And I don't want to add chaos. Extra. as I know it.
Well, yeah,
as I know the
I
liabilities.
understand what you
associated
mean.
with such a
I understand
person.
what you mean about that, like right now, but like with Lent going on and stuff. But because I,
Okay.
well,
Fair
I'm not
enough.
gonna. I'm not gonna talk
I
about
tell you what.
it.
I
But
tell,
what?
I tell you. I tell you what. I'll send him an email tomorrow, and I'll ask him directly what I
That's
should
up to
do
you.
about my buddy.
But
So, no, you're right. It's not my position, and it's not my choice. I just it's a part of my like moral imperatives. If you've got drug addict friends,
well, I
you've
mean,
heard. I'm
I
going to
just mean
quit
the
doing
way that
drugs before.
I just mean the way that I would approach it. Well, I just mean the way I would approach this stuff.
Oh, just in teaching him about
Well, I
Christianity.
mean, the way I would approach this stuff always is, or at least I would always try, is the way that I would do this is I would just always not want to be in the way of what I think would be something important for somebody like that when it comes to being part of the church. Where if there is this, where if the only thing between him going to the
See,
church
I don't
or
know if
not
that's
is
my role or not.
you need to remove yourself and just let the priest decide. That's
No,
the way
that's what I'm
that I
trying
see
to
it.
do.
I don't
and
know if I'm right or
don't-
not.
See,
I'm just saying.
I guess I have a bizarre misinterpretation of that. Then that's why I'm going to ask him tomorrow for sure. But I guess I'm thinking in like a reverse logic of that. Like, okay.
What's going on?
I think he's losing.
Oh no! I heard the humming. That's just the silence of me, of my submission.
Well, whenever I talk about this stuff, like, just understand, I'm not like saying anything that you ought do. I'm just saying what I would do from my perspective.
No, he say interesting things, and I can see where I'm having a misinterpretation of what he's saying. Like, I don't think he's church people, and there are people in this church with fully tatted, to include the priest, that have bizarre. Some of them have bizarre backgrounds, and others are ethnic Serbians. And then there's a little ethnic Ethiopian contingent that I think is converted over from Coptic Orthodoxy. So it's a fun church.
Yeah, I actually don't know the difference between all of them. So,
but all the women's cover their
Well,
hair,
they each.
and it's refreshing.
Yeah, that's one thing I like about
the men.
the
dress,
Greek church I
dress
go to.
plain and humbly.
They actually do use the veils.
Yeah,
I keep hearing Abe snore, so
in the
probably
I'm not
shouldn't let him
snoring.
sleep. I could have sworn I kept hearing you.
Nobody's wearing a. It's like at my black grandma's Baptist church. Everybody is dressed to the tens, dude. Fucking bling, rings on, canes, gaiters, expensive hats with nice feathers. It's refreshing because if I'm going to do the Baptist Protestant thing, no, I'm going to. At its core, is full of believers, unequivocal believers there in unity and purpose, singing the songs of jubilation, their own mutilated form of liturgy, because it's got the instruments sometimes. But it's a liturgy.
I'm about to go. I just wanted to say this because I just think it's really funny. But apparently, what was it I am in the triangles again? The mysterious stranger from Fallout 4 that just appears and gives a critical shot. Disappears.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Then I also want to say this: I'm the only one that escaped Pound Town. You all get absorbed into it. Yep.
I've never been there. I don't know what you're talking about.
Everyone's been to Pound Town at some point.
I don't know.
I don't know. We were talking about like snow bunnies and shit, and I started talking about Pound Town. After unpacking a bunch of my psychobabble fucking political theories or whatever, and then here comes Elder with a fucking fresh fucking his own version of my triangles with a sketch with Pound Town in it. And there was the super straights, and then there were the weirdos, and it was hilarious.
Amazing.
It was good timing because I was getting fucking pissed. And he comes in at a decent time with some comedic value. It's a good time.
That's
Pound
good.
Town stuck.
That's freaking funny. It's such a funny concept.
Out of that, we in Imitative started a segment, and we're going to keep going until we get to the weird shit.
Yeah. Good.
When we get into all the game theory.
And well, I also found out that I'm also like the guardian of the gates before. I don't know if I could say. Yeah. I don't know if I could say the word now, but
okay.
I guess there's already been.
It's already been said once.
Well, Murder Mansion.
Oh,
I'm the guardian of the gate of Murder Mansion.
Fun.
I'm the one you got to get through before you get in there. And once you go in there, you're going to be orthodox, whether you like it or not.
I don't remember where Emmett put me on that map.
He's the revolver ocelot. You're the revolver ocelot of that shit, too. That's another Elder Lion archetype.
Do you remember, Lion, where Emmett put me on the map?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I was
That's
there.
that mini boss. Before you can fight Solid Snake or Liquid Snake, excuse me, you've got to fight fucking Revolver Ocelot.
Oh, fun.
He's even got the gray hair like Elder Lions in his other avatar too. I thought he was Revolver Ocelot at first time I met him.
Oh, I don't have gray hair. I don't have any hair.
It's all coming together now, Elder.
He's a baldy.
I know, but I'm saying your avatars got gray hair.
Yeah, like people actually think I'm a lot older than I am. I'm actually like about to be 33.
It's a young pup.
Well, paint me yeller. I think I knew that.
Yeah. I thought he was older than he was, but I didn't know the game picture and everything. So I was like, oh, interesting.
Yeah,
what character is that?
Base dad of Renoir from Expedition 33. He's the most base dad of all time.
Okay.
That's good stuff.
Okay.
He went into an entire universe. Well, he went into this imaginative universe that his daughter created to like maintain a portion of her brother's soul that was still living in the painting, but he wasn't actually, he was dead in real life. And he went in there and he just started burning it all down to get her to leave that fantasy.
That's
nice. I love it. It all makes sense. So
K2
explains a lot of the virtue.
Where am I sending people to?
Bed.
I don't know. I'm breaking apart a set right now. I just got back. That's why I've been on mute.
I don't know.
You want to go raid K2?
I ain't got no channel.
Send them over
Wreck
to
the fucking talk.
This is what we'll do.
Go on a fucking deep behind enemy lines fucking raid.
Yeah, I think I'm going to bed. Y'all have a good one.
You too, Lion. God bless you, brother.
Later, man. Gang, gang.
Gang, gang. Have a good night,
Yeah,
Trench.
he's in the gang. You too, and Abe.
Yeah.
I haven't presented you yours yet because I actually count these. I got the receipts for each and every one, and I hang out. I take my position as a president and ruler of all black people everywhere very, very seriously. So when I hand out these, they're accounted for, and you get a pass, a free usage anytime.
Well, I appreciate that, Trench. I don't know if anybody's ever told you, but I'm not white.
Fair enough.
He's Mexican.
No, I'm not.
2.0.
I'm definitely not that.
You could be a quadroon.
I lie. He's Samoan.
Some say Abe was a quadroon, but that's a
know.
conspiracy theory for another day.
I've heard it for sure.
For another day.
All right.
Big
well,
salute,
you gentlemen.
You have a good one, bro.
So where are we going?
You as well. I think I'm going to send you over to Kieran, probably.
Oh, Kieran's. Oh, good. I can call him gay.
Good. You should. Let him know.
And tell
Abe.
that he drinks Bud Light.
He does. We know it. We all know it's true.
We saw it.
Yep.
I didn't get to
Exactly.
say much. I'm disappointed.
Exactly. All right. Well, to the chat. To Avery, to K2, to Trench. Y'all have a wonderful night. Elder, have a wonderful night. I'll see you guys on the other side. God bless you. Smart Alec. All right. Make
You
sure
ever get that
that
clip, by the way? You ever clip that?
Oh, I have to go back for it. I think I did, though. Now I have to go look. I can't remember because shit got so crazy here over the last few months. A little too
What
crazy,
happened? I
K2.
haven't seen you.
I know. I've
When
been
you
gone.
do go live, I never seen you.
I know. What I need to do is just Discord you when I'm going to go live so you can come.
I'm always hanging out at Emmett whenever he's live on Confluences.
I know. I'm going to try to make it a habit to be on as often as I can. I've been struggling physically, but also, I got too many issues and I don't like to talk about them, but so
It's shit.
yeah. So, but I'm going to try to be on more often because I'm sure y'all miss me when I'm not around. Miss this space to BS and argue and
You just gotta go to Confluences and argue with everybody while you do it live.
that was such a good call. You're like, go on. I'm like, okay. I go on there and start a huge argument that lasts for hours. That was freaking funny.
Usually I do that with my one argument that I can't say out loud because I hear people.
Right.
But the holding hands one,
Uh-huh. It's very funny.
and it gets people going.
It does. You're not wrong.
I gotta wait a few months where everybody forgets about it and then reintroduce it.
Make it more effective.
Correct.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's right.
All right, brother man. Try to have yourself a good night. Make sure Kieran knows you're there.
Oh, he will definitely know I'm here. You're gonna have to kick me though. I left my phone in the truck.
That's fine. I can do that.
Sweet.
All right. I'll talk to you tomorrow, brother.
Later.
Night. God bless, chat.